morning, Smite game. Welcome on in. It is day number 2 of week 1 of the playoffs for the Smite 2 Founder Series. It's Malum and Lermy alongside you just to make the action even more exciting. We're coming off the back of EMEA. We saw base races, we saw upsets, we saw meta changes already. Things couldn't be any more exciting, and it's a perfect way to start off a Sunday with North America. The bracket is here for us to take a peek at too, and the matchups. We've been hyping them up all week, Lermy, but I'm so ready. It's been a couple weekends for me too, so I've been missing Founder Series. I'm so ready to get back.
Oh yeah, I have been so excited to see, what these teams will bring. We haven't seen them in a few weeks either. And for the case of some of them, right? We've had a couple qualify over the last chance qualifiers for those past few weeks, but we're seeing some big names make a return, like at that top match there, Cowabunga. Dang, I can't wait to see, especially a little later into this tournament, how things start to turn out. It's been a very exciting series up until this point, and I can't wait as we get even closer to really determine who is going to be at the top of these playoffs.
The road to Vegas is continuing, and for a lot of these teams, that road to Vegas kind of took a pause while they were waiting for the ending of the rest of the brackets to finish. We had open brackets, Swiss stages, last chance qualifiers, and through all of that, teams like Cowabunga, Food Drive for Globe, they were kind of just hanging out and waiting, just waiting and more waiting. So
Mhm.
as we look at matchups to see how these rosters kind of compare, you've got to keep in mind that teams like Cowabunga, Food Drive for Globe, and a lot of others have had so much time off. Trelly mentioned this, and Smite Too Long didn't watch, but you've got to hope that they were putting the time in. And for a lot of these names, it's pretty safe to assume that they were, but still, you got to get the rest off and get back in that competitive mindset.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting set of matchups that we're going to be watching, of course. And honestly, I'm really excited for, I think, Look Within versus Mr. Play by Play in particular, as we saw Mr. Play by Play have a bit of a rough time last week, but they certainly did redeem themselves going into that final chance qualifier at the very end there. So, very fun set of games coming up for you guys today. It's going to be very exciting.
There's sort of a lot to unpack. There's been a lot of changes as well in terms of meta. Gods coming into this weekend, of course, a ton of new gods going through. There's so much to pick up with it, and you mentioned too a lot of these rosters that we haven't seen in a bit, but a lot of these rosters that we've seen perform well. If you've been playing a lot recently, you've had more time with those different changes. I think of teams like Garf's Goblins, Name in Progress, who have had a little bit more time in the Swiss stages of fighting through, and then obviously the last chance qualifiers for teams like Gote 5 and Garf's Goblins, where they were figuring out the new meta, getting to play the new characters in the heat of action while the other
Oh.
teams were just kind of sitting around. And there's been a lot of new characters since the last time we got to see like Cowabunga or Borch play. It's been a lot of new changes to Smite 2.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we still aren't going to be seeing Izanami, Kepri, and Nemesis. They'll be here next week, but we do have a couple fun new changes across the board, including Reliquary and Soul Reliquary that makes building Soul Reaver more sustainable, but that also kind of applies to other items that were very previously expensive before, whether that be Tech of Kage, Gem of Focus, Bloodforge is also on the table in a couple of instances. And then that's not even to address the really interesting changes over in the jungle, where Bumba starters provide adaptive power. You can have strength or intelligence depending on what kind of start that you go. And that's really exciting to see that even more junglers are on the table than before.
Yeah, I personally have gotten to have some fun with that. I gave Kepri Jungle a try, and you know what? Better than it should have been. I hope my friends
Should
felt
I
the
be
same
worried?
way. I was gonna say, I hope my friends felt the same way as me, but it definitely did help. But more importantly than that, we've already seen so many different characters. I think of characters like Athena, where her support has just not really been the same, but Jungle Athena has made such a dominant appearance and has become one of my favorite junglers to see picked up. And when you give additional it's almost a strength, but technically intelligence. You give additional options to characters like that. It can only get better. But we got to get this day underway because we have a ton of esports to go. So let's head into
Exciting.
picks and bans for game number 1 between Food Drive for Globe and Roll the Dice. Food Drive for Globe, of course, a team that turned everyone's heads back from even the open alpha, or excuse me, the closed alpha open tournaments. They've looked fantastic. Now we're in playoffs. It's really time to see if they can continue that momentum they had.
Absolutely. If I'm looking at bands, though, it's probably going to be between a couple of things for me. I'm thinking Fenrir. I'm thinking Sobek. I'm thinking Zeus. All of those characters have kind of been at the top of the top, and there goes the Zeus, of course. Just so much damage out of that mid laner. So, not surprised to see him take a little break for this matchup, but it really depends for me what roll the dice here are thinking that Food Drive for Globe is going to go for. You kind of have to pick your poison a little bit with one ban right now, considering, more and more gods are becoming available. That one ban is getting even more precious, and the choice will be Fenrir. Not too surprising for me. I am curious, though, if Food Drive for Globe is going to go for the Sobek or maybe pass up onto something a little bit more valuable in terms of damage, like Anubis, perchance.
Could be Anubis. We could see Food Drive put a lot of emphasis on the jungle as they did back in Swiss stage, where it was let's get Valo whatever pick Valo wants. And of course, for Food Drive for Globe as well, let's not forget they were the team that was rocking Sasano ADC pretty consistently. We've had a ton of changes since we saw the Sasano ADC weekly from them, but it's still worth wondering what they might go. Lermy was on it with that Sobek first pick, and that gives Roll the Dice some more options, including in the jungle, which I expect to be one of the more contested spots.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think realistically here, Loki is still kind of at the top when it comes to actual damaging junglers. But like you said earlier, Athena jungle is a really solid option. I could also see the Susano, if we want to see some individual pop-offs. Mordred is on the table as well. I think he's a great kind of like midpoint option where he can do some damage. He's also good at being interruptive and getting into the middle of a fight. Just starting it, honestly, is really important enough to warrant the pick. But realistically, I'm probably looking for the Jingwei here just because she is solidly a great ADC on top of being a really good Sobek counter. And when Sobek is the first pick for the team, you kind of want to take away the thing that will, kind of put a really strong dual lane together. So Baron, honestly, a good choice there in terms of a support if they decide to throw it that way. But honestly, Baron's so valuable because he's just so flexible. Throw him in mid, throw him in solo, throw him in support. He can go anywhere.
That's where a lot of teams with experience too have been controlling these P's and B's, is going so many flex picks that you basically control the other team's draft as well. But I love the Jingwei call out from you. One of the things that was the most striking to me in the last couple of weekends where I was getting to just be a viewer for the Founder Series was Jingwei's win rate was so high amongst other characters. Like we saw the Zeus first ban. Zeus's win rate wasn't fantastic. Jingwei, amazing. So I'm kind of looking for the same exact thing, especially to go alongside the Baron, who, I mean, how much more can you say about Baron? But instead, roll the dice, lock down the Amaterasu, which does make some sense because we've seen Amaterasu kind of hyper carry a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, she certainly can. The option is there, right? But I'm a little surprised by the Ama pick. I do think that she is probably the best solo laner, but my surprise more so comes from the idea that we're kind of locking down where this draft is going by picking these two tanky characters in the top two. I don't think it's necessarily a problem per se, but I do think it will be a little bit concerning if Food Drive for Globe ends up picking up two really strong carries here, and the priority was not towards those carries. I do think overall, we're not in a problematic spot by any means in this draft, but just a couple small things to keep an eye on when you yourself are making your drafts at home and thinking about, what should I be prioritizing where? It's going to all depend on where you want to put a lot of that strength towards. And so far, the front line for Roll the Dice is looking really solid. Just got to make sure they round it out really nicely with a couple of high priority carry picks.
One thing you called to earlier, Food Drive for Globe might just go Loki, lock it down for Valo, who has been among a great team, has been a standout player. And usually on your traditional jungles, we've seen the Loki do great, we've seen the Susano do great, the Thanatos has done great for Valo. But if Roll the Dice can get it back, I would almost like to see something like a Loki. You have so much setup between the Baron and the Ama. I feel like it could go really well. Good Drive for Globe, locking down the CERN. And if you watched the Brazil broadcast very recently, and if you caught some of EMEA, CERN's been really skyrocketing up the charts and is able to do a lot. And there's a Loki for Valo.
And this is a nice, solid combination of physical damage dealers. I'm actually really excited to see Kronos more in action because he's been, at least, from my data, he's been rising up a lot in the win rates in our casuals and in our ranked modes as well. So I do think he's kind of a little bit of a sleeper pick in comparison to Jingwei over in the Founder Series. But slowly but surely, we're seeing more and more folks open up to this Chronos pick, which has been exciting. And there's the Jingwei I was gassing up earlier. Kind of lucky there, I'd say, that they were able to come back around and get that. But regardless, Jingwei will be on the side of Roll the Dice. And that leaves a couple question marks, but Chalk certainly is the biggest question mark of all. We've been seeing Chalk a lot in Soul Lane after his past set of buffs over the past couple of weeks. So excited to see what this Chalk can do. Gets a lot of early cooldowns, especially onto the Axe Toss. It's going to feel really nice to be able to just have a lot more flexibility.
I'll give you this last chance to run.
Wow, Food Try for Globe could not get any more traditional. Roll the dice, a little bit more unique, but they've got the shock out. And I feel like there's a lot of different ways this game could go, but why wait? I mean, game is here. Woo. Action is here. Game number 1, Food Try for Globe versus Roll the Dice. It's day number 2 of the playoffs for the SMITE 2 Founder Series. We're in North America. It's Melm, it's Lermy, and of course, it is Doug on the Spectator. Where do we go? What do we look at? Of course, you always got to check your relics. A lot of combat blinks making their way across. Amaterasu also rocking one, and it looks like for the Raw.
I'm sitting here like, you're talking about relics. I'm talking about I'm a mid. What is that lady doing in
I have
mid?
a process. I go my left to right, my relic to God.
Well, you could say that. It depends which one you're looking at, right? But I do think that it was a little bit dangerous there for Valo on the Loki. Hiding in the bush does get warded out to, kind of tell where this jungler wants to start. Seeing a bit of disparity in the start as well as an interesting choice. We see that Vixium's actually going to be going to the right side back camps and maybe even pick up that red buff along the way. But nice clean gameplay here from both teams. Nobody's doing anything crazy, no invades, no nothing. Respectable, certainly from both these guys, but we'll have to see the pressure coming out as well, especially with this Hercules helping out the Ra on the red to just get done with that, get to lane real quickly. And remember when I said no shenanigans? I lied.
Happens here for Shenanigans and gets the purple. So Shenanigan acquired for the Sobek. And you'll go check out the Pathfinder buff too. Why not while you're there, right? And Happen has been a menace so far. Whenever Happen is on a pick that looks comfortable, and this goes all the way back to the summer in the Content Creator Cup. If Happen's comfortable, Happen's going to be putting in work in whatever role he's playing, but usually that's support role. And the Sobek is kind of the perfect character to do so. And of course, we can't forget the Raw this game, because secure-wise, as I'm looking at it, that's going to be worth keeping our eyes on. Globe in some trouble. A blink away from Waddle, though, leaves Vixium alone on that Sasano, but there's just not enough damage across, but there's plenty of damage in the duo lane. First blood for Tegvir on the Starnies.
Yeah, that is going to be really concerning here for Roll the Dice. Not anticipating that a Jingwei would fall down so early, but regardless, I guess missing those buffs was just the amount of experience loss that Food Drive for Globe was looking for, considering that they were able to grab that early. And now Vixium's kind of SOL when it comes down to it, because both of those left side buffs gone. Had a little bit of a mix-up there, especially around this duo lane that they're going to have to reconcile. Whether that comes from ganking or otherwise, that'll be left to be determined. But speaking of that, Revo's got to find a way out. Got a little bit of health left, but stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh no! The tail whip not going to find it. Surely there's a cooldown up.
Slowly but
One
surely.
more? Bang, got him. Took long enough, but second kill for Food Drive for Globe. I'm sure they would have loved it to come in lane. Karmic in a lot of trouble, does have backup in the form of Valo. Karmic's going to be low, but Valo is still standing to fight, and that is enough to back roll the dice away, and Karmic will be A-okay. So really good start, kind of across lanes for Food Drive. The tail whip going to force the Aegis out, so Jingwei will be all right. All right, let's talk items. Let's talk Tegvir. He's a knower, rocking the Warrior's Axe on the Kern.
Oh yeah, the poke is really, really nice. All you gotta do is throw out one little Bramble Blast, get one little tick onto either this Jingwei or Baron. You get a nice chunk of healing, nice chunk of damage. And especially if you get that burst damage from Bramble Blast, you're getting very, very solid poke right off the bat. And considering that he's got a level lead already, that's looking real, real nice for our Horned God over in the duo lane.
It's been a calm-ish 3 minutes in terms of, you know, the...
Are you sure?
it's been calmish in terms of the objective sort of fighting, right? Food Drive for Globe is a team that has seemingly always loved to go for invades. We saw the one from Happen, but we've seen them go crazy on purples and blues in the past. Maybe we're seeing that now. You've got Valo deep in the jungle, and this is that first attempt that I was just about to ask for, but Happen got there a little bit too early. Beating me to my own punch, but maybe gonna be a problem. But now you've got Valo in the back line, Zaxi low. Remember that Aegis is down, and it's gonna matter big time. Tegvir, their second kill in 3.5 minutes. A great start for Food Drive, and now that jungle pressure can come out that Food Drive has kind of become so known for, at least in my brain.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough spot to be in if you roll the dice and dueling. Oh, the raw snipe a little bit off the mark there, with Boulder going for it, does force out the Chuck ultimate, get some damage mitigation on the board. On the right-hand side, though, we've got some more action happening around that red buff. Just going to be protecting it from Karmic at this point, but once again, we're back in the duel lane. Nice little root cripple onto the Jing, does catch the dash, and Zaxi, it'll be a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, it's only a matter of an auto. Tegvir gonna cut off, oh, just gonna chill in the bush. Zaxi's gonna make this a long one, but there's the auto. A killing spree in 4 minutes for Tegvir. And one thing you were talking about in picks and bans is how much of a sleeper pick this Kern is right now. You add 2,300 gold, sure, but 2,000 experience for Food Drive for Globe, 2 levels for Kern. I mean, that's nightmare fuel.
Yeah, that is going to be increasingly scary as things continue to go on. I don't think 2 wards is going to save Zaxi at this point in time, but he's going to have to find some farm all across the map wherever you can find it. And realistically, it's going to have to start coming out of Vixium's pockets. And that's not going to feel nice as the jungler. But realistically, what do you do as the Susano? Do you try to gank this Keranos? I mean, considering he's 3-0, better try for it now before it gets too late, gets even more fed. However, we're just seeing him kind of hang out over in mid, and Zaxi cannot catch a break.
Hanging out in mid, but Globe is level 7, and seems to be aware. There's the engage. Typhoon, it will catch the Aegis. Dazzling Offensive's out too. They're going to commit everything to kill Globe, and it will work. Took a while, and Waddle took a lot of damage. Now Valo is here. Won't use the ult, won't overcommit just for the Ama, however. But a big pickup to get Globe. I mean, a couple levels, that's pretty nice to grab. But Zaxi, the struggles continue, and the torment seemingly will never stop. Happens diving under tower before Tegvir even gets to lane, and meanwhile, Valo did clean up that kill onto Waddle that we saw get started up.
Yeah, Zaxi now has ultimate, so I'm thinking that Aegis is pretty worth it to avoid the sub-execute. Does have to go back, though. But thankfully, you know, B and Jingwei gets to fly on back to lane for free, thanks to that passive. You love to see that. Especially useful here for situations when you're, you know, pretty far behind. But the problem is that you may start to be getting even further behind, considering your mid laner just took a spill, and there's nobody around to defend this Gold Fury.
I love what we're seeing so far from Food Drive, Lermy, because one of the things that I was looking for from Food Drive for Globe in particular is you've become one of those teams that's recognizable, that's respectable on your name. In the open alpha, or excuse me, the closed alpha open tournaments, they were kind of the new team. They had a lot to prove. They did that, but now they're showing that they have that same kind of name power, that same quality of play. And it's impressive. I mean, Happens dominating in the jungle so far in this left-hand side. Zaxi can't catch a break. Roll the dice. I mean, the upset potential seemingly disappearing by the moment. And Food Drive for Globe looks so clean. It's only 7 minutes in, but you can't even get Happen out of your jungle. That's 2 belts now for the Sobek.
He's just clean with it. Like, I don't think they've gotten a single belt this whole game on the dual lane side, and Vixium just has not been there. Unfortunately for him, not going to get a speed buff, but they may be getting this Queen Naga a little bit hard there for Globe to want to pressure onto that, considering Revo on this Baron is going to be lurking in that mid lane as well. Happen tries to get close enough, but not going to find the timing there. Karmic, in the meantime, trying to set up for some kind of gank, but Hexen not taking it. Just going to sit under tower and maintain the only lead, well, the slight lead that he had before, thanks to that Mystical Mail.
I want to touch on something that we talked about very early in this game as we're getting closer and closer to objectives beginning to start up and be consistent. Food Drive for Globe obviously already has 1 Gold Fury, but they're looking stronger and stronger, but they have so much better objective secure. How is Roll the Dice going to answer that, Larry?
Realistically, it's just going to be dive backline. You pick Amaterasu mid not because you're really trying to burn through objectives, but because you're trying to run down this Roth, run down this Carnos, and make sure that they don't have enough damage to do objectives in return. Your job is to kill them with this kind of composition. The problem is if you are sitting realistically, I don't know, like 4.5k-ish behind, that's going to be rather difficult. So we've got to be seeing these guys find some kind of lead somewhere. And honestly, their best chance for that is going to be over in Soul Lane, where realistically Hexen does actually have a lead, a 1-level lead, if you were to consider it in that regard, and they might just keep pushing that.
One thing you talked about earlier too is where is Sasano going to go? Where do you put that pressure if you can't find it in duo? We saw a few forced attempts in mid, and we saw the pick on Glow, but a lot of good came from that. And this being a death for Waddle. Maybe more deaths in the mid lane. And Engage, life of the party, out to bring Glow back. Sobek will catch it, but that dazzling offensive chunks out the Raw and will back Globe up. Roll the dice will not chase underneath that tower, so that's a lot burned, but nothing gained in terms of actual kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much on the map to fight over at this point. It's really just going to be about securing those camps, being on time, and, hopefully getting the purple
Stopping
and
happen,
the
right?
speed for the first time this game, but it seems like right on time. Who better to roll up to this duo lane than both Happen and Val?
Those autos are chunking Zaxi. The airstrike couldn't even go off. Tegvir is hitting like a truck right now. Already has Braggies finished, has the Warrior Zax that we talked about, a fully stacked Devos, and Zaxi's still working on 20 stacks for Devos. The worst case scenario you could be in for the Jingwei, and there doesn't seem to be any relief anytime soon. Probably not until Tegvir starts rotating, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta say, their pathing has been very, very obvious over in the jungle. And it just seems like Roll the Dice do not want to respond. I mean, they've been at this purple on the dot every single time. You have the option as the team that is not getting them to see the timer on it. If you've seen them do it twice before, and they do it a third time, and they are walking around the Gold Fury for the second time this game, realistically, at this level, you really do need to be there.
And more trouble. Revo gets the heal, but goes down anyway. And a pluck onto Zaxi as well. I don't think the Jingwei has much of a hope here. I would just go for the retreat, and you've already got the pick on the Baron, so big positive for Food Drive for Glow. But Zaxi is still standing and throwing autos that happen. There's the pluck, and now Zaxi in a lot of trouble. Has the airstrike available. Meanwhile, right side of the map, blue buff secured thanks to the boulder, and Hexen in some trouble, turns around with the Storm Call. Has backup, but is just taking too much damage, and that backup says, oh, sorry, no can do. Hexen will go down. That's the 8th kill for Food Drive for Globe to the just 1 from Roll the Dice. Not to mention the gold lead, which is getting dangerous early, and we're not even at 12 minutes yet.
Certainly, and that Gold Fury is available at this point, with the Queen Naga also spawning on this left-hand lower side, meaning that Food Dread for Globe does have a very easy access to that should they want it. And with Zaxi going back to base, this might just be the perfect time to bait the Gold Fury, considering that, Globe does have the ultimate up. Everybody else is still waiting on theirs, but with how Roll the Dice have been playing rather passively, I might add, it seems like it's going to be a tough call to get them in there and defending this Gold Fury.
They've been playing passively, and Lermy, to your point, Roll the Dice's only answer is to fight and kill the backline. Can you fight this far behind? They do seal the Gold Fury away. Dousing offensive out. Will they fight it? Food Drive for Globe just going to retreat, take the small loss of the Gold Fury, but a big gain for Roll the Dice. I mean, that doesn't get you back on par, but any kind of hit you can do to that chart that we're seeing, you'll take that if you roll the dice.
Yeah, like you said, anything helps there. Unfortunate there, as Happen kind of pulls the Gold Fury toward the enemy team. Not something you typically like to do in the Gold Fury pit, to try and get those Nagas on the board to let them tank. But pulling it just a bit too close to the Baron, who happens to get a little sneaky bit of damage on that to steal it away. Could have been cleaner here from Globe, but they're still in a pretty dominant position, regardless of what happened around that Gold Fury. Seeing still 2 levels in duo and in the jungle. Zaxi trying desperately to get this buff. Once again, does not get the buff. Hasn't gotten the buff all game, in fact. and being forced out here by the lurking in the waters.
And should just go down, but there's the life of the party. Happened. Took a lot of damage diving the tower for so long. Tegvir will find it. Perfect Bramble from downtown. But now you've got a rotation. Vixium on the way. Happen's already low. Typhoon out. Should catch. Typhoon does not hit Happen. Globe rotated over. Happen might just live. And Roll the Dice have got to retreat away. That Typhoon missing is the difference in life or death for Happen, and a good rotation and good pickup for Globe.
Yeah, that level of mechanics is just something that we need to keep an eye out for, because that is a guaranteed 100%er that your team needs in that instance. I really need to see a lot more precision coming out from Roll the Dice here, because this is getting really dicey here, Malum. I mean, tier 1 tower and left going down, and the lead's been made up over in solo as well. They are perfectly even at this point. And like we talked about, the Gold Fury does help, but it's gonna be hard to even keep up, considering that 2 tier 1 towers are getting knocked down at this point. Pyromancer is available, and we've still got a Naga buff sitting on this Sobek, so that's gonna make it even easier to take down these objectives should they go for it. They are choosing to play it better safe than sorry, send the Loki back at this point, as we do see the response from Roll the Dice. Should that come out, they do tentatively try to start it, but this is such a risky play. I don't know if I would go for this personally, considering that you know the Sobek's right there. But desperate times, desperate measures, they're trying to go for it.
Feels like Happen takes 0 damage. How much would it take to kill this Sobek? Roll the Dice are going to try to find out, and there might be a response. Food Drive for Globe. They're sending the Hercules around. You've got Loki nearby. Zaxi can't do anything into Tegvir right now. Tegvir's running down Zaxi. Bramble won't find the root, but the damage, good all the same. There's an answer on the Tarasu. On the way. Pyro does go down, so Roll the Dice just concluded their contest of the objective. Tegvir gets away, so the rotation is for naught. That was kind of the worst way that sequence of events could have possibly gone for Roll the Dice in my mind.
It is just a difficult situation to be in, right? Because I can appreciate a team that tries to make something happen, that goes into desperation mode to find some kind of advantage in this game. The problem therein lies is that when you get aggressive, you also have to recognize that you are using your resources first. And if you don't get what you intended to get out of using those resources, it's even easier for the other team to take things by storm. And they certainly have been doing that at every single opportunity they can get.
You talked about the chalk earlier, maybe being that one way back in. Sasano looks okay, but the amount of problems that Zaxi has run into, now again, having no farm in the jungle, nowhere to go, and 4 members around them. It is a bad time to be Jingwei. Valo goes in, catches the Aegis. Zaxi still standing, able to retreat back to some help for the rest of Roll the Dice. And Food Drive for Globe, wisely, will not overcommit. Karmic, 2-man stunner in the tower, who will go down all the same. A big pickup for Vixium. You called for that earlier. Put some attention to solo, Army, but maybe it came a little bit late, as now Gold Fury pulled by Food Drive, and an answer will not be there from Roll the Dice.
Yeah, I mean, we'll really have to see what these rotations look like coming out of Hexen, because building into the double physical defense is going to be very good against the Loki and the Kurnos, who are both the ones that the kills are stacked on at this point in time. So he will be relatively tanky, especially if he can get a lot of stacks of Torrent up at any given time. The problem is that getting those stacks of Torrent when you're not in the middle of a wave is rather difficult. Those prods don't come easy in jungle fights, and finding those will be kind of key to keeping him alive, especially against this 5-0-3 Kurnos, level 17 at this point. And there's got to be someone who can shut this guy down.
I think the thing that's the scariest for me, looking from a Roll the Dice perspective, it feels like Food Drive for Globe hasn't really even used strengths yet of their composition.
They haven't even used all of their power?
Yeah, like it feels like they've used 10% of their power and just Tegvir going crazy. But Valo hasn't made any of those Valo plays we're used to seeing, especially on the Loki. We haven't seen Globe with big-time ultimates. We haven't seen Karmic in many fights at all. Roll the Dice has not felt the true power that Food Drive for Globe have. Maybe this fight will be that first time. Karmic Boulder out already, taking a good bit of poke, but he got Valo grabbing kills. Now Tegvir's here, and Those dominoes are starting to fall, and Roll the Dice are having that hard time. Valo does get shut down, and it goes to Zaxi, the perfect person it could have gone to. Zaxi went from like level 13 to 15.
Yeah, that is a big ol' shutdown. Having blinked right into the updraft there does take a bit of damage, but now they're pressuring the Fire Giant. Only individual remaining for Roll the Dice is Hexen. With no ultimate, doesn't feel like he has much of a chance to actually get in there and contest it. So Fire Giant does go down at 18.5 minutes, and it's gonna be tough here, just depending on where Food Driver Globe does decide to start to push the tower's objectives, what have you. Ancient Fury is about halfway to spawning, got like 100 or so seconds left on that, but oh my god, will Zaxi get a purple buff? He does.
Let's go.
That's crazy.
I was kind of rooting for it at this point. Tegveer will not run into Zaxi either. We'll see the purple buff down. Maybe Tegveer feels happy for Zaxi too. You never know.
Oh man, you deserve that one, bud. Go off. You get a kill and a purple? Yeah.
Tegveer likes to 1v1 so much. There's part of me that almost wouldn't be surprised at that, where it's like, all right, we're getting even. Meet me in lane. Let's go.
Meet me in lane. Your purple versus mine, which is better.
Oh, happens to leading Tegveer through also. The left side of the jungle has belonged to happen this game to an insane extent on this Sobek. I mean, the 2 levels over Baron, it's pretty easy to figure out where they've come from, even if you look elsewhere aside from the slash line.
Yeah, certainly. Those speed buffs and purple buffs, they've been mighty tasty in the pocket of Happen, who's gobbled up that XP as much as humanly possible. Heading back to base to finish off an item or 2 in the build here. Does have some solid anti-heal for the Baron, for the Ama, for the Chak. A little bit of life steal from the Jingwei, but not the main focus of that character. But regardless, combo that with Sickening Strike, and you're certainly not going to be healing for very much. But speaking of something that's not going to be healing for much, the Pyromancer is now down, which gives us a look at the clock here. 20 minutes on the dot. Ooh, guess what? That means Ancient Fury is on the way in just a couple seconds more. The question is, are we going to see them get this mid tower beforehand? Seems like a yes.
Food Drive for Globe, one thing they're going to be very good at is sieging and objectives, and they understand that just as well. The tier 2 goes down, and they're even teasing the idea of a Phoenix, but more on the line of what Lermy was talking about. That Ancient Fury seems like the best play. Wipe the jungle, meet up with the Hercules. You have an Ancient Fury, you have a tier 2 ready for the picking. Almost an ult on the Zaxi, who does get the airstrike away.
That will save the life of the ADC for now, but soon enough, we will have to see this ADC get back in action, considering just how much pressure Food Driver Globe is putting on Roll the Dice at this point. Another tier 2 tower does go down. Feels like not a whole lot is going the way of Roll the Dice this game, and especially once this Ancient Fury goes down, that's going to be affecting 2 Phoenixes, which is a really scary thought considering Fire Giant is still on these guys for, a little over a minute or so. Put that comboed up with a Queen Naga, and oh gosh, everything's getting real scary, real fast.
Yeah, for 21.5 minutes to 12-3 is one thing, but there's a reason I still say uh-oh territory when I look at gold, and I think
that's
15,000
not just uh-oh territory, that's panic territory.
Yeah, that's danger zone for sure. That's past it. We're way past danger at that point. I mean, level 20s are being hit by Food Drive for Globe for a while now in some instances. The build online for Tegveer alone is enough to terrify me if I'm Roll the Dice, but I've hit on this point a few times that you made, Lermy. But if Roll the Dice's key is killing Food Drive for Globe, we have not seen that this game, and how are you going to do it now?
Yeah, that is the tough part. You kind of have to get lucky at this point. I hate to say it because both of these teams are very strong competitors in their own right. The problem is that when you get into a position like this against a team as strong as Food Drive for Globe, they don't let go of that position very easily. They've got to make quite a few mistakes here. Karmic is getting poked out, slowed down, tossed around, but the boulder's going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Globe comes in with a snipe, and a huge Phantom Shell there does keep the Hercules alive. Sitting in that heal is going to be good as well. Karmic gets one for himself, and another. Make that 2. Good try. Roll the dice.
Karmic won't die! I'm so impressed by Karmic, but Roll the Dice, just the worst case scenario there. Lermy just unable to find anything. Vixium can just run around. Happen's not going to give up that chase. This should just be the end of the game for Food Drive for Globe. They play the fight perfect. Karmic unable to go down and roll the dice. They have to look towards game number 2 to find some answers. They got 5 seconds until Revo's up, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Titan down to 2K. Vixium never backed, and that'll do it. Game number 1 goes to Food Drive for Globe.
That is a tough loss to start the day with. But thankfully, best of 3. Not the end of the world here for Roll the Dice. They certainly saw what their weak points were in this game, and I'm really hoping that they recognize those, take those to the drafts coming forward, and really start to turn around. Because realistically, the drafts were fine. There was no problem with what they had picked in terms of their gods. The play on field was where the biggest issue lied, at least from me, from our top level observation, what we were able to see as observers, right? It's a little bit different than what they get to see on the field, but hopefully they get a little bit of time to reflect on that last game and bring something new into game number 2.
You've got to wash it off. You made it this far to playoffs. You can't let one game bring the mentals down, and I'm sure they will have some fight. But we'll be right back with more of this set between Food Drive and Roll the Dice. Don't go anywhere.
And then I said, that's not Bacchus, that's Bilson's mother. That one always makes me laugh. But enough about my weekend. Hey, Gormizer, what's new with you?
Just picked up my SMITE 2 Founders Edition.
Very nice.
Purchased it on my preferred gaming platform just yesterday.
Nice skin.
It's Cacodemon Ymir. It comes with all SMITE 2 gods. Forever.
That's very cool, Gormizer, but that's nothing. Look at this. Nightstalker Neath and Ascension passes for 11 Alpha Launch gods. What do you think?
Geez, that is really super. How'd a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
Can't believe that Bandy prefers Chelly's Founders Edition to mine.
Very nice. Impressive. Let's see J-Max Founder Edition.
Look at that avatar, badge, and title. The tasteful thickness of Tier 5 Fallen Zeuskia. Oh my god, it even comes with Ascension passes for all 23 Alpha gods.
Don't be like this psycho and upgrade your Founders Edition, so you don't miss out on Nightstalker Neath, Tier 5 Fallen Zeus, and Ascension passes for the first 23 gods. Upgrade today.
That's right, Founders Editions are available now, so upgrade today. Why not? You'd be able to show off the tasteful thickness of Tier 5 Zeus to your best of friends. And if you're playing SMITE 2, if you've gotten in through one of the keys and you don't have the Founders Edition, why not grab it today? You have that base edition you can grab that gives you some legacy gems, gives you Cacodemon Ymir, but you can upgrade at any time. You can go for deluxe, add on the Nightstalker Neat skin, one of the best skins in the game, IMO. And of course, there's the Ultimate Founders Edition. Grab yourself the Ascension passes for the first 23 gods on top of the Tier 5 Fallen Zeus skin. The Ascension passes are filled with emotes and probably my favorite thing, the global emotes, especially the On Her one. Lots to show off in game, so upgrade today. It's still Malum, it's still Lermy, and we're still rocking playoffs for North America. It's day number 2 of week 1 of the playoffs and the road to Las Vegas. And game number 1 was decisive, I think is a good word for game number 1. And roll the dice, they've got to change something.
Certainly. I mean, we saw them put in a lot of attempts in terms of the player versus player action. But you can kind of tell here with these stats, it didn't really work out in their favor to use that strategy. I think, as I said in the post-game analysis before, that their draft is totally fine. You want to play Alma mid? By all means, go for it. However, their action, their gameplay, their general vibe of what they aimed for with this draft was off the mark. And I think they recognize that, right? I mean, I don't even know if poor Zaxi got a purple buff this game, if Vixium got a speed. I think they realize now, after the first game, what they have to go back and look for in game number 2. Because as we talked about, happened just an absolute menace in that left-hand side jungle. You cannot leave this support alone with your jungle, or else it'll be gone the next time you see it.
Happen really did look fantastic. It's one of the funny things about Food Drive for Globe. We talk a lot about Valo. I know Tegvir got a lot of attention with the way that he was playing Sasano ADC into Zapman and looking for 1v1s. And of course, Karmic had some really standout games too. But I think Happen means a lot to the team of Food Drive for Globe, because a lot of what they tend to bring lives and dies with Happen and how they go through. I think that's one of their keys to success. Roll the dice. They got to find their key, and what better place to find it than P's and B's? Let's head into that for game number 2. And Lermy, we saw the Zeus, we saw the Fenrir. We mixing it up, or are we seeing the same bands come through?
Honestly, I think you're chilled to just run it back. Like I said, I don't think drafts were the issue. It's definitely a lot of the stuff that we were seeing on field, whether that be not really defending their buffs, not really going for active ganks or active invades. I do think that they need to make sure that they are picking up where they left off in the last game, but hopefully 2 or 3 steps ahead. And I think the easiest way to do that, if you roll the dice, is, if I'm being honest, leave open Zeus. And you might say, Lermy, you're crazy, Zeus is OP. However, if you are the team that gets the Zeus, you're kind of happy about that, aren't you?
That's a good call. Plus, you force Food Drive into maybe banning that Zeus. You open up for yourself potentially the Fenrir. that we saw be so contest in game number 1. You can also look to take away something, and the Zeus is banned alongside the Sobek. The Baron is the focus of attention for Roll the Dice, so they feel good about the way the Baron felt in game number 1. And you know, I didn't hate the Baron either. I feel like a lot of the potential avenues back in we saw can all be pointed to the Baron.
Yeah, don't disagree. He's definitely a top support, and there was a lot of help there from Revo on this Baron support to try and make things happen. Revo was in the majority of the right places at the right time. Problem is that Sobek does do a lot of work up against Sobek, but I'm excited for this one, bro. We saw it happen on the Sobek last game. Bringing out the Yamoja. That's what we love to see. A really, really high skill cap god on such a strong player is going to be just a joy to watch. Always love to highlight the supports, and Yamoja is one that definitely deserves it.
Roll the Dice do get the Fenrir, so they took that risk and it works out, and we might be going double dog. Also, you had the Fenrir already locked in. The Anubis Hover is the answer to the Cern and Yamoja, and there it is, double dog composition for Roll the Dice. A completely new look already and a new general vibe that you were talking about. It's there for Roll the Dice. Problem is, and this is always going to be one I point out with Food Drive for Globe, you've given Valo once again Loki, which is one of Valo's, I mean, I'll be ambitious and even say iconic for Valo. It's one of Valo's top picks, and it just looks so good so far in the road to Vegas.
Yep, we're seeing a run back here for the dual lane, which I think is honestly fine. You know, it might be a little bit concerning to see them stick to the same game plan, but I do think in general the god selection was good. But this is what I love to see. This mix-up over in solo, Chalk gets taken away.
If danger sets foot on my doorway,
not a single
I'll destroy it.
From
It's quite simple, really.
Can get out of that cage. You pair that with a little bit of Baron zombie action, Anubis able to go through and take up the big area with those grasping hands, and making sure that once you all come together, you've got a really strong team fight. I think this Odin brings the comp right together, especially when there's so much healing focus with the Emoja, with the Chalk, with the Kern. All of those guys together getting stuck in that little itty bitty box is going to be a great pathway forward.
Closer we get to game, the more excited I get, especially now that we have the Hecate locked in for Food Drive for Globe. I feel like one of the things Hecate is going to bring is comfort for Globe in particular. Didn't seem the most comfortable on the Raw in game number 1 and had pretty low player damage, especially compared to the rest of the team. Maybe the Hecate will be that difference maker. I don't know. Game 2's got to go different somehow. Let's see if it does and head on to the battleground. I'm pretty pumped up. I want to see Roll the Dice have some life this game and make me a believer. And Food Drive for Globe, they just got to keep doing the same thing. It's Melm, Lermy, and Doug still on cast for you. Nothing is crazy so far this game in terms of looking at gods. You know, this is a mid. It's all good. It's all normal. Relics-wise, kind of a similar story. A lot of combat blinks out and happen. Not this time. Roll the Dice. Said no. You will not have our speed or purple on cooldown to start this game. And a first blood goes to Zaxi, as opposite as you can get from game number 1.
Absolutely a great start for this Jingwei to be able to get some pressure, especially onto that Emoja Kern lane. You love to see stuff like that happen. I do think there was a little bit of the blinders on for Happen. Should have had enough time to see him, just wasn't looking for it. Perhaps not enough respect put on to Roll the Dice after what happened last game, thinking that he was going to be able to get away with another sneaky, cheeky invade. Not this time. Certainly not. And we do actually have Valo lurking around in this left-hand side in case we see kind of the reverse Uno here of Revo actually going for this invade. But it'll have to be a lucky steal here as he hasn't got the Sunder, does have the Shelf. So I doubt he's going to go for it wholeheartedly, but Happen, not one to be deterred, does seem to be going over and once again harassing Zaxi, even though Zaxi does have a kill already.
It's turned into a very wild start. Happen will go right for the Pathfinder buff, which has already been grabbed by the Fenrir. Revo will fight for the purple, but have to walk away. As you mentioned, no Sunder. Still looking for the steal, and did not get it away. Tegvir secures the purple. Happen will meet Zaxi in jungle, now level 2 on the Jingwei, dashing in. Autos finding a nice home. This adds some CC. That might be a second death for Happen. Tegvir getting closer now to try to help out. Will it be there in time? Seems not. At a body block. One more auto will bring down Happen. There it is. and Zaxi with their second kill in just 1 minute of game time. The first one came before the minions were even here.
Yeah, this is a huge turnaround here. Just an unfortunate series of events here for Happen. First death could have pretty easily been prevented, but now that he's 0-2, looking a little bit tougher here for this Yamoja. Still at level 1 thus far in. I mean, so is Revo, to be fair. However, getting that double assist in the pocket is never a bad thing, certainly. And that also means that there's even more guaranteed farm for Vixium to come home to on this left-hand side, assuming that Happen doesn't go for the same strategy again, which by all means, you'd think that now that Roll the Dice has experienced it firsthand, they should probably take it a different direction this game. But, oh my god, when you go as hard as Tegveer diving that tower, maybe you come back to duo and you focus it after all.
Tegveer heard the allegations of being a Sasano one-trick in lane, and I think took that personally for playoffs. I mean, diving under tower with the CERN just is a completely different vibe, but it's fantastic. It fits that aggressive playstyle that Food Drive for Globe seems to thrive when they have the confidence to utilize. Totem up, might be a fight around it. You have Vixium here, Karmic, looking for some poke and Hexen, won't find much. It's gonna be a dangerous dance in solo for the short term. Vixium still lurking, same can be said for Valo. When the minions meet, it all might just break down. The first step in for the Loki onto Hexen, who's already low. Fenrir goes in, finds some decent CC, but the damage is too good on the Hexen. That's a dead Odin, and an escaping Loki. Val will get away with it.
The little back there to bait out Karmic, perhaps. I mean, still a lot of damage coming out of this shock, but thought he was going to be able to walk away from that one. He's got to back it up just a little bit before getting away, and that was really dicey there for a second for Valo. Does make it out, like you said, with 1 HP to spare. Nice little heal and slow immune there for the Baron. Will be keeping those guys topped off, but Zaxi's taking a lot of poke from this Warrior Zax, man. You can kind of see why this item is so valuable on these characters that all they really do is poke.
I'm such a Warrior Zax believer in ADC. The first time I saw it, I was watching Brazil games, and it looked so fantastic. And then I think not long after that, we were starting to see it in Founders. But every time I see it, I feel like the boxing is just, it's so hard to watch for the ADC that didn't go it, assuming they did not. It feels like it gives you such an advantage of how aggressive you're able to posture. Maybe being a bit too aggressive might be the end here. This is a full-on gank looking for Food Drive for Globe. Happen will be the only one stuck out. Tegveer's already gone. And Happen, not level 5, I almost feel like you take that considering, and you get Tegveer away. Kind of wild.
Yeah, Happen is not mad being the sacrificial lamb here. I mean, I think if anyone is going to be doing it, your support's going to, and it just gets Tegveer that much further ahead. But you know what I'm excited about here, Malum? I'm excited that Roll the Dice have adapted from game number 1. They came to defend their buffs, and that is a huge step of improvement here to play around this style. Hopefully we see a little bit more than just playing around the buffs this game, but still an excellent start for them in this game. Finding, you know, not quite a lead as of this point in time, but they're not down by any regards.
Wild Hunt gonna hit. Close to a kill on the Zaxi. Airstrike out. Happen will be waiting on the other side. The damage is on, and Happens got it. Nice revenge there for the Yemo. And Food Drive for Globe pick up their third total team kill. You've got Vixium looking for the gank. Tegveer will blink away. The Ragnarok will bring back Happen under the tower by a lot. I don't think the Riptide's getting you away this time. It will not. That last tower shot brings down Happen for their 4th death. Roll the Dice have 4 kills. So we're wondering why the scoreboard's got 4. Just look to the support.
Poor Happen. Dying for the cause. Certainly does work out. This Odin is in quite a bit of trouble though. Double ult committed on, and that will work for now. Just not enough damage from that tower to be able to really put Karmic in any sort of real danger at this point in time. But a very excellent pick there for that solo laner, trying to continue to push this lead, especially going for an interesting selection here, being this prophetic cloak on the shock. Thinking, yeah, he's got quite a lot of poke, gonna be able to get those stacks up real nice and easy, especially considering the buff to that axe throw earlier in the month does help him with just throwing an axe out, see if you get a stack. If you don't, no big deal. And gonna feel really nice, especially when they're able to rotate and grab some more magical stacks as well.
Vixium waiting for Happen. Damage on, stun out. The River's Rebuke will be the answer, but can Happen get away from this? You've got a rotation out as well from the Baron. But they can't find Happen, who's already stepped away. Life of the party, definitely off the mark. Tough way that worked out in lane. Lurmy, I've got to point something out that I'm really impressed by, but from Food Drive, you wanted last game a lot of attention solo to answer what we saw in duo. Food Drive for Globe are the ones doing that, and Zaxi gets caught. Wild Hunt, damage out, will airstrike away. Can Revo get away? Has the heal, should be all right. Evades the stun and gets away. Vixium also rotating out. But Food Drive for Globe have put the attention on solo this time, and that's been the answer you wanted. Vixium's been trying to respond in duo, and it's been helping out. The Ragnarok to bring back Tegvir. Remember, that CERN went blink. No beads online to survive it. And a purple buff secured for Roll the Dice, might I add.
Things are turning around on all angles here. Yes, those kills, for the most part, were onto the support, but kills are kills at the end of the day. And Vixium, 3-0-1, is finally able to bring back and really show what they can do in this match in particular. I think it's going to be especially important going forward that they continue to push aggressively, because so thus far, we've seen a lot of defensive play, but hey, the defensive play is working. It's looking really good thus far. They're just going to make sure that they can keep it up to turn it around when it comes to that late game time, especially because Karmic is making such a lead for themselves over in the solo lane.
One interesting item that I've noticed is the starts comparatively for the jungle. The Pendulum Blade for Valo on the Loki. That's not something I feel like we see too often.
No, it's a very exciting choice as well, because it's been kind of out of meta just due to how expensive it is, but the active ability is where it gets crazy, reducing all of your cooldowns by 3 seconds. And considering that Loki already gets the Vanish cooldown reset on a kill or assist, means that there's going to be quite a lot of invisible trickery going on for this jungler should they get to that point in the game. Zaxi, though, has to dash away with the agility, does make it pretty far away, but ult is forced there by the walls up from the Emoja, and that just might be enough to consider some pressure onto Gold Fury. But Vixium, back in the dual lane, knows where the problem is at and knows exactly how to deal with it. The pressure returns. Zaxi will be the bait, and we'll see if Happen and Tegvir actually decide to get aggressive up here. They are smart. They certainly know that the jungle is missing at this point, so they're going to take it nice and easy in this lane. And considering that Valo's on the way, it might just be a bait in the other direction as well.
Feels like eventually one of these dual lane fights has to lead to a gold. We were already seeing objectives pulled by this time in the previous game. Obviously, a very different flow to it. But if you can keep creating those opportunities, only makes sense objectives would be your next go-to. And Vixium is still lurking in this dual lane to maybe a fault, is now Tegvir backing. Vixium will not find it. Trouble in the mid lane for Waddle. The commitment out from Valo. The ult will not be enough. Waddle escapes double ultimates from the jungle mid combination of Food Drive for Globe and gets away with it too. That's a pretty positive pickup. We keep talking about the gold. Now it's 2 big time ultimates down for it.
Yeah, Vixium, though, passes
Still
right
lurking.
by Happen. Happen has no idea that the Fenrir is there, passing right over a ward. Zaxi, however, does seem to want to at least bait the engagement here, does try going for this purple, but the question is, who will secure it? That Sundering Arc certainly will do it, but Happen may be in some amount of danger at this point, as the Talisman is forced out, but Vixium is doing so much damage. Airstrike comes out, not going to be on the mark, but does do some decent damage to Tegvir, who's turning it right back around with a Bramble Blast, but knows that it's not going to last forever in terms of that damage pressure. And considering how much is getting thrown the way of Hexen, sounds like a perfect opportunity to me to go for the Gold Fury.
Remember that ultimate's down for Globe on Hecate on the way. I have to rely on the Spell Eater for the steal. Can you get it? No. Roll the dice with the first Gold Fury of the game at 10 minutes and 24 seconds. Turns out that ultimate being used in mid did matter quite a ton, because with how close Globe got without it, I kind of like the chances had it been up, but roll the dice. That doesn't give them a gold lead, but the fact they're keeping it so close, when you compare it to game number 1, Lermy, it almost makes it feel like it's a gold lead for Roll the Dice.
They certainly learned from that first game, which is exactly what we were hoping to see out of Roll the Dice. And coming back into this game number 2 with the unfortunate fashion that game number 1 occurred, it's really nice to see that these teams are able to turn that mental back around, take a tough loss, and you learn from it. That's the most important thing when it comes down to these matchups. We're getting pulled in by opening the gates. Lots and lots of damage to the Waddle. Pops the Phantom Shell. Might just be able to get it with this last hit from the bubble, but Globe is going to get it instead. Not much that Revo can do to respond at this point. Gonna have to just back it up.
Every pick like that will mean a ton. I especially look at characters like Nakate when we see that, who's been so good and so dominant at times throughout the Founders series. A little bit quieter in the most recent weeks due to some upcoming gods and releases and such, but I don't know. I feel like Food Drive, you give Globe a strong performing magical character and you get damage across like that, you get them ahead, you'll see some good things happen. Nixium, Ragnarok, finds Valo, brings him under the tower. That should be the death of the Blink, the old combination to get away. Pendulum Blade for more cooldown. You'll have the invis up to survive. The juke onto the jump. No way. Valo gets away with this. No way indeed. Nixium was a knower, and Valo goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate turn there from the Odin to show up at just the right time to force them back in the direction away. Karmic there gets stuck, is forced into the ultimate to try and get that damage mitigation too far away from the team, gets the teleport off, but the pull back in will be enough for Zaxi to secure that kill, and they might just turn this around. Tower did almost go down on the side of Roll the Dice, but considering that all 5 members are here on this mid-tier 1 tower, that one's going to be Denzo. And I'm looking at that gold number, I'm not seeing a lead in either direction. The game has been fully equalized.
Again, it's so crazy to me because even though it's even, just the way Roll the Dice played game 1, to see them even, it makes it feel like they have the dominant position this game. Food Drive for Globe look very different in some aspects, strong in others still. Tegvir has not looked bad this game, and Valo has still looked clean. But those strengths aren't so much there. A lot of it was the answer you wanted, the answer of being prepared for Food Drive to show up in your jungle, and Roll the Dice have done that. And Zaxi has lived a lot more, has a lot more farm online. But now where do you go from here? I mean, we're at that 13-minute mark. We've got the 1 goal down. What's sort of that next turning point where Roll the Dice can try to get ahead even further of Food Drive?
Yeah, I mean, Pyromancer is going to be the next best look, and oh man, is this a excellent sight compared to the last game. I was actually able to pick up that purple, and Vixium just lurking in this left-hand side jungle. This dual lane has yet to have a break from the doggo thus far. Emoja being forced into that Talisman of Purification early because realistically, she's got no way to get beat. She's got to make sure that she gets the Sunder for the secures, but is going to be constantly the target for the Ragnarok, for the life of the party. And we've been seeing that this far all game long. Ultimate forced out from Valo, tries to get some extra farm there, does not find it. Happen though, has nailed down the position of Vixium in this grass, but a little reverse Uno revenge for this game. Vixium happy, walking away a happy doggo to be getting the enemy speed buff for a change. You'll love to see it.
Fenrir has just mattered so much. Continues to put pressure out. Force the beads away. Nakate, thanks to the Ragnarok, which I feel like we keep seeing things burned away from Globe. And every time we see something burned from Globe, the next big engagement, you say, oh, if only they had that one thing that they just lost. We'll see if that continues with the Gold Fury just around the corner.
Gold's up, Pyro's up as well. Both soul laners making their way over to the mid lane. Chuck just lurking in the grass here. Probably looking for some more of those magical stacks, but a very interesting build from this Chalk as well. Going Teko Kagi is actually going to be doing a moderate amount of damage. Does force out the blink there from Waddle, which makes him a very unsafe pupper going into this fight. A lot of the times you go blink because as Anubis, of course, you've got no movement ability. So it's a little bit tricky to maneuver in and out of the fights. The blink does help. But now that that is down, gonna be a bit tough if anyone chooses to dive them. I mean, especially this Chalk. Chalk's up at level 15. It's getting a lot of stacks up on that Prophetic, so it does feel nice to be able to get a couple of magical ones while you take your little detour over in mid. But Hexen has not gone back, and that might mean that there's a lot more danger here for Valo, who's forced to use the Assassinate out.
Roll the dice, aware of what they just forced. They also got the beads and Akate. Will pull the Gold Fury. Who's got the answer? Happens the closest. Now you've got Tegvir on the way. The gold's already down to 2k and burning quickly. The attempt for the steal is there,
Ooh,
and it is stolen away by Food Drive for Globe. But the fight looking okay for Roll the Dice until 4 get brought back to Food Drive. A perfect open of gates. Can you capitalize? Not so far. Might have been a death warrant for Globe. So they get this steal away. They get a big time ult in terms of looks. But Roll the Dice get the pick after.
Yeah, that is one of the most unfortunate Hecate ults I think I've seen in a long time. You bring 4 people right to your doorstep. Not something you want as the lone remaining relatively immobile mage here for the Hecate. An attempt was made for Roll the Dice to pick up this Pyromancer, but not going to take it at this point in time. Karmic does pick it up pretty tanky in comparison to the damage that that objective brings. So in the meantime, we'll be seeing Valo roll on up to be able to get some extra damage with that. And at least Food Drive for Globe is able to secure that Pyromancer. So Gold Lead feeling pretty okay when it comes down to it. Nothing like last game, certainly, but getting that Gold Fury does matter here because that is going to be a huge help when it comes to keeping that gold lead.
Vixium looking for Tegvir, has Zaxi in tow. Response isn't too close. Happen was too far away, and Tegvir will go down. A rampage for Vixium. Right side of the map, the response is there, and Valo will pick up their second kill on the Loki. So 10-6 now. And you know, one thing important too, Food Drive for Globe, no doubt, were the favorites coming into the matchup. Game 1 cemented that fact. So for Roll the Dice to look like this here in Game 2, even more impressive for Vixium to have the game we're seeing. Incredible, realistically speaking. I mean, if they take this game, I don't even know what kind of mindset we go into Game 3 with, and for sure we're talking too early, but I'm just so impressed so far. This is a very new Roll the Dice.
Yep, Food Drive for Globe still does maintain that 1k lead though, despite just losing a tower there, despite nearly losing a jungler there. I've just been watching Vixium this whole game, man. I do think that the turnaround from game number 1 to game number 2 is just monumental for this 5-0-4 jungler. Going a bit tanky here as well with the Pharaoh's Curse. Did recently receive a nerf, but still incredibly strong selection in general, just for the potency of that slow to keep people kind of pinned down. That's what Fenrir loves to do. Does end up being a little bit more supporty feeling, but to be honest, if you've got the lead, do with it as you will. And picking up such a strong active in that case, yes, you might not be getting more kills as we get into the late game, but the important part is that you are contributing heavily to this team fight, especially when it comes down to taking down that relatively immobile Hecate as well as the Kronos.
I mean, a lot of my brain is geared this way from covering it lately, but other regions, Lermy, they've been on the hybrid Fenrir tech for a while. It's been their meta in a lot of instances. I think of APAC in particular. And to see it working this well, it makes it clear as to why it's been a thing in those regions for months now at this point. And Vixium is making it work, and Food Drive for Globe now grouped. The Naga was the main point of contest. You've got an engage coming out from Karmic, who's pulled in and ulted down. I don't know if that poke was worth it. Vixium gets away from the main clump of Food Drive as well. So you're down 1 and for no gain.
I mean, here's the thing. You remember back in the early days of Prophetic Cloak in Smite 1 where you might be doing a little bit of inting to get some stacks? Karmic probably got a ton of stacks in that last engagement. Was hitting the Baron, was hitting the Anubis. A lot of magical stacks to be had there, but this is concerning for this Kronos. Runs back towards the mid lane to try and find a safe space, but there's no safe space to be had when you're facing down all 5 members of Roll the Dice who somehow still not finding themselves in a gold lead situation. But with a Fire Giant on their side, that may change rather quickly.
Remember, we had the pick on Karmic. The respawn's yet to be had. Tegvir down now for 30 seconds. But watch Valo has the flank. Roll the Dice have their backs turned to the Loki. They go for the engage. Might find a pick early on. Vixium jumping forward as Happen will fall behind. Now Valo going in, but there's no backup to be had for Valo. The Pendulum Blade pop, needing the cooldowns to get away. Can't even ult, can't even blink. Just dies to Hexen. Roll the Dice walk away with 2 more picks. That does slow down their bid for the Fire Giant.
They might still go for it here, but I doubt that they're going to make any real progress. A little bit greedy there was Val not popping the ult to get away, but hey man, if I'm Karmic right now, stacks are stacks for this Prophetic Cloak. there is a decent amount of progress being made onto this fire giant at this point. Thinking about half health, Karmic is very tanky, all things considered. Might be a little bit less tanky when put into the jaws of the Fenrir. Does get a small teleport away, and that's going to mean a world of difference here for this soul laner, able to barely escape that crazy offensive there from Roll the Dice.
I feel like a lot of that, wow, yeah, I feel like that entire engagement falls down to Karmic just working overtime for Food Drive. I mean, there's no
For
other
those
way
stacks.
of looking at that one. Yeah, the stacks are
Going in the stack
stacks
farm.
and forcing Roll the Dice to slow down and maneuver around that fire. Because I liked the call you made. If they might still be able to do this and force the issue. But Karmic just being a nuisance slows everything down. And when you look at gold, it really made a difference because that's no fire, that's no significant lead really anywhere.
This is one crazy, crazy close game thus far. Humongous turnaround from what we saw in game number 1, that both teams can be this neck and neck and really not have any clear victor at this point in the game, when at this point last game the game was practically over and we were sitting 15k in the lead of Food Drive for Globe. But game number 2, completely different story. Pyromancer being acknowledged here by Roll the Dice. Not much response to be had from Food Drive for Globe, but not a big deal. Pyromancer, Pyromancer, that's what I say at the end of the day. Nobody's picking up that bomb though. No, that's a sin.
That's the worst. Especially on Spectator.
Guys, please.
Because you
Pick it
just have to
up.
watch it, you know. For the longest time to see it sitting there. If the Anubis through, he'll grab it on the way.
Guys,
All right, where do we go? No
Please?
bomb, which is upsetting, especially with fire around the corner.
I'm
That extra
very
secure
upset.
would be lovely right now.
Look how many consumable slots are open. They've got slots.
Vixium has to know, surely. Come
Okay,
on.
Vixium doesn't have a slot. Of all the people, he's the only one that doesn't have a slot.
Come on. Wait, let's go!
Okay, yeah, we got it. There we go.
We're so
ladies
back.
and gentlemen. We got the pick up there from Waddle. Well done to this Anubis. Able to secure the bomb for themselves. But now you know what that means? That means it's now Waddle's turn to be responsible for the fire giant secure. And that's a scary thought.
Yeah, I'm always the one who volunteers to go for the steals, but when it comes to the bomb, I might be the worst person in the world in terms of timing, so I understand the stress of trying to time out that damage, especially with a team like Food Drive, who have just had so much sneaky pop, especially from Globe. We saw that earlier. We saw happen with the Gold Fury steal earlier as well, so you can never really rest on your laurels if you are Roll the Dice. Not resting, trying to bring down Karmic. Life of the party will catch, get the stun across. Karmic gets knocked away, now stuck in the cage, and has the torrent out, and will live the chase from Hexen. Not enough damage to take out the Chalk. So a lot burned from both sides there, but the Chalk gets away. The Hekate ultimate down, fire, an option.
Certainly an option worth going for. The pressure would be nice considering 2 members of Food Drive for Global Impact to base with both Sunders available on the side of Food Drive for Globe. It's going to be a question of who gets to actually make their way inside. Happen, though, is getting picked, uses the Talisman of Purification a little bit early, but the turnaround by Happen from the grave onto Wild is going to be huge in terms of their damage onto this objective. Chase is going through. Aegis forced there by the Jingwei, but that is a shutdown onto Zaxi. And another one followed up by Tegbeer onto Hexen. Fire Giant on the way for Food Drive for Globe. And we thought, you know, this game was a little bit even before, but it's about to be broken wide open.
What a fight from Food Drive. There's a lot to break down with it, but Food Drive so far, I mean, it feels like they've been able to handle fighting while even so much better than Roll the Dice, and now they're ahead. What does that Fire Giant mean, and not just in terms of what they can bring siege-wise, but with how open the map still is, with how much farm and objectives are still on the map? What's Roll the Dice's answer? Can you contest? Were you close enough that you can fight into this fire, or is it going to be too much?
It's going to be tough, right? I do think the game is very close. It's really going to depend for me on how Tegbeer positions, right? Because Hekate does some great damage, surely. Surely she does. However, it's not going to be comparable at all when it comes to actually pushing the objectives and who actually does damage to your Gold Furies, your towers, etc. That's going to be the Chronos, through and through. gotta be keeping him alive. And honestly, they've got a great comp for it between the shield from Globe, the heal from Happen, a lot of peel across the board. And we know, like, high-level players, they be loving this emoji for that specific reason. Able to finally play a little bit defensive, right? Emoji can kind of do both in that situation. But the main goal here is keep this Karnos alive by whatever means necessary. And push, because that's realistically what they've got left on the map to do. 3 tier 2 towers remain, 3 phoenixes also up by that same measure. So lots of gold still to be had, but at 26.5 minutes, we're getting relatively close towards the end of the game here. Getting forced by Valo, huge damage from the Loki. Gotta be careful though, because Vixium is lurking.
Vixium does not seem to want to force that 1v1. But yeah, damage done. Hexen down. And on a siege defense, we all know how good Odin can be on the siege defense. And while I feel like you're in a spot where you can softly defend tier 2s, now having to give them up without the Odin, that does not feel great to be roll the dice.
Yeah, especially with this new +1 from Umoja being able to increase the damage dealt by these basic attacks coming out of the Karnos feels real nice. If you are Happen right now to be able to pass that along to the Karnos, who already, by the way, has some bonus damage in both his 1 and his passive in some regard. Able to chunk down those towers like nobody else. But realistically here, it seems like better safe than sorry. Maybe a bit of a misinput there for the open the gates. But regardless, making some room to grab some more of these towers. Third one on the map going down via Valo. And with that just leaves the 3 phoenixes remaining. A little bit of time left on that fire giant, so still able to go further if they want to, but gotta be a little safe considering Valo's got no ult, Globe's got no ult. Gotta take it nice and easy.
Yeah, no rush. Right side, the engage for the Phoenix is there, but Valo takes a lot of damage. Really only from one ability of Waddle. So Anubis is doing Anubis things. On the right side, Phoenix Siege will cease. Food Drive back up in mid. See, this really taking their time. They're going for that death by 1,000 cuts play on Roll the Dice, and I think that's smart, Lerm, because we have seen Roll the Dice a few times now in this set. Really shoot themselves in the foot, overcommit in some spots, misread things, with the exception maybe of Vixium. So I like the idea of kind of whittling them down and forcing them into those mistakes, as you mentioned.
Yeah, with 2 bombs on the board, Blink coming back up for the Karnos as well. Realistically, not that big of a deal to wait for the Ancient Fury if you want to. That will make the sieging so much easier when it comes up. And considering that Roll the Dice were just previously pretty even with Food Drive for Globe, which, by the way, take a look at those graphs, my friends. It's 10k in the pockets of Food Drive for Globe at this point, a little closer to 9, but regardless, that is a humongous turnaround compared to every other instance in this game thus far. And this lead, I would say, is getting dangerous, right? But most everybody is nearing that level 20 mark, if not completely hitting it, with the only exception being the supports, and that's to be expected.
Yeah, that's true. I'm with that. Man, it's crazy how fast it exploded for Roll the Dice. It still feels close, because it is. All Phoenix is up. You didn't lose one. You can contest this fire. You can make a play where you want. And there's the play. Ragnarok out, brings one back. Valo still alive, not barely open the gates though, is perfect. Look at the damage it causes. Waddle down, Vixium to follow. One more auto will do it. There's that auto, a double kill for Tegvir. Valo will find Hexen, and it's exploding once again on the landing. Zaxi goes down, trips for Tegvir. Baron added to the pile, a double and a triple, equal a deicide, equal a 2-0 for Food Drive for Globe and all worlds. They just got to run it down and end it.
Yeah, that was a scary situation. Turned right back around. Roll the dice, go for a play on that upper right-hand side by the blue buff. Gets a really good pickup, and Valo does not die. And that is the single thorn in the side here against Roll the Dice. If they get that, take that fight goes so unbelievably differently, because 2 kills for the Loki in that fight, 3 for the Kurnos. And that'll just clean it up right then and there. Easy 2-0 for Food Drive for Globe.
Yeah, easy peasy. That's how you wrote it up if you were Food Drive for Globe, at least in terms of the ending. But in the beginning, Roll the Dice did show a lot. And reminder, this is double elim, so roll the dice, they're not gone from the competition, and I feel like that's really important to mention because
Yeah.
Food Drive for Globe are undeniably a top team for North America. If you can put on a performance like that, if you roll the dice in your very first matchup, and you can learn a lot from it, they might be a sneaky team to watch as a kind of a hidden and quiet underdog as we get through the remainder of this bracket.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we could see palpable improvement between game 1 and 2. I mean, this was just a different team going into game number 2 realistically. Roll the dice, kept it even, kept it close all the way up till that last fire giant where things just started to fall apart, and small mistakes this time led to really big impacts that unfortunately did lead them to fall in this matchup. But again, like you said, so much to learn from this game. And considering how fast they applied what they learned from game number 1, I'm excited to see what more that they bring going forward in this tournament as well.
We'll get the stats from game number 2 and how it all broke down. Roll the dice again, do fall 0-2 to Food Drive for Globe. And Food Drive, I mean, they still got it from the previous
They still got it.
portions of the road to Vegas, that's for sure. Valo, once again, a standout. Tegvir, a traditional ADC, and Tegvir looked fantastic. I never was against this Asano ADC, but to see Tegvir rock out some ranged autos and simply look fantastic, that's one of the biggest signs we've seen. And of course, Happen, game 2 not as great, Lermy, but game 1 can't be denied.
Absolutely. I mean, Happen certainly pulled their weight going into these late game fights as well, keeping people alive. That's what you like to see in these games. I mean, certainly a lot of that healing has got to be coming from Happen, just making sure that people stay alive. Yes, does get picked sometimes, but that's natural. Playing Emoja into Fenrir, getting stuck in a cage doesn't hurt either for either team really. So it's a tough situation when you're Happen this game, but regardless, I think it really does show the tenacity of this support coming out from Food Drive for Globe to go down, what was it, 1-4 earlier in this game,
Yeah.
and still have the ability to bring it back and certainly still look good despite a kind of shaky start.
Yeah, I feel like shaky start is kind of the perfect description of it, but they turned it around, and that's going to be important because even against an underdog, right? The ability to stand strong and fight back, that's something Food Drive for Globe will have to add to their toolbox the further we get, the closer we get to lands. You just have to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't be taking any opponent for granted this far into the Founders Series. I mean, it's getting really down to the wire here. These playoffs will certainly get even more crazy as we continue to go forward with some elimination matches in the future. I mean, because not everyone is getting to Vegas in this group of
Sure.
gamers. There are teams to eliminate.
It's crazy how
and teams
few,
to
right?
move forward. It's a scary thought considering that we're this close to Vegas, it feels like, but there's still so many teams that will unfortunately be cut out of that process, and everybody is fighting for those coveted spots to be in the first Smite 2 live event, and I'm just so excited to get into that.
I know if we're getting closer and closer each day, but that first set really was it was a great starting point, and crazy how many games there are yet to go. We have broadcasts throughout the day today, lots of games going on throughout the bracket as we continue through. And I'll stick by Food Drive for Globe being a team to watch. But like I said, roll the dice. They've got a lot of life left to live in this bracket. Keep your eyes on them and see what they do in the lower bracket. But we're going to take a quick break after this first set. We'll be right back with some more Smite. Don't go anywhere.
To blow this up, you can sing my song if you want. I know you want it, it's always kinda funny. Yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella. Yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round champion, a champion. Yeah. All I wanna do is just stay. You don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah.
And welcome back. Thanks for hanging out. We continue with North American playoffs for the SMITE 2 Founder Series. It's day 2, week number 1 of these playoffs on the road to Las Vegas. It's Malum, it's Lermy, and we have an absolute banger in front of us. Borch versus Scrumptious. Of all the things that we were talking about in the lead up to playoffs, it was matches like this. That was kind of the key. That was what we talked about in SMITE 2 Long Didn't Watch. That's what we talked about in previous weeks, is the kind of matchups we'd end up with the further and further we get. And these two teams, they are two teams that are poised to look to make those lands. Lermy look to compete for the Founder Series Championship, and we're getting them in round 2.
Man, this is going to be a crazy matchup, like you were just saying, Malum. I mean, these are names that you guys recognize. I mean, between the boys over on Borch, whether that be your Baskins, whether that be your Final Ks, and over on the other side, Scrumptious as well, has got a lot of those post-SPL gamers on it. I'm just so excited to see what these guys have been cooking up for the past few weeks. Didn't see them in those last chance qualifiers because, I mean, as expected of post-SPL talent, just so much crazy competition to be had going forward. I'm excited to see how these guys adapt to the meta as well, because as you know, between the month or so that it's been since they last really had a chance to get in there and play, it's changed quite a bit. We've seen Zeus rise up to the title. We've seen new gods like Sobek and Ra start to get played. I mean, even Hercules and Danza coming through are kind of new for these guys as well. I'm sure they've been scrimming and making content out of all that good stuff. You know, just the perfect kind of opportunities for those sort of things. And keeping that in mind, I'm just so excited to see what kind of things that they pick up, because it'll honestly reveal a new side of the game that we haven't quite seen in a little bit. I mean, we saw maybe a little burst of it from Food Drive for Globe in the last set, because those guys, again, have taken that month or so break that it's been. But they certainly came back swinging, and I'm excited to see which of these two teams will be doing that in this setup.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, be prepared for us to say the word excited at least 101 more
I'm going
times.
crazy.
I mean, the over-unders and us saying the word excited are going to be out of this world. But for good reason, right? I mean, the weirdest thing about this whole matchup is probably the seed that Borch is. They're such a low seed, kind of compared to what you would expect. And while we take a look at the bracket that we have updated through of the day so far that we've had going, lots of games to get through. One you were excited about, Lermy, was Mr. Play-by-Play versus Look Within. You talked about Mr. Play-by-Play maybe making to look for that come up and sort of clean themselves up after what they went through in LCQ. They do just that. And now you've got quite the test going up against Cowabunga. We just watched Food Drive for Globe. They'll be taking on Yummers. And Team Name with 5 M's are sitting comfy and awaiting the winner of Name in Progress and Kitty Party, who have gone to a full-on best of 3. So the big names are showing up so far in the bracket, Lermy, and not a lot of room for upsets up to this point, but there's still a lot of playoffs left to go. And as we keep hitting on this matchup here, Borch versus Scrumptious. Borch, again, a much lower seed than a lot of people may have anticipated coming into the playoffs. They had some stumbles in the Swiss stage. A lot of that could be kind of put up to the way their roster was constructed. Every week, it felt like they had different players swapping around roles. We saw Fine OK from support to solo. We saw Panda Cats and Pagons swapping out. But I personally, and I'd love to hear where you're looking. I'm looking at jungle, the Rat Milk versus Nog competition. Two sort of next up junglers from the SCC who used SMITE 2 as their stepping stone to get to that next level in terms of the teams they're on. And I think they're ready to go to war as we get in P's and B's.
Yeah, like you were talking about, Malum, this is just going to be a very exciting matchup all around. But the jungle is a great thing to point out because, again, all of the other names on these rosters that you can see right down below, they are past SPL professional players. They know the ins and outs of competition, but realistically, these are the two names that you might not be as familiar with. They've been coming up, of course, through the SCC and all of those great other competitions that we run here over on the SMITE esports side of things. But regardless, now that we're in picks and bans, it's time to really see which side it will be going for what. And I think, again, we're going to be going back to fighting over Zeus, Fenrir, and Sobek are the 3 that I'm thinking are sitting at the tippy top of what we will see in these picks and bans.
Yeah, 100% Zeus has got to go. I mean,
Or he stays.
Or he stays and you got to play around forcing it out. And maybe that's the play. You called that in game 2 of Food Drive for Globe versus Roll the Dice, of sort of forcing that Zeus into the discussion. And at the time, we saw Food Drive take the bait and ban out Zeus, giving Fenrir to roll the dice. Loki banned first here from Scrumptious, so they want to keep Loki away from Rat Milk. They don't want it to be in the conversation of contest, as Nog has had a pretty disgusting Loki so far throughout Founder Series as well. With the second ban slot, Odin. So Scrumptious with the option of Zeus. Feels like they got a bite.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's gotta be the play here. We've seen Zeus go crazy, but the Sobek is a respectable choice as well. I'm sure, as you all know, Zeus, no CC immunity to be had. Barely any maneuverability in that kit as well. A very prime target for a Sobek pluck should they be able to get through to it. And honestly, this Sobek could flex over to solo if they're feeling like it. Nice flexible pick. Let's liven things up, at the beginning of the draft. But Baron seems like a very natural response over in probably support. I would be surprised to see this go solo compared to the Sobek to try and match up with, but you never know. If I'm Borch though, I'm grabbing that Zeus and sending it straight into Baskin's hands, but instead it will be the Anubis. Wow. Maybe this is just a comfort pick. Maybe you see Baskin not super used to all the changes that have come into this kind of Smite 2 Zeus. But I'm surprised to see so much of this healing focus. I mean, of course, the damage between Anubis and Zeus
just as I shine
relatively comparable, right? But doubling down on the healing is a little bit scary to me when you're up against a Sobek who's got the natural anti-healing. And when anti-healing is so easy to come by.
There's a lot of different pathways we can go. We see the Kernanos lockdown for Zapman. Zapman's had some trouble playing into that god so far in Smite 2. I feel like worth noting as well. We saw Shinigami, now named I'm So Pringles, get a couple dominant games on CERN versus Zap. That's worth considering. Borch grab up the Bologna, which we saw Fine OK look fantastic on very recently against Mr. Play-by-Play. Fenrir, so another double dog composition that's been working out fantastic, which still leaves the Zeus open. Zeus is making it to the bottom 2 picks for these teams, which I would have never have had that in my bingo card.
Do I dare say it? Do they just not know the way of the Zeus? Surely not. Surely
or are they afraid of the win rate?
Yeah, the destruction that Zeus has caused. But no, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thinking that we're going a game without seeing a Zeus picked or banned. Just kidding. I lied. I'm a liar. Zeus jungle, you got it. All right, you got me.
They had us both baited, and we took the bait, and now they're gonna look fantastic. Yeah, I didn't expect Zeus to go last though. In a weird way, that's almost more surprising than it going unpicked, unbanned. Because at least then you would have said, okay, they had their game plan coming into this, but to see that, it's kind of crazy. I do want to go back to the Anubis for just a second. Baskin did play the Anubis against Garf's Goblins, I want to say, and looked unbelievable on it, so that's worth keeping our eyes on. We've seen a lot of changes between mid, solo, ADC for Borch throughout the Smite 2 Founder series so far. To see them land on a composition like this, though, Lermy, with the exception of maybe the Bologna being a standout, you were in love with this composition very recently so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love to see the Baron up in support. Anubis, of course, is a very strong pick. The problem is will there be enough defensive nature to keep those 3 carries away from the Jingwei, away from the Anubis? Not a lot of peel coming out of Bologna. Fenrir probably going to be wanting to go a little bit more aggressive, considering, who doesn't have beads on their team? The Kernanos and the Zeus? Prime targets, if you ask me. But at the same time, somebody's got to peel. And that's a lot of onus in the hands of Jake here on this Baron.
It's going to come down a lot to that for sure, the survivability aspect of it. And for Scrumptious, it's the dive. It's the Sobek and the Amaterasu running at you, trying to set up for their backline to pop you. Wherever Zeus goes to, that's going to be a big question. But all these questions, there's answers lying on the battleground. Let's get in for game number 1 between Scrumptious and Borch. Oh, I'm so excited for this one. There's another excited for you as well. It's Malum with Lermy for the action. Oh, I'm so pumped up for this one. Scrumptious, your order side. Borch on the chaos side. Already a sprint to the jungle. Combat blinks aplenty. Sunders aplenty. That's all we see in terms of relics. And Zeus to the mid lane and jungle Amaterasu with a solo lane Ra.
Both teams here just kind of hanging out, seeing what's popping on either side. I'm a bit surprised to see hi-rez on the Ra here, considering the Ama was right there. And Zeus jungle, definitely not bad considering all the changes he's had coming into Smite 2 with dealing 3 stacks of charge onto all minions that he's hitting. But regardless, I think that, hi-rez is a very skilled player, definitely can pull off the Ra solo, gets a lot of pressure. But surprised, considering how good the matchup is for Ama into Bologna.
The tension is already there for me. You know,
Well, it
just
really
seeing
is.
them running around, like this whole game has a different vibe already for me of what we can expect. I want to know when things will blow up, and Scrumptious already getting aggressive. Minions spawning soon. Will it turn into a full invade? Seems not. So Happen might have given us some anxiety for how the games start, but both sides looking to take it easy and go the more natural routes we're accustomed to.
Yeah, definitely. I am very interested to see. I mean, this kind of feels like a special matchup, doesn't it? Seeing all these names you recognize from the good old esports in Smite 1, popping their way onto the scene in Smite 2 as well, and making sure that their names are known. And Jake, classic Jake things, trying to go for this invade here. Not going to make it happen as we see Zap actually go for the speed buff. A little bit of extra farm for this Kern. Will miss a couple minions over in that dual lane wave, but honestly worth it to make sure that that does not get invaded from the pressure out of anybody on either side.
Kind of cool to see. One thing I was wondering about was it's been such a long break for some of these rosters. We know a lot of them have been scrimming. Is would we see anything new? Because there's still a lot of room to kind of experiment and try out new things in the meta. Nothing set in stone. This fight could be, but wrong you won't overcommit. Jake did get the purple away, so double purple buffs for the side of Borch. Mid lane calm down as well. It's going to be tough to kind of keep our eyes on where things will break out. I feel like any moment there could be a full engage from one team in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, certainly, especially with these guys hanging out in the mid lane. Lots of damage onto Haddock, so tries to go for the juke and the hammer, but does not get the prediction correct. Wrong you as well. In an unfortunate matchup here, a little bit in the Jingwei being able to fly away from the pluck type stuff, and yeah, you'll just see that happen right away. As Jingwei just able to fly away through knockups. Pluck doesn't mean anything to her. She's chillin' in regards to any kind of aggression coming out, unless it were to be, oh, I don't know, a cripple out of Bramble Blast into the Pluck means no dash for the Jingwei, but that kind of combo will have to wait just a little bit longer.
How much will we see of that kind of thing? There's the Pluck, there's a dash on cue. Looking at Solo, Fenrir, not aware of where Ra is, so Ra will get the back off. But the reason I bring up Solo, Army, a lot of times we talk about Bellona, how she has a tough time in lane because you go up against people who can affect your clear, which slows down your burn towards mid late game. Ra is not doing that.
No, Ra certainly isn't doing that. However, he is biting back with quite a high amount of clear on his own. I mean, he's a very traditional mage, and his clear has only gotten better in Smite 2 with those extra bursts of autos coming out from the second ability. So that extra bit of damage will start to get better and better, especially as he starts to get some proc items online. I can imagine getting procs throughout a whole wave would be feeling real nice. And certainly just that extra bit of piercing coming through to help with that clear is going to keep this Ra safe and make sure that he's able to fight back in terms of having that really high, really excellent clear in response to Bellona's general aggression.
Rat Milk on this. Fenrir has looked to make a couple of plays happen already, has yet to find any true opportunities. Amaterasu does go aggressive into the jungle of Borch, looking to steal away the speed from Rat. Doesn't spawn for 10 more seconds, and Rat Milk will wait in the bush. Nog's a knower. You got the Sobek there as well. So a full attempt at an invade of the jungle for Borch, but they're in a decent spot to defend it. Problem is they aren't aware of how much is going on. Pathfinder buff up, and Sobek will go. No, not go for the steal. So it kind of calms down, and Amaterasu takes the opportunity to move right. Go for a red buff invade, but will get caught by the Bellona and the Anubis. Wrapped up, damage on. Eagles rally too, gonna force a dazzling offensive. And a great searing pain to help back Final K away. That was beautiful to watch play out on the map for both teams, really.
But beautiful. Yeah, like you were saying. I do think that that would have been a much riskier play had Nog not been completely and fully aware of how much experience that was available for them at that point in time, because hitting level 5 is what saved their life. Nice dash from Yongyu there. Does get level 5 to keep themselves alive for now. Sobek coming through, but a nice juggle. Up, down. First blood secured for the side of Borch onto Zapman. And that is not a bad target. A little unfortunate that it went onto the Baron here, but Jake, not one to back down from a fight, willing to even walk through that tower, take a couple of shots to stop Rongyu from getting back as quick as he attempted to previously. Can't be lazy backing from Jake.
Definitely not, especially Jake being a player who's so known for not being afraid to get aggressive when moments permit it. So that first blood for Borch, it's a big one, but at the same time, I feel like we're gonna have a slow burn of a game. So every little bit of detail, every little bit of extra gold you can grab will matter so much more. And this soul lane, again, worth keeping our eyes on too, on kind of who's able to get that advantage, who's able to rotate out first. Because if you can get that raw rotating around for objectives, Lermy, it's kind of an interesting thing to tip the scales.
Oh yeah, it certainly will feel good as well. Glad Shield, very popular item on this character, considering those enhanced basic attacks do proc Glad Shield. Every single basic proc Glad Shield, so you love to be seeing that. Pagon, so patient with his dash, but can't afford to be too much more patient. Unfortunate miss there on the mirror, but it does not matter. Able to pick up the kill is not going to be trading out Rongyu, but here comes Ratmilk with the Ragnarok, waiting ever so patiently to make something happen, but a humongous Wild Hunt does force a blink out from Ratmilk, and Zap is gonna have to walk away from this one, trading 1 for 1, but honestly, ADC for support is not bad if you ask me.
Wow, I feel like every fight's gonna be like that. Every fight's gonna have that. You make the one wrong step, you misread one situation, you miscalculate the tiniest thing, you're going down. That's gonna be a lot of these fights in this game. Number one, well, we feel each other out if you're Scrumptious and Borch. Again, they haven't played each other in a long time, despite these two teams beating a lot. They haven't played in the Founder Series in a while. They've had all the scrims in the world. You've had the ability to grind ranked out, but it's just not the same as competing at Founders, and it's been a bit since they all qualified for playoffs. Scrumptious qualified first, of course, and Borch more recent. Zapman turns the corner, and the whole Alchemy Committee was there. 3 looking for the gank. Zapman low, but still alive, gets the blink away from the airstrike. Now Ratmilk goes in, and the Brutalize will confirm it. 1 for the Fenrir, making it 2 total so far for Ratmilk early on. And the Purple Buff Invade will be to follow for Borch. Ronnie still trying to contest it out. We know good.
Your left tower is under attack.
At this point, it's getting a little bit scary here for poor Zap. Spent a lot of time dead. Thankfully, though, they were able to grab Pagon in an earlier engagement and kind of put him at the same fate. Just a little bit unfortunate timing there for Nog. Ratmilk just rolling up at exactly the right time, but 2 kills for the Fenrir, and yet still slightly behind in XP. Does mean that the farming has paid off a little bit, but going to have to matter even more as we scale into this mid-game. I mean, Gold Fury could be right around the corner. Any fight goes strongly in one way or the other, and that Gold Fury is next. Nice bit of poke there for Jake as he wanders off into the jungle. Sauntering on over to mid to see if he can make something happen with the ultimate he's hanging on to.
Let's talk items while we have the time to. A difference from the supports. A Cersei's Hexstone Rush out from Jake. Talisman for Ronnie. Cersei's Hexstone and Baron. It's a fun combination.
Oh yeah, I love to see it. It is definitely a very fun, underutilized item, and I can see Jake going for it being a very classic Jake thing to do. Just loves to kind of get in there whatever means necessary, and that certainly is the item to do it. Naga getting pulled very far away, but at the end of the leash range means that Jake could pick it up. Nobody else from Borch really even close though, so willing to let that guy leash for now. Naga will be healing up slowly over time, and realistically wanting to put a little bit more pressure on Pagon, but with Jake being here as well, it's looking like a clean set of engagements here, with Rongyu having to try to eat this ultimate.
Wild Hunt out from Zapman. That creates some space. Watch around the side. You got to flank out from Nog on the Amaterasu. Looking for Jake. Has some damage. It will be enough. There's a dazzling offensive. We'll find a stun. No, it will not. So opportunities falling thin for Scrumptious. You got the Hexstone too to help get away. I love that item. Rongyu still looking. Has to dash away. Got too low and blinks out as well. Finally caused that fight to come to an end in duo. This is the kind of fighting we haven't seen for a bit in Founder Series. The fight to gain stuff over kills, right? To gain cooldowns, to burn relics, to burn active items now. We don't see too much of those. We see a lot of ganks on Tara. We see a lot of trouble for Haddix. Ratmilk under the tower. Searing Pain will not hit Ratmilk, but he might go down to the tower. Wow. He does! Didn't leash it in time, so Haddix will get 1 and get away.
That is a tough set of situations there. unfortunate that Final K did not decide to keep the pressure on, because that was as clean of a kill as you could get if you were able to stick to that tower a little bit more, but a little bit worried about how Haddox was slippery there in terms of his ability to kind of walk away. Very fast is Ra. Speed of light, an incredible passive at keeping him good. And especially now that he's got that Shield of the Phoenix online, which, by the way, again, procs with every single auto attack of his 2. Feeling real nice when you're getting to that stage of the game where a little bit of extra attack speed on the Ra and you'll be healing for a humongous chunk of your health going forward.
Blue buff stolen away from Scrumptious on the right-hand side, so no blue for Bologna. Looking across, the levels very striking in the mid lane. Level 13 for Zeus and 12 for the Nubis. So Shinto and Baskin playing no games so far. And both junglers. We talked about the battle of the up-and-coming junglers for SMITE 2. They're both feeling a bit behind compared to the rest of the map.
Yeah, just a lot of time spent ganking. Not too much on the focus for invading or farming in general. But both sides are farming. It's just, when you're playing with Shinto, it's Shinto's farm, not your farm.
That's mine! Get away! I like that. I like that call. But it works though, right? You get Shinto ahead, you'll see the damage follow. Final K in so much trouble. There is an ult on the line, but you need more damage first. It's not there, but those procs are insane. And with Final K pressured out, attention, you've got a gank from Nog. Ult already down for Haddox. Gold Fury being looked at on the left-hand side. Final K will go down, but that buy enough time for that Gold Fury. Down to 1,500, no answer from Scrumptious. So the classic, you gank our solo, fine. We'll take the objective, and the first Gold Fury goes to Borch.
I was gonna make a joke, and I decided not to. I'll make it anyway. You know what? Screw it. Pagon might be going down here. Zapman with the blink does try to get under this tower. Pagon, though, very slippery on the Jingwei. Dangerous spot for Zap to be as the tower does start swinging away. Baron is coming through as well, but Zap should be fine, in theory. Jake does have ultimate, so gotta be careful here for Zap since he's got no blink. A little bit preemptive on the blink there, but with Nog and
the whole
Haddox
crew's here.
wrapping around town. This might be a dangerous situation for the carry to be in. Does go down. Zap's gonna have someone eat this, or else he might be in danger.
Jake's still looking for it, but can't get around the 3 of Scrumptious. Searing Pain almost clipped on the other side of that wall, but because it doesn't, that's a lot of time wasted here from Jake. Not a lot up on the map, so the time wasted is more for fun. So we'll see how far Jake can go. Buck will catch, and Jake will go down. Nog with the credit. But we can hear the joke, Lurby.
Okay, the joke you said, they'll trade their soul laner for gold. That's fine. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry for making that. That's my bad. I'll take off the headset now and go back to sleep.
You know,
That's
Gore did warn me about the about the puns and the corny jokes, but I'm here for 10 times out of 10.
Oh yeah. Well, regardless of jokes here, once again,
I'm writing that one down.
God, I hope you don't. That one does not deserve to be done. I'm sorry, man. Mid lane, I want to look at one more time. Talisman of Purification here for the Zeus. That's kind of a crazy pickup considering. The blink is really important for the repositioning, but Talisman does have a decent chunk of cooldown on it, which makes it very desirable for people that use cooldown. And Zeus, in fact, does quite use cooldown relatively well. Going to be relatively concerned as well about this Fenrir kind of leaping in, pulling him, being the focus of the Ragnarok. But now that they've got 3 Talisman of Purifications on their side, and considering these are some of the best in the business, they're going to communicate these timers very, very well on those Purification Talismans. So make sure that your CC ain't doing too much anymore, considering.
14 minutes have now crossed. Game still close as ever. Still watching those experience leads, and still worth noting Rat Milk behind. And Rat Milk's style of play has always been ignore everything, farm, gank when available. So far this game, it's been ganks first. Maybe it works out this time. There's the Talisman out. Shinto will be safe. gets away. Pyro down to half health. Ronnie looking for a way in, has Haddix here too. Searing Pain gonna hit, but it's too early. The Pyro will go down to Borch, but the fight will continue as Jake's in real deep. You got Bologna with the Eagles rally finding 2. Does that set up for Borch? You gotta find some kind of damage. You got everybody low. Rat Milk barely alive. Zapman dead to Pagon, but Rat Milk gets away at 2 HP. Jake, same story, maybe not. Detonate on. Will Shinto get it? Doesn't find the kill! Do Jake and Rat Milk both get away? That would be criminal. Nog close to finding Rat Milk right. Mid lane, trouble still for Pagon. That detonate won't be enough either. Nog does find Rat Milk, gets a dash. He's low, but he needs a shield up. Rat Milk's still running around, Lermy. This is the longest life.
Wait, where's the where's the track? Okay, that'll
and he
be the end
dies
of
the
that.
tower.
Honestly, best case scenario of what could happen there for Rat Milk. Got very close to death there, considering the Sunder popped off. Just not enough damage from any one particular source, and spent enough time running away from the clutches of Nog that he was able to die to the tower successfully and spend that time a little bit more wisely than getting chased around the map in a futile attempt, one might say, to survive. But taking a look at the map here, Gold Fury is available. Rangyu decides to get it started, not seeing both enemies crafting over towards his left-hand side. Shinto points them out, but honestly not too scared of them. Might even just go for the chase themselves, but Ultimate starts to come out here from the Baron. Not that much damage here from Haddix, but just enough from Nog to clean up Jake.
But the Gold Fury still up, and you've got new members around. New challengers are approaching. Rat Milk from the side. Gold Fury will go down to Scrumptious, but the fight looking okay for Borch. A lot of damage on so far. 1 for Baskin. Rat Milk looking to dive the back line. Cannot get through. Tries to reposition. Jumps in, but lands down in front of Haddix to go down. That Raw doing too much, but Anubis still fighting. And Anubis looking to get the feather, but Shinto's got too much. Zeus is too good. And a double for Shinto. Wipes Borch across. They get the gold, but they fall to a deicide, and the charts skyrocket for Scrumptious.
Guys, can we talk about again how Zeus was like 8th picked? He was
Yeah.
like bottom 3 in this draft. For Shinto, of all players, for Shinto, we're letting Zeus on Shinto. That is kind of crazy to me that has happened thus far. And clearly,
Could have gone better for Scrumptious.
yeah, that's a dub in my books. You know, I also think that this Haddix build is certainly a little bit criminal, but it has been working thus far. Like you said, it's been keeping him alive. That Shield of the Phoenix going absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
The triple Purification Talisman as well. Just so helpful when there's so much CC in the game. Able to keep this Zeus alive. You know, Zapman does fall a little bit early in that fight, but when Shinto is doing as well as he is, a little bit concerning here that Fire Giant is on the menu.
Down in 2,000, Jake in, looking for the steal, but cannot get it away because of Searing Pain. You got the secured, it goes down. But when you lose one, you do. You lose Ronnie to Baskin. Now an engage from Rat Milk, finds a stun, finds the damage, but Shinto does too much. There used to be a dog there. Baskin will go down too. That's both dogs dead. Fine, okay. Last standing around the Fire Giant pit. Eagles rally, won't hit the Raw. Will land fine okay in place, and let me guess. No detonate, but Haddix with the credit. Scrumptious looks so good so far. It's all been a jump since that gold fight, really. The charts are skyrocketing. 18 minutes, 14 to 8, and 4,300 gold. All favor Scrumptious. Not to mention, Lermy, Zeus is speed running to level 20.
Absolutely. Another thing that I want to point out here is the difference in levels. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I changed my mind real quick. Let's talk about this fight over and drew lots and lots of damage from Haddix.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him.
Going crazy. Snipe off the mark. A little bit out of range there.
So scared.
Just happy to skip away. Happy little Jin Wei, minding her own business. But now that fire is in the pocket of Scrumptious, those towers are certainly on the table. Tier 1 available on that left-hand side. And while that dramatic fight was going on, we saw both Nog and presumably Zapman and maybe Shinto over on that right-hand side grab the tier 2 as well, which certainly does open up the gates a little bit in terms of where they can fight. Hi-rez are available. I'm thinking that's probably the next call here for these guys. Just want to continue to grab advantage in any way possible, and a bomb in your pocket is one way to do it.
We've had a lot of chaos, Lermy. I've had 2 things written down that have only, it's funny, since I've wanted to ask you about them maybe 5 minutes ago, it's only gotten more obvious. Anti-heal came online very late for Borch, and Ratmilk is so far behind, and when you get far behind in tanky famously, not a great combo. What's the way back in then build-wise for Borch? Because farm-wise, I mean, they're already pushed back far, but what can they do to change things around so late, and how do you get Ratmilk farm?
Honestly, Ratmilk just needs to be a little bit selfish here. It is kind of unfortunate considering, but he's going to just be an alt and Pharaoh's Curse bot for a little bit, right? We were so focused on what was going on with Shinto in mid that we forgot to look at just how much Nog is dominating the jungle role. 4 levels up for this Ama on the Fenrir is a crazy place to be. And certainly, crazy has this game gone as we've continued to push into the 20-minute mark and last. Haddock's here, getting crazy procs onto this Gold Fury. It just feels so nice with Ra having this neat new way to play that he's never had before. Finally, solo viable? Question mark? God, I should not put that into the universe. That's, again, on me. My bad. Don't be playing some
whether
solo
I cast with you or Inbound, you two are always sending crazy things out into the world. The last time I cast with Inbound, he went on like a 5-minute rant about how anti-heal was bad and you shouldn't build it.
Oh, Bobby.
I was like,
what?
even if I agree in some regards, like, what are you putting in the universe? I'd like to play this game.
Oh, Bobby.
Now I'm gonna have a million raw solos. I can't catch a break.
Well, okay, listen, I do think that in the right situations, this build is really, really nasty, and certainly in a comp where you are playing as coordinated as this team is, it looks really undeniably good so far. 3-0-10 in comparison to the 0-3-5 Bullina. Very traditional solo laner, but again, the utility and the peel not very strong from this character, and that is a lot of what you need onto these backliners. Bastion's been able to stay alive for the most part, but the problem is that by the time that the fight gets to Bastion, the frontliners are already dead. There's no protection left to be had.
Borch has been in this spot before in the Founder series so far. One of the better teams I think of when I think of teams having to defend and fight back. Ratmilk looks for an engage, and Ragnarok will be find much. Eagles rally to the right, to the left, damage 2. Borch fighting back, and they'll find 1, they'll find 2, but Nog is still standing and able to bring down Ratmilk. Haddox can't find anything though. Borch find their fight back, but they couldn't handle Shinto. So no deicide quite yet, and this is not going to be an easy fight, even if you find this Zeus. Chain Lightning won't hit him, fine, okay. Shinto not out of the woods. You've got Jake near, fine, okay, both near. You have Talisman still up, and Borch will not chase. So they hold, they take out 4-5, and they look a lot better doing it despite the failed engage to start the fight off, Lermy.
Yeah, not bad at all here for Borch. They do lose the tower, and now there's no towers left on their sides. The gold lead's a bit scary, but you can see on the graph there, a nice little chunk coming right back on down to even. But Malum, as we get closer and closer to the 25-minute mark, that lead starts to matter less and less and less. You've got to be keeping an eye on this Fire Giant here. Second one of the game, very important to note, as well as the Ancient Fury coming up in just a few minutes as well. Fight's going to have to be breaking out around the big guy on the right-hand side. And certainly, you think that the team with the Sunder is going to be the one in the favorite slot for that. On top of the fact that they've got a bomb in their pocket, it's really looking like Scrumptious has all the tools here to secure it. However, any sneaky gank here from Borch could make that a little bit more difficult.
You're telling me this game comes down to Scrumptious needing to get a Sunder right? Huh. Engage out. On to Haddox. Pulled back. Life of the party. Good enough. Haddox down. A great start for Borch, but you're going to need more. Chain Lightning hits. A lot of detonates on. They got to kill the Zeus, and they got to do it quick. Not quick enough to save Ratmilk. Not quick enough to save Fine okay. And Scrumptious might have a fight back. Pagon's airstrike will handle Shinto, and now he gets aggressive. Zapman gone. Ronnie, one more auto, but he lives through it for the double kill and does not get picked up by Jake. You still have Nog 2. So 3 dead on each side. It looks like that's going to be the end, but we're not done fighting this game. Borch are not done playing in this game quite yet, Lermy. You said it. Gold stops mattering at a certain point. It feels like we're there. Borch is just unbothered.
They certainly are. What a crazy fight that was. One very, very solid pick on a Haddock starts that fight up in the right direction for Borch, and it certainly goes mostly their way going forward. Pagon gets a little bit too aggressive under the tower, and Ronnie happens to pick up 2 kills for himself there. A Sobexecute being one of them, which is important, by the way, because that is a little bit of extra permanent health for this Sobek, which, you know, you get 1 this game, which is nice, but hopefully you get more, get to stack up even more of that health. Feels really, really nice to be Sobek in that situation in Smite 2. However, the current state of the game here, Pyromancer available. Looks like it's going to be going down as the first target at this point. Only Jake is really close enough to contest this one. Gonna have to 50-50 it if you're Jake, but even then, going for this engagement could be rather dangerous.
Pyro down, and Borch might feel okay in this fight, but they'll back up. Is Sobek secure enough? And Pyro was secured by Scrumptious. So that all feels plenty good to be Borch.
2 bombs and a thunder available now. Will that be enough to attempt to go for this fire giant? Or will we see teams once again go into their standard dance positions, wander around, look for a pick, what have you, Sobek pluck away? Either direction would happen to work. We're still waiting on a talisman up here for Zeus to be up, but with 2 available and the blink nearing its cooldown being up, it's feeling like there's a lot of options left for a fight to break out coming up in the next minute or so. Ward on fire is in the possession of Borch. But the question is, how will Borch respond to this? This is burning fast.
You gotta get there if you're Borch. You've gotta get the steel out. The laser is there, but I don't think it was able to get it away. Fire around Scrumptious. A close call. But Borch could not get the steel. I mean, I was as close as it could have gotten, Lermy, and I will say, I feel like if you're gonna lose one, losing it now while your fighting's looked good is better than losing it in a bit where things have gotten really rough.
Oh, certainly, but every fire giant that goes down makes the consecutive fire giant after it even stronger. And it's a bit concerning that we're about to hit fire giant number 3, and Ancient Fury is just gonna go down for free, it seems here. But here's the thing, most of the resources of their damage were used up on that fire giant. No more bombs in their pocket at this point. Thunder also used at that stage of the game. Thunder a little bit less important when it comes to diving these phoenixes, but certainly will be appropriate for damage onto gods coming up. I think left-hand side is tending to be the way that you would expect folks to head up when it comes down to which direction you want to push. It's going to be if we see some split push, though, from Nog over into the mid lane. You typically see it happen from your Lokis, whether they're being tricky, from your Thanatoses if they're trying to find an ultimate in to finish somebody off. But at this point, we're probably heading into some good, clean engagements around a Phoenix. A nice, easy-peasy siege. At least that's what you're hoping for if you're Scrumptious. We've been seeing Borch fight back really, really well in these past few engagements, so it's going to be a little tricky going forward.
Feels like Borch have to find a way to get to Shinto. Every fight so far, it seems like Borch has been able to take out everyone except for Shinto kind of early, even if it's a TKO. And then that chain lightning, the detonates, they just start cleaning up. I don't know how you get through, though. I mean, do you send Rat Milk on a mission now that he's caught up in farm? What's the play?
Yeah, I mean, Rat Milk will have to at least try and bait out some of those talismans. 3 being up against a very coordinated team means your CC is effectively off the table in this next fight. You can't rely on the stuns, the grabs, the vortexes, whatever have you going forward. But here comes the sneaky gambit going to this right-hand side. Dealing with the Ancient Fury means that Jake is trying to get whatever action he can make happen. Forces out the blink from the Zeus and the ultimate from the Sobek, but middle and right-hand side just bamboozled out
What
of
a
Borch
play! What a play from Scrumptious! They called the engage to grab the Phoenix right, the disengage left, Borch chase, get caught chasing, lose mid Phoenix. Now you still have to deal with left Phoenix as the remaining 2 and right, they're looking at the Titan. Borch are spread really thin, they're gonna go for the committal, looking for a kill on the Zapman. Rat Milk stuck in the storm and will go down. The 2v2 is going real good for Haddix and Nog as well. Scrumptious have played this picture perfect. Fine, okay, able to bring down Nog, but at the cost of his own life. A double kill for Haddix, basically in the throne room. The fight continues for Scrumptious. They get Baskin. Only Jake remains, and Scrumptious make the call. They're done with game number 1. They play it perfect at the end. Everyone take notes. That's game 1 in the rear view.
Yeah, me? I will be writing down exactly what happened in that game around those last 2 Phoenixes. That really seemed to be the nail in the coffin. When you give up 2 of those Phoenixes for free like that, Oh, it is a really tough gambit to try and defend the base from that point going forward, but an excellent job there from Nog and Haddix to even find the opportunity for that in the first place. And unfortunate for Borch, they're going to take the L in this first game. But again, 3-game set. We do have the option here to be able to see Borch come back in game number 2. And I think they've realized a lot of the mistakes that they made in this game and are going to be able to wrap back around to the next one, take those good shining moments where Borch was able to find picks, able to wrap around the team fight, grab that pick on the Haddix. There are options there remaining for them. They just have to find the way to reach out and grab them.
It feels like Borch was there, but they got everything going too late. We talked about the anti-heal, we talked about farming. It was all just a little bit behind. Just take a breath, erase the whiteboard, start over. Game 2 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a certified banger, I'm sure. Hey, welcome back into SMITE Game. We missed you. Hope you missed us. That was a game one to remember. There was a lot of secrets to success. There was a lot of secret sauce being shown. But if you want the secret sauce to SMITE competitive, I've got just the place to do it. The SMITE Pro YouTube. We put tons of content out, tons of watch guides, viewer guides. SMITE Too Long Didn't Watch is on there. Plus all the fun games. And This Week in SMITE 2, you name it, it's probably on youtube.com SMITE Pro. So make sure you go there and get yourself connected. Subscribe to it. And don't miss any of the content we put out related to the Founder Series, especially with the road to Vegas getting closer and closer to Vegas. Now is the perfect time to make sure you're subscribed. One more time, youtube.com/SMITE Pro, and we'll see you there. But it's still Malum and it's still Lermy, and I'm still excited for game number 2. And how can you not be? I mean, game 1, one thing we were talking about off air, I kind of just want to jump right to it. We talked about, do they ban Raw? Hopefully not, because for me, it was the secret wasn't necessarily the Raw. It feels like it was the answer to the dive, the answer to everything. The talismans were just so effective in eliminating everything Borch wanted to do.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes down to it, having 3 talismans be on your side is incredibly strong, when a lot of the game plan for Borch was CC a backliner and make it happen to them. When they don't get CC'd, and when a team as coordinated as Scrumptious is able to use those cooldowns effectively, it starts to get really, really difficult to make anything happen. I mean, unfortunately, we saw Ratmilk fall pretty far behind there in the middle of the second game, or the first game rather, second set of the day. Regardless, I think the game plan has to switch up a bit. When you see Shinto go 6, 1, and 9 on the Zeus, that starts to be a little bit concerning, especially when it's picked up 8th, I believe, at least in the bottom 2 for
it was
the
the
order
bottom
side
2.
at that
Crazy.
point. Yeah, you can't be letting that happen anymore. Shinto, just an absolute beast when it comes to dealing out the damage. You can see top of the charts here, 31k, standing nice and tall above the rest. And you can see as well that sneaky Zapman with 10,000 structure damage. May not have been swinging as hard with the player damage, but certainly did quite a good job at bringing those structures down. But again, gotta highlight those talismans and just how key they were to making sure that Scrumptious were able to get the things done that they wanted to get done, to keep the carries alive. Big game plan shift has to happen here for Borch, or it's gonna be a pretty similar run back, I feel like.
I'm with you, and there's a few places to look. I'll mention jungle because Rapnilk, a player I'm so familiar with. I've been casting him for years at this point. And one thing that I feel like I've seen in Founder Series in particular is game 1s tend to be a bit rough for Rapnilk. They're either amazing or they're kind of rough. It's sort of a slow start, almost like a basketball player being a bit rough early on in the game and sort of figuring out their shot as the game goes on. Yeah, they're getting warmed up. And a lot of that feels like selection. When Ratmilk's on a pick that we've seen him be comfortable on in Founders, I think of characters like Susano. We saw Thanatos be great a few times. It feels just different. There's a certain confidence to the map play. There's a great way of being selfish on the map, like you talked about. And as we get in P's and B's, there's jungle to look at, but there's sort of a lot more to it as well, Lermy. Where are you looking?
Ooh. Interesting selection here for Borch to go on the second pick willingly. That's kind of surprising to me, in that I would presume that Borch probably wants to grab up a nice strong OP pickup for themselves here in the first pick spot. But again, you do get some level of advantage here in the second pick spot to get 2 gods. So depending on what these bans will be, and again, targeting out Ratmilk with the Loki ban. I don't think Scrumptious are really afraid of the Fenrir, but the Odin ban kind of sends me for a loop here. I'm not really sure what the game plan is here for Borch and what they have against the Odin, considering it didn't get picked up in the last game. Running it back with the Sobek for Rangi, though.
I wonder if it's to protect the Anubis. Could Borch be that in on the Anubis? Because we were both a little bit surprised to see it over the Zeus. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know. That's a tough one. The Baron run back. I guess Baron also answered pretty well by Odin. So maybe that's what it is. Borch are just so protective over what they want to do that they're willing to throw Odin to the side. But I don't know if I'm down with taking the risk on Zeus again, Lermy. You said that the second we were on, and you're right on it. I don't know. I don't think you can do it. I feel like you have to take it away.
I do want to see Baskin on the Zeus here. I think Anubis is a fine pick. It's not a draft ruiner by any means, but Baskin was once known as one of the most mechanically skilled players in the league at his peak. Going back to the Anubis here, of course, is again still a very solid pick, not a deal breaker by any means, especially on a player as talented as Baskin. However, a little bit concerning that we're running it back considering what we saw in game number 1 and how focused on CC Borch comp was just to get completely countered away.
Now that we know the Fenrir wasn't a strength for Borch as well, the Ama's locked in, you could presume that would go to Nog. I feel like with the Loki control as well, Scrumptious running back the same comp, I'm afraid now we're going to see the Fenrir. I don't know I feel like if you run back the same 2 compositions, I don't know if it works out for Borch. And if you do, what do you have to change, Lermy? Solo?
I am a bit worried here. I think realistically, Borch could do a little, little snag-a-rooney, take a little bit of that note out of Haddix's book and pick up the Raw here. But Jingwei, again, a very safe pick. Complete draft run back thus far in, it seems like. But Thanatos is going to be the mix-up here. And this is a little bit of what we needed, right? We need some very solid damage. Not super reliant on the CC as well. And there is a small amount of healing coming out from Scrumptious to deal with the execute per se. But again, execute always a looming threat, especially with that hovering death being on a 90-second cooldown. But ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Shinto on Zeus again.
And being forced to go that Thanatos and banning the Odin left the Fenrir open, so the Amaterasu has become a flex, and the Fenrir will get grabbed. So Scrumptious get a little bit better, and Borch, their answer, a little bit more comfortable, and depending on your feelings on Bologna, a little bit better. The big one for me, though, Zeus. You gotta kill him, right? Thanatos feels like he's gonna have a decent time killing him. We saw the Talisman be the answer to Fenrir. Do you have confidence that Thanatos can get Zeus low, can get the executes off? Because there were a lot of moments where Shinto was low, Lermy.
Certainly there were, and a lot of that has to do with the damage coming out from Baskin. And I do think Pagon did contribute the later layer that we went, but again, hard for the Jingwei to fully get online until that super late stage of the game. A lot of damage coming out, and a lot of dive as well between the Thanatos and the Chalk. I mean, Zeus just has an awful matchup into Chalk. Can't run away really at all in the first place, and now that Chalk's gotten a huge buff, I really feel like this character has got to be kind of sleeper OP. I mean, he's been in and out of the meta, especially during the early stages of the alpha, but I'm feeling really confident that this draft has the ability to get there. But all of my attention here is on Rat Milk. Will he have a redeeming performance in the jungle on this Thanatos? Will he be able to hit those skill shot death sides? Or are we just going to see a repeat of game number 1 where the late game just gets absolutely swept by Scrumptious?
If I had a nickel every time I was told by my tier 2 eyes on Rat Milk Lermy, I'd have a lot of nickels. Game number 2, it's time. Battleground we go. Scrumptious v. Borch. Scrumptious looking for the 2-0, and Borch trying to make it a fight. And it's still Malm with Lermy and, of course, Doug on Spectator. Oh boy, that's kind of where I'm at with this, is just an oh boy. We knew where the gods were going to go. Nothing crazy this time. The Amaterasu was flexed 4 Ps and Bs. We see a pretty decent run back of the Combat Blinks and Sunder combination, but with an added beads for Baskin in the mid lane. I don't even know where to start. I feel like there's 100,000 talking points for this game.
It certainly is exciting, right? I'm happy to see Haddix on a more traditional solo laner, if you will, this game. No more silly little raw solos. I know that chat was hyping up the raw solo for sure going into this game number 2, but I do think, I'm a very solid pick regardless. But this is sneaky coming out of Jake and Pagon, looking for something here on the back end side of things. Maybe because we're seeing the aggression come out from the Ama and the Fenrir, that this proxy is able to happen. Speed buff being done right now by both Zap and Ronnie, but the purple is where things are going to go down, and Haddix is trying to make the difference here on this red buff.
It's going to be a close one. You had the perfect timing on the invade, on the proxies, and on the first blood. It works out for Borch with Fine OK grabbing it. A really great job on both sides of the map to control the presence. You mentioned the speed buff down. The Borch timed it out. You have to get to the proxy between 17 and 19 seconds, and we haven't seen that a lot recently, but worked out there. The blue buff, Nog gets it. So despite the first blood, Scrumptious do get speed, they do get blue. So the first blood gold, that kind of remains the big difference. But a wild start for all the theory crafters out there. The start of this game is going to be replayed quite a few times.
Oh yeah, very interesting, and it does work out in their favor thus far, but a bit concerning here for Jake as he eats the horn charge coming through. Zap does blink around. Didn't really seem like he needed to do that at this point since there's no wave, but hang on. Still full health, able to slam some autos right back into the aggressors on the other side. Back to equal here for these fellas, but keep an eye on this Thanatos. There is a speed buff to be had. And when there is a speed buff, there is a jungler.
Ronnie, CC'd, Rat Milk near. Blink, sight, got him. Pagon with the credit, and Rat Milk looks like a different player already compared to game number 1. Nog will have to be the answer, but I love watching these two junglers match up because Nog always has an answer for Rat Milk. Every time these two teams have met Lermy, it's been so fun. And obviously there's a million matchups to talk about, right? But there's something about watching these two jungle and kind of watching how they step up in these games with the teams they have supporting them, those SCC jump ups. That's just been, it's very cinema, you know?
It is indeed cinema. If you could see me now, I'd be doing the hands.
Yep.
However, you can't. You're watching Haddix over in the solo lane. Try and take on the Chalk. Chalk generally has the better matchup going into the solo lane, especially after those buffs. Just known for being an absolute lane bully, and certainly will continue to do that with the better poke, the better healing, etc. coming out of the most recent balance patch going into SMITE 2. Haddix, though, able to manage still an okay early game coming out of the Amma. Certainly nothing like the Ra that we saw from the last game. Very, very different playstyle for the solo laner Scrumptious going into this one, but regardless, Haddix has been playing an absolute crap ton of SMITE 2. Certainly knows the ins and outs of his lane through and through. And whatever matchup comes his way, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Fine okay, of course, bounced around a bit role-wise. Borch started off with Fine okay in the support role. And we're running substitutes, kind of around support, around solo, while Baskin was away. Baskin came back from vacation, hopped into solo. They tried that out, had some rough matchups, and we find ourselves here, and you find Jake on the team in support. So, been up and down for Borch. Scrumptious, aside from the beginning, roster change everyone knows about. They've been the same, and it's been working. This duo lane has been working for Scrumptious, and they find themselves the first kill of game number 2, and it goes to Zapman, which is always ideal in any circumstance.
Yeah, you love to see it go into Zap, man. Zap, though, not taking up the tech that we saw in the first set, and instead picking up the death toll. Would have liked to see him go for the Warriors. Actually, maybe, just seeing what he can pull here. Nice Ragnarok onto Pagon. Does indeed bring him straight back into the waiting arms of Zapman to grab another kill in their pocket. Very, very happy if you're Zapman thus far, getting a kill onto the enemy ADC and for yourself at that very moment.
Pause coming out, 4 minutes and 12 seconds in, and while we get that situated, we get more time to try to zoom out a bit, Lermy, and try to analyze what we've been seeing. And I'm going to keep the attention in jungle for a bit, because my question for you comes in the form of ultimates. Ragnarok, we know what the good of Ragnarok is, but it's beads. You want to burn beads. You want to force the issue and control the state of active items, the state of relics, and of course the state of ultimates in some cases.
Yeah,
for Thanatos,
certainly.
it's a lot of ult on cooldown. If your ult's up, use it. It reminds a lot of people of Thor in SMITE 1 and soon to be SMITE 2 of when you have your ult online,
yeah, that's
it's
gotta be crazy.
impact. Get to the air and use it. How does that work out in a team fight? What are we looking at between Nog and Ratmilk? Where are they looking to go?
Honestly, we're looking for Rat Milk to do a lot of eyes on cooldowns here, whether that be Aegises, whether that be Talismans of Purification when we get there. Because if Rat Milk is able to spin forward a lead here on the Thanatos, it's going to be really nasty going into the late game. But again, there's the issue with the Thanatos, right? Is the late game. I mean, in general, Borch looked fine up until that late game point where things started to break apart. The Fenrir felt a lot less effective, especially due to the triple talisman. I think we're going to have to see a lot more focus on really trying to snowball the lead, get other people ahead as well, and then work around that with kind of just being the alt bot that Thanatos is known to be. However, does have a little bit more to offer nowadays, especially with lower cooldown on Soul Reap, extra pen going into the late game as well. So Thanatos now better than he's ever been for a long time, at least since SMITE 1. So hopefully we'll see Rat Milk pull through on that one. I'm excited to see whether or not we get a lot of snowball.
The snowball will be the key, and pause is still ongoing. We'll have an update on that for you soon. But also ADCs. Because one thing, Shinto, we talked about a million times, and rightfully so in game number 1, the Zeus was just playing out of his mind. But so far, it feels like Pagon and Zapman have not been afraid to trade blows, and we didn't see the same kind of Zapman passive kick in. We didn't see the hyper farm to 20, and nobody sees you until then. We saw a lot of rotations out, a lot of fighting with the team. But the structure damage was still there, of course. Do you feel like that kind of will continue into this game? I feel like part of me wants to see that more, because when Kern gets ahead right now, when Cernanos has all items online and is hidden like a truck, there's nobody else I'd rather see show up at level 20 who I haven't seen in a few minutes to just blow everyone out of the water.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Zap, admittedly did not bring a lot of player damage last game, but that was totally fine. We saw that both Haddix and Shinto were bringing it in return, and Zap was just kind of being a role player. And in these kind of situations where you're playing with absolute all-stars, like the squad that he's with, it's not a big deal that Zap wasn't the star of this one. He could just as easily be the star of this game number 2, which realistically, this far is looking pretty good for him, considering he's already got 2 kills on this Kern. And like you said, Kern in the late game feels really good. So very excited to see what Zap brings, if he will be the carry this game, because certainly we've seen numerous games where Zap has come out of the woodwork and looked like the absolute GOAT. I mean, he is the 3-time for a reason, right? Like, realistically, this guy is crazy cracked at Smite. And it's just he's a great team player. He is a very good in-game leader as well, so he will step up and make those calls. And sometimes that means if you're the one making the directives, your gameplay suffers a little bit. But regardless, I think having someone to fill those shoes is what Zapman does best. He is a great leader, and across the board, if you need a leader, Zapman's your guy.
You do indeed, and of course, don't forget what Pagon's been doing, but we need a bit more time to get things situated, so we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an update on game number 2 between Scrumptious and Borch. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hey, we're back in. We've got ourselves some news. So Jake was dealing with a bit of a crash situation, couldn't get back into the game. So we're going to do a lobby reset for game number 2. We'll have that up and going in just a moment. So Lermy, we'll have the same picks and everything, but that kind of crazy, wacky start in the jungle, that's probably the biggest thing that's going to be left behind in the original iteration of game number 2. And we've seen this, I want to say the last time we saw a full lobby remake, it was a similar situation where there had been a first blood in the jungle, and it might have been the most safe and passive start I've ever seen in the jungle after the remake. Are you expecting the same thing, or do they get crazy again?
Honestly, I mean, the strats have kind of been revealed, right? That's kind of
Yeah.
the unfortunate situation of having to remake a lobby. But of course, have no concern, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the title down below. I've got this bug report in the bag. Don't you worry about it. I'll be typing in the QA channel, making sure we figure out exactly what's going on behind that
Yeah,
crash and solving it
true.
for you
During
guys.
break, you looked like a Discord mod the way you were typing
Oh,
away.
God. Listen. I like to make sure that I know everyone in the chat is not excited to hear about a remake. That's just how it is, though. Unfortunately, we are still in an alpha, but let it be known, I got you guys. We'll be making sure that that starts to get solved. And again, game number 2, fresh start here for everybody. Fresh faces across the board. Same picks, though, but perhaps a little bit more serene, calm beginning to game number 2, and not so much let's send Haddix and Nog into the enemy jungle and try to make something happen against Chalk Thanatos, 2 of the best early game gods in the game.
Remember, there was the proxy start from Borch. They went for that 17 to 19 second mark where you can catch off the minion wave between tier 1 and 2. I don't think we're going to see that again because, like you said, you gave it away, so you can't run that back, which then eliminates the right side struggles, but still dancing around. Zapman aware, at least, and looking to see if they might go for the proxy.
He knows.
He's a knower indeed. And you got 3 defensively for Borch, because remember, there was Nog who went for the blue buff as well on that initial start.
Yes, indeed. And certainly there was a lot of aggression on that side of the map. Red buff did get stolen away, but I doubt they go for the same game plan this time, especially with Baskin hovering around, and Jake and Pagon might be looking to do that same craziness just in a different way. I don't imagine they start in lane, though, especially with the ward pointing out that they are not on it, right? The information is not necessary that, you see someone there. It's more the fact that you don't see someone there that's a bit scarier.
Nog takes the fight with Rat Milk. Rat Milk gets the better damage-wise, but you got Haddix here. Now the backup in the form of Chalk arrives. Nog backs away. Shield hits Rat Milk, but you've got the Scythe for sustain. We're still fighting. We're still going to tussle despite the remake. Nog leading Fine OK away. An axe out. Tickles the Fenrir. Rat Milk looks like he wants to do buffs, but Fine OK's got to commit to Nog. The wrap around from Haddix, looking back for Rat Milk. Nog breaks some ankles. The Scythe hits. That brings Nog low. An auto and an axe might kill. There's the auto. Waiting for the axe. Got it. Rat Milk gets the first blood with the auto at the last second. So Nog tried to run back the start from the original version of game number 2. And Borch were unfazed, and despite the ring around the jungle, still get first blood.
Yep, and that is exactly the place you want it to be on if you are Borch. Yes, your time sure did get wasted a bit there. Buffs kind of sat not being done. However, a kill on Thanatos is a happy, happy Thanatos indeed. Jake in a bit of a pickle here, getting tossed around by Ronnie. But regardless, Jake will be able to walk away relatively unscathed considering he's got a speed buff around his belt. At this point in time, though, the fight is going to be around this middle purple buff, but Jake just relinquishing it, willing to go back into the lane and grab all of that farm up, hoping to at least find some kind of level advantage, maybe even also grab that left-hand side chest camp. Try and take out those thieving little guys over there.
Ronnie will take some poke for stepping up. Sunder down as well. Potions popped because the Sobek was getting quite low, but does get the dash away. So it'll be all right. Back to laning. Yeah, those side camps, I think we've been saying it since the original iteration of those camps, but the amount of gold that they give is so underrated. If you're newer to SMITE 2 and you haven't worried too much about those camps on the side, consider it. The amount of gold they give you is ridiculous. Fuck back! Caught Pagon. Good dash.
Yep, that's once again just running back this Sobek Jingwei matchup. Anytime this Sobek goes for a pluck, if Zapman's not there and waiting with the Bramble Blast, and on the target, mind you, it's going to be a bit of a freebie there for the Jingwei to just float away. But realistically, your goal here as Rongyu is to pull the dash and then have someone wrap around on that back side to be able to take care of this Jingwei with no dash. But right now, it might be looks onto Jake considering the Fenrir is here, and that will be a kill for Nog on the Fenrir.
Well, that's 1 kill per jungler to start this game off. Borch got back their first blood. Scrumptious got back their catch-up, so we're pretty close to where we were in the original iteration past the lobby. We're making close to the time as well. But where we go from here, jungle-wise, you can see Ratmilk on his own speed, but we've seen a lot of the jungle become this sort of fight for timers to then use that for positions. But so far in this game, nobody's able to get those timers. Remember, there's some on the right-hand side, but that's really the extent for Scrumptious.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of guesstimate these timers a bit as well.
Yeah.
And realistically, what Ratmilk needs to do here is to just hightail it to level 5. Having that execute available opens up so many doors in terms of ganks, especially onto someone like Zapman, who may not have the most sustain in the game, does have the blink available and a small bit of inherent lifesteal if he's able to find it. But a Thanatos charging at you from the sky, especially with no beads into someone like Baron, could be a difficult situation to have. But instead we see Ratmilk jump on over to this right-hand side of the map. Again, just hightailing it to level 5, seeing what he can do, maybe find a neat little execute if Haddix gets poked out enough. But until that point, it's Farm City for these boys.
Your right tower is
Back to the level 5s now for the jungles as well. One thing we were talking about before we went to that short pause was we want to see the Ragnarok used. We want to see everything get burned. That's what you want Nog to do. Burn beads, burn talismans once those are online. And then for Ratmilk, the key is to ult, and ult a lot, and try to make that execute work. We'll see what happens first. Haddix did dash away from the Storm Call, hit by the Scythe, but not quite in execute range. No commitment from Ratmilk on the right-hand side.
Hard to commit to a fight like that considering the Dazzling Offensive is still available, but it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, a Subexecute is on the table. Blink out from Zap, but blink in from Ratmilk does make it happen.
Speaking of executes, the pluck to get away! Ronnie breaking ankles, did it again, sidesteps the Scythe, and hits him with the emote. Oh man. Oh man.
There's not many better than that one, unless he was using the Thanatos Clown one, which I mean in that situation that would have been perfect. But yeah, that's BM Ronnie. But honestly, deserved.
That was crazy.
Oh,
I love watching these two teams play. Yeah, these two teams, there's something about the way that they play each other. We've seen this matchup a few times so far, and hasn't disappointed.
Nope, not once.
Where do they go? That's always the next step, right? You've got to take it moment by moment when these two teams meet up. That was the key in the previous game, too. We were able to track where they went moment by moment. We were able to follow the cooldowns, equal this, equal that. And don't forget how Scrumptious played the map and how Borch tried to read it back. We saw at one point the early call for gold when Fine OK spotted out the jungler and a ward. Scrumptious won the game off of a fantastic call in duo, so anything can happen. There's the engage, Fine OK, plenty okay. That's a tanky chalk.
Yeah, he is more than happy. Going to Soul Gem, though, is a very interesting choice, but we'll get back to that one after the Baron ultimate is forced out for mostly the CC immunity. Does get the stun off. Wild Hunt off the mark there for Zap. And I would presume we're just going back to the status quo here until Ratmilk decides to roll up. May have been spotted out on the ward there, sitting right on top of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So Zap and Ronnie know what's coming their way, willing to just sit there and farm up while perhaps an invade might be going on. Baskin getting very aggressive around this speed.
You've got Nog here, you have Ratmilk here. A lot of ultimates online. No Zapman, no Jake. Ragnarok answered instantly by hovering death to keep Ratmilk safe. He'll simply fly away. So ult for ult from the junglers, and they'll grab their own camps. And things go from blowing up to rather calm on the left-hand side. And at 7 minutes, it's a simple 400 gold lead and 700 down to 500 experience. I mean, that is insignificant. That's the definition of it in Smite 2. But watch this purple invade. Nog, silence, Scythe not gonna hit. Baron's through for some extra damage. You've got an engage into the dual lane. Pagon low, had to airstrike out, so only 2 for the chase onto Nog, which will force Borch to call it off.
Oh, he's fine. He'll get out of there. Fenrir with 2 movement abilities feels pretty good. And at this point in time, you will be seeing both guys go back and farm up their sides of the map. I mean, there's a lot of back camps available here for Rat Milk. Gonna be waiting for that hovering death to come on back after it got forced out thanks to the Ragnarok. And in that time, you see Rat Milk start to at least get a small bit of a lead here. Maybe not significant enough to call it a level at this point, but enough to where you can say, all right, I gotta be a little bit concerned that this Thanatos might be able to roll up next time that ultimate is ready to be able to make something happen. Gotta keep those wards up, especially in duo, because that feels like it's the most prime target. But honestly, if I'm Rat Milk right now, I'm thinking, man, we gotta deal with Shinto. Level 11, 2 levels up, by the way. Nothing has happened in mid. There's literally 0, 0, 0 across the board. And somehow, some way, Shinto has a 2-level lead. Where'd this come from? I feel like we say this all the time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because in game 1, we saw Shinto level 13 and Baskin was level 12, and everybody else was still trying to hit level 10. It was the same exact situation. Looking at items, Lermy, there's 2 that I find interesting. Look, we see once again a split supports. Ruinous Ankh for the Sobek. Cersei's Hexstone run back for Jake. And in solo, fine okay. Rushing Soul Gem on Chalk.
Yeah, that is surprising to me that he would go for that. However, you know, Chalk is a guy that's got a lot of cooldowns. Especially now that
He is a cooldown boy.
Thunderstrike has gone down in cooldown quite significantly. You are going to be spamming a lot of cooldowns. Int is also really nice because you get more heals. Feels really good. Damage scales with Int as well a little bit. It's a tricky situation though, right? Because you haven't gone very much defense, but here is the turnaround though. Jake a bit stuck in the middle.
Junglers are here.
Primed.
The Sob Execute not going to be in range. Jake gonna have life of the party to keep themselves safe. Now Rat Milk to the sky, looking for Nog to try to keep his support safe, but Nog was able to find the kill. Now Pagon has to get away. Look at the rotation out from Haddix. The puck will catch Rat Milk, the dash, and the shield to bring down the Thanatos. A perfect rotation out from Scrumptious. Their calls on the map are staying undefeated, and the call now is to walk towards gold and walk towards camps. Baskin corner camping, looking for Nog. You've got Pagon, though, low, and that's got to be priority 1 for Borch to get away. It works. Now Baskin, hand is forced, looks at Haddix, can't find much, and fine okay, has to walk over. This chaos has disrupted the Gold Fury, and Scrumptious are unable to pull it.
Yeah, at this point in time, I mean, we've hit 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And if we could go back to the player damage on the board, our mid laners certainly have yet to do all that much in this situation. Just very chill farming. And you would have thought that something crazy would have just happened. However, both sides able to get away just by the skin of their teeth. I mean, FineOK is making so much room here, as he is wont to do, considering just how much damage he's doing with that Soul Reaver. And again, he's kind of doing the int for stacks moment, maybe going a little bit too far, but Shinto's not going to let this Gold Fury get away from him.
And bang, Gold Fury down. Scrumptious get it. Shinto takes a pick alongside of it. FineOK looking to dive onto the Zeus. That's the secret. You've got the backup of Thanatos as well, but the blink is good to get the Zeus away. Rat Milk's got to adjust the target, but has nobody to find. Now adjusts, looks for Zeus, lands down and does grab it. But you've got Zapman there who's already got a double kill, and the chase is on to Rat Milk. Baron's Brew thrown out. The blink Bramble auto. Triple kill for Zapman.
Dang. Shinto does fall down, but Zap is the absolute MVP of that fight, constantly swinging away. He knows he's not the target. You want to go after the absolutely ginormous Zeus at this point in the game, and that does happen. Unfortunately, though, the Gold Fury does get stolen away. You can't do objectives in front of a Zeus, especially not a Shinto Zeus. And unfortunately, that lesson has yet to be learned in this game, but hopefully they take that and run with it, considering just how crazy that fight was around the objective.
Man, there's something about the way Scrumptious is playing the map that even looks a little bit different going back to Swiss. One of the teams we got to see a lot of, even before Swiss, go back to those closed alpha tournaments, the open brackets. Scrumptious, one of the things I feel like that was criticized was that some of their map play left a lot to be desired, and they got through a lot of times by having great chemistry, by being able to play in team fighting, but the way they've been reading plays against Borch has been great, and shows no signs of slowing down. Just where will Borch find their way in? Drive Milk on the gank, looking for Haddix. Ult for ult, dazzling offensive out, execute range. Bang, got him. Rat Milk, 4th kill in the jungle. Life of the party used will force a Ragnarok away, and Nog will be A-okay.
Yep, we're seeing Nog just trade ult for ult there, just for the extra safety of it. You don't want to be getting too close to Bastion. Unfortunately, did not have ult there. Airstrike in, an unfortunate placement for that. Might cause Zap to want to go in here. Does indeed get some damage off, but look who's around the bend. We've got Ronnie waiting for something to happen. Sunder will do it to him. But what is that? 3 members of Borch waiting around the corner to try and get some revenge on this Sobek. Certainly seems to be the case. Nice stun there for Baskin. Does end up grabbing the kill, but if you're Ronnie and you trade your life away to get the Thanatos, you're not mad about that at all.
Not mad indeed. And Borch, it feels like every time they pick up a kill, pick up an objective, or try to pick up farm, there's an answer from Scrumptious. It's been consistent. Nog going for the back camps in front of Baskin, unafraid of the damage to be had. Jumps through, but Pagon using that passive to get close to Nog. Cuts off one way, the Wrap not gonna hit, and now Ragnarok is up. And Nog will be away. Maybe if that Wrap hits, it's a different story. But Nog performs the great escape. Does leave behind the Queen Naga buff, though, so Borch will pick that up and have something to aid them when they pull their next objectives in the form of some little Queen Naga minions.
Yeah, that is a nice look for them to be able to get some of that extra help around the objectives, but honestly, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do a whole lot of pulling anytime soon. I mean, Gold still got another minute or so on it, and gotta be a little careful here. Don't know that Jake is behind you at this moment in time, might be running straight into him, but thankfully Zap's able to make at least a little bit of space, ring around the rosy around this Gold Fury wall, but going to be able to get out A-okay. In the meantime, though, Shinto, just doing what he does best. Farming it up, level 15, highest on the map. Did take a spill earlier in the game, but that's got to be the focus going forward if I'm Borch. No more Shinto leads. You know, you really were anticipating a lot of damage coming out of this Thanatos, and unfortunately it didn't work out. So now you've got to adapt, change the game plan, play around the late game, and do whatever you can to stop this dude from going crazy. And unfortunately, we're just not seeing that.
Pyro pulled and down. Borch, they were in a position to maybe pull gold, but they're not. Nobody's even on the left side of the map aside from Zapman. But with the attention on Fine, okay, there is the Gold Fury. But you did waste a little bit of time. We'll see if Zapman's able to make a contest. Did he see the Jingwei go over? No, doesn't seem to be the case. Gold Fury for free. At the time being, it looks like that will be the case.
Oh,
so
God,
Scrumptious say, okay,
sure.
We've got an answer for you too. Fire Giant is the call. Fine okay will be aware. Look at the red jerseys on your minimap rushing over to the fire to try to make that contest happen, but everyone for Scrumptious is here. Zap just took the teleporter, and Scrumptious called off. They were aware of how many were on the way.
Ooh, guys,
so the ambitious call comes to a halt.
Crazy call coming out of those fellas.
I can feel your anxiety.
Oh my God, bro, absolutely. That is a call at 15 minutes. I'd be like, all right, you're up 10K, go for it. They're only up 2K at this point, and that lead is growing smaller and smaller as Borch find windows back into this game. Zap tries to go for something a little crazy there, uses the dash in, caught by the Anubis, forced to blink away. But so much is used onto this Kernos, perfectly timed blink out for Rat Milk. Does keep the Thanatos alive, but ooh, a little too big for your britches there, Zap.
I like the blink to get out of the range of the life of the party, but as you caught, the Thanatos ult was on it. Shinto did also expend ult, but only thing up on the map at the time being is fire. And I feel like we just saw how ambitious it is to pull fire right now, so I wouldn't anticipate that being a soon thing.
I mean,
so
listen, they got 3 Sunders and a bomb. That's a lot of damage.
Do you think they do it in the face of Borch?
They could.
Would you make that call?
Listen, if you're... I'll make a joke from K1. If you're Scrumptious and you make that call, you gotta at least follow up on it, right?
Right, true. Keep your Sunders accounted for.
All 3 of them. And the bomb.
And the bomb.
And the bomb. Can't forget about the bomb.
No, I do like it, though, because part of me likes the idea of forcing Borch to fight right now when their fights haven't looked too amazing, and it feels like they're starting to fall behind that curve, even in the spots where they weren't already. You have Anubis far behind, the level 18, by the way, of Shinto. Pagon's fallen behind Zap. Maybe forcing the issue is the play here. Usually that's something we don't see in games like this. We see that kind of passive burn it out, but you might be able to convince me, Lermy.
Yeah, it'll really depend on what Final K can bring to these engagements, right? Level 17 on the chalk, 0-4, hasn't really gotten all too involved other than just making space, which honestly is fine. It's leading him to get quite a lot of farm. Baron, though, gets plucked straight into the open arms of the Kurno. Cersei's Hexstone does get him away for now, but it's only for now, right? I don't think Rangyu is done here by any means. 4 members on this left-hand side with Amaterasu heading back the other way, forcing out the airstrike, but goes forward. Might mean there's a bit of danger.
Shinto walks up, looking to bring them down. Pagon with the dash away. Jake got stunned. That'll be the end of that. Nog gets it with the jump. Rat Milk to the sky. Eyes on. Has plenty of targets. Chooses one and handles the one. A shutdown on the Nog. Zapman dashes in. Aggressive. What year is it? And he gets it. Looks for another. Has to get the Fatalis proccing. He does. Needs one more auto. He got it. Double kill for Zapman. Will pay for it. But man, is it 2017 again? Shinto re-engages, blinks through the storm call, brings down Baskin too. A mechanical fest from Scrumptious.
Absolutely insane play there from Zap to enable Shinto and Haddix to make that extra room on the back end of things. Considering they'd be going up against a level 18 Chuck to get to that tower, they decide the easier thing to do is to head on over to these oracles and then decide between, do I want Gold Fury? Do I want Pyromancer? Either way, an objective is an objective. And again, let's keep in mind here, another bomb in the pocket is another option towards even more secure on fire. And honestly, when you're dealing with nearly 3,000 health secure, combined with a fully charged detonate, combined with zoning from Shinto's ult or Haddix or Nog or whatever it might be, that might just be the ticket to getting that fire giant early, or even just having the option to force a fight. If you are looking at the tab screen and you're Borch, you're like, I can't ignore this. I can't just let them walk up with 3 Sunders and do it, right?
True. This is all true. It's, man, this has been one of the more fun games to watch the map of. Look at it now. Pyro, gold, an answer for an answer across the map. Looks like Pyro will go to Borch. Gold, go to Scrumptious. That leaves fire up, and you talked about bombs, you talked about Sunder. Well, now there's a bomb favoring Borch with their Sunder. I keep my eyes go to the jungles. I wanted to say Shinto and Zapman are stepping up so far, but it feels like as good as they're going to do, it feels like the key to the fights being decisive would be Nog or Rat Milk stepping up.
Oh, interesting hog in there from Jake, trying to find something, but thankfully Rangyu does eat it with the lurking in the water, so that is a lot of actives down there, and ultimates both ways. Nog getting active himself, trying to find something, getting absolutely
Execute
bursted
range
by the damage from the Anubis.
Can knock it away.
Here comes Rat Milk with the execute.
That's one to start it off for Rat Milk. The blink to reposition from the Ragnarok worked out wonders. And now, who else can he grab? But Zapman is still being Zapman and blinking and aggressive again, but he blinked in front of everybody. And Baskin said, nah, not this time. We're in 2024, not 2017, and we're not letting you play that way. Borch, make him pay.
That was a 2017 Zap play. I feel like we've seen little sprinkles of old Zap in his current
It worked
play,
in the last lane.
it sure did. Listen, he went crazy in that last fight, and he was keeping up the momentum, which I can appreciate, you know, coming from someone who really plays around momentum like Zap does. I mean, he's usually got the level Henry, but if he's popping off, he's going to stay on that measure for a long time. But maybe humbled a bit there is the 3-time. Blinking into 4 people, maybe not the most ideal situation for a Kurnos to be in.
Is under attack.
I have been enjoying watching this game a lot. Sometimes I'm enjoying it, you know? You can just zoom out on the map and enjoy it. And with this fire pole, I think we have a big fight to enjoy just around the bend. Sobek ready to contest. Borch on fire first. Down to half. Watch for the flank from Nog around the side. And it's a disengage from Borch. Not willing to take the risk. They sensed it, and they back away.
So disciplined coming out from this Borch squad. I know in the last game it got a little bit dicier on fire a couple of times, but they know exactly what they're competing with. Again, every Sunder is accounted for at this point in the game. Bomb was used earlier, so keep that in mind. No more bomb on the side of Scrumptious. And there is one on the side of Borch. But again, Sunder's got about 20 seconds, so the longer that they wait to make this engagement around fire, honestly, the better for Borch. It's really going to come down to who's got the quicker trigger finger in terms of what Sunder is the best Sunder, unless they like find a fight absolutely whole-handedly, which always is an option when you're playing these games, right? It's never always that easy, never always so clean, but sometimes, on some occasions, you'll see 5 go down, 0 go down on the other side, and it's just done from there. But I don't think these two teams are ones to do that.
23 and a half minutes of just pure chaos, but a great game. 2,000 gold favors Scrumptious. Experience, as Lurmy mentioned in the previous game, you get to around the 25-minute mark, it begins to matter less and less. Same thing can be said about gold, especially when it's close. But Scrumptious they're up 1-0, so they're at that point of being able to move forward, and Borch trying not to be sent down to the losers bracket. We saw this happen yesterday with Giovanni Giorgio, Lurmy, where a team that was such a favorite falls to the losers bracket, and all of a sudden you're in a situation where every game feels so much more stressful because you're just one away from going home. And I'm sure both these teams are dire to avoid that as we get closer to the studio land, as we get closer to Vegas. It's where you've got to just play up in these moments. You've got to be able to beat teams like these two teams to do it.
Absolutely. We're seeing the full 5-man grouping on both ends, though Nog is a little bit off to one side to kind of mix up the comms. No eyes on Nog means that you got to be looking around for this Fender to come through with the ultimate. Only one talisman of purification there for the side of Borch at this point, and it's on Jake. Jake famously very, very aggressive in the style that he plays, so certainly willing to get a little bit crazy there, but Nog will be the one to try to start the fight, get silenced out by the Thanatos, which means it's time to walk away.
Storm Call out, looking for more on to Zapman, who's been in trouble. They continue the chase, and the execute lands. A great start for Borch. Rat Milk blinks forward, finds a double, looks for another. Wrong you, low, can't get away from the Thanatos. It's a triple kill for Rat Milk. He can wrap around the side. Should Borch go in? Posture at the tier 2, but the call wisely. Borch call for fire, using that experience, but once again, Lurmy, Rat Milk on the Thanatos. We've seen this exact situation before with Borch, with Rat Milk on Thanatos. One play like that and everything turns on its head. Fire started, down to half, Scrumptious will concede.
This is really just the Rat Milk show, it feels like, in this game, going into a pick that he is just so incredibly comfortable with. And it really does show that even though this character doesn't see a lot of time in these kind of high-level matches, if you're the kind of person that feels really, really confident and you feel really, really good on a particular pick, it doesn't matter who you're against. Play the comfort pick. Don't be afraid of what the meta says. If you think that you're the best at Thanatos, show it. Be like Rat Milk in this case.
Yeah, true. That is true. I keep looking for Shinto now in these fights, especially with how Rat Milk's been playing. Part of me almost feels like the answer would be, I think we did see this against Rat Milk on a Thanatos in Founder Series, of baiting in Thana and looking to say, hey, let's make him want to dive, blow him up. Shinto can do that, but you got to get the situation right. And I think that's where the problem's been, Lurmy, right? Because we've seen Zapman get caught out pretty far ahead in the last couple fights.
Yeah, certainly so. I think it's a little bit dangerous here with the way that Zap's been playing. Just getting a little too sucked into these engagements, trying to make something happen. Zap does swing like an absolute truck right now. Don't get it twisted. However, if he's dying first in these fights, it's just kind of GG's from there. I mean, considering that, you know, Shinto is trying to step up in damage, but Nog is not a damage dealer with this build. Nog is trying to get as many cooldowns off as he can, try and burn through those purifications, burn through those blinks, make something happen in that regard so Shinto is able to get that damage off. However, if Zap's not available in these fights at all, the tanks kind of get to have free roam and not really be too worried about Shinto. He just kind of is there in best case scenario for a lot of the situations, but boy, does Zeus do damage to Squishy.
Borch begin the siege of tier 2. Thanatos is in the mid lane by the mid tier 2. Haddix looking at fine okay, but too tanky to take out too easy. So soft defense of that tier 2 tower from Scrumptious, and Borch have yet to really find a smart way in. They've got no minions to work with. But you have Jake. That's been a pretty good engage tool. Just kind of where do things break down, and honestly, Scrumptious are doing a great job of making this siege incredibly stagnant from Borch.
Yep, they're just doing exactly what they need to do and holding the line, not getting too poked out, and the more that they delay, the less time that Borch will have with this fire giant. But that left-hand side tower does go down, which means that there could be some level of engage from Borch if they want to go for it, but taking it nice and easy, looking for an opportunity rather than going for whatever they can get. Bomb does go off, but it looks like it actually missed on that left-hand side.
What
Phoenix.
a talisman!
Ultimate forces the talisman, and like you said, everybody on the side of Borch is totally fine right now. Still a lot of health for this Phoenix, though.
Stepping back in, a storm call with the blink finds 2. Borch have an opening. Will they take it? Wrap up to the sky. The instant land down finds Zapman for the rampage, but the block will slow things down. Fine okay will drop. Everyone might drop for Borch, but they do get the Phoenix. They lost out their jungle solo, almost lose their ADC, but the detonate did not kill. So they are not erased, and they grab a Phoenix. Not an easy Phoenix, but they did it nonetheless.
Are you sweating, man? I'm sweating. This game's crazy.
Yeah, I know. I had to turn my AC down before this game.
Yeah, I realized that my heat was on way too high for this. Certainly because the flames are starting to catch on between these two teams. Fire was completed by Borch, led them to go on kind of a rampage down this left-hand side. They did end up getting that Phoenix, and as I'm sure you all know, left-hand side Phoenix is the most ideal one to be getting. Opens up that pathway to go for the next fire coming up, because somebody's got to deal with those fire minions, and it looks like it'll probably be Nog. The difference between Smite 1 and Smite 2 is Teleporter does make it kind of easy to get over there in a reasonable manner, right? And not revealed to everybody on the map. So there is that level of advantage to keep in mind when it comes down to it, but this next fire giant may be the end-all be-all, depending on how hard that Scrumptious want to commit to a defense. Borch, of course, in the driver's seat means that it can get a little bit dicey. I really do truly need to see Zapman stay alive in these engagements. It's been unfortunate that the Kernos has not been able to pile in the damage as much as he wants to, because he's just been getting taken out so early. That is the absolute focus of this 11-5-5 Thanatos. Rat Milk has eyes only for Zapman here and is literally beelining it back to this ADC to make sure that they're not able to turn a fight around in the long term.
What about Nog? Not to be forgotten about. Jumps in, doesn't find much, but the big time pick could be there in the final K. Storm Call will be out, but it will not matter. And final K goes down to Wrong You. And Hovering Death was popped. That's been an answer every time we've seen a pick like that happen. They use it. Will it matter this time? Life of the party. Zapman blinks away. Still gonna pull in a couple, but now Nog Ragnarok doesn't find Jake, goes around the side. Borch will still stand tall as forward, not afraid quite yet, but being forced to back up a bit regardless. Tier 2 tower in mid seems to be the immediate target for Scrumptious, learning that they have options on the map.
Pyromancer might be the next easiest thing to do, especially with Final K on that 30-second cooldown. We still got all 3 centers up at this point. Blink still available for Shinto if he's in danger, but Zap is shredding these objectives. And guys, please, not a run pack. Please, just please pick up the buff, please.
Yeah, they're gonna cause us some real grief with that bomb, I think. Especially when you're pulling. Okay, so we got bomb up.
3 thunders.
We got fire started. Thunder's available. As close of a game as you can get.
Oh no.
Scrumptious looking to take it 2-0. Got the pluck on the Jake, got the damage too. Life of the party. Does it get a pull? No. Nog. Low, blink, auto, dead. Ratmilk has one.
Oh,
to the sky. Zapman's in execute range. Zapman's gone. A double for the rat. The pluck back into the chain lightning as Shinto's popping the rest of Borch. So now just fine okay. And Ratmilk stand to just Shinto and Wrong You. Find me a more evenly matched situation. Storm Call, Shito blinks past. Chain Lightning not gonna hit. Does he find it before he goes down? No! Fine, okay, will kill Shinto, but Rat Milk dies! Down to Wrong You and Fine, okay! Could they be any more evenly matched, Lermy? This is ridiculous!
Maybe a little bit. Ronnie's got quite the health disadvantage here, and considering just how much, oh wait, they've got double Minotaur on this side. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of damage onto this tower. That wave has built up over time, and it's certainly gonna be doing a lot, especially because we're still waiting about like 10 to 15 seconds on Nog at this point. Left-hand side Phoenix coming up any second, and it's gonna be all up to Ronnie here to keep this bird alive. Looks like he'll be able to do it for now. Huge wave still pushing into right, and a couple more fire waves making their way down this left-hand side, but Nog is on it, and Haddix is dealing with these silly little Minotaurs.
So zooming out and trying to break down how that happened, it's pretty rare that we see full teams trade out down to two frontliners standing. What exactly happened in I guess the simplest terms for us to look at in the next fight? What could be repeated? What avoids that?
Ooh, it's tough, right? Because Zap kind of gets left alone in the middle of that fight there, and I feel bad. I feel bad picking on Zap so much, but realistically, he is just a guinea pig at this point, with no beads, with no Aegis, really forced to play this positioning super safe, or in a lot of danger like you're seeing here. Able to at least get the Wild Hunt off, but unfortunately he's the first to fall. Fast can find Shinto as well. And up in the air is Rat Milk, but that might just be enough to convince Borch to just try to go for the end.
It feels like it had to break down one way or another, and now Borch prepared to siege out and end things if they can get more picks. They've got a Minotaur as well. The solo Phoenix will go down. Tier 2 still up in the mid lane, and the duo Phoenix respawned. We saw that before. Borch undeterred. They got 30 seconds till Zapman's up, and Shinto's not there. That's their best defense tool. You got Nog, Haddix, and Wrong You for the defense, and Borch want to force a game 3. They step into the throne room. Is it a full commit? Look at all the CC coming back on the Borch. Look at all the damage too. Hang on a second. This might work out for Scrumptious. An engage back from Nog. Can he find it? No. Stunned out and sent down. Now the laser. If there's one thing an Anubis can do, it is kill a Titan, and Borch will do just that and force a game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, doesn't matter who's on the Zeus. If you've got a Thanatos as fed as Ratnik was, the game will go in your favor. My goodness, what a couple of crazy last engagements there. Absolutely insane positioning, by the way, from Fine OK, who was there with the blink to get things started. I mean, just crazy interactions like that can't happen in Smite 1 because you can't blink in the middle of the storm call. But honestly, that was just an absolute delight to watch. Borch come back from the brink in game number 1, where they kind of got it handed to them a little bit, to reverse Unoing, bringing the handing on back, and certainly did, thanks to the crazy Thanatos pick from Rat Milk.
Yeah, the Thanatos did not disappoint. Rat Milk, I mentioned it. Comfort does insane work for Rat Milk as a player, and it showed that time. And the biggest thing is it forces a game number 3. So somebody's got to go down to the losers bracket. Somebody has to move forward. When we come back after these short words, we'll know who. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out, having patience. We apologize for the issues, but we're back and we're still able to show the conclusion of the set between Borch and Scrumptious as we move through the playoffs here. Day number 2 of week 1 of the playoffs on the road to Las Vegas for the Smite 2 Founder Series. Again, apologies for the issues and the wait, but we're back and we thank you for hanging out. It's Malm, and now I'm joined by Trelly to finish off this set. Trelly, how we feeling?
Sorry for disappointing you guys. I know you were expecting Lermy, but anyway, you know what? We still got some great action for you. And of course, Anthony squared back at it again. I'm excited to be here, man, and I'm excited to cast this set with you.
I'm right with you. They've been keeping us apart for a while. It took tech issues to bring us together. I mean, come on, it's crazy. But no, we get Anthony squared. Let's get picks and bans as well for game number 3. We've already got them preloaded and locked in to talk about. And Charlie, I caught you up to speed. I know chat has been hanging out for this one, and it's been an exciting one. The Thanatos locked back in for Rat Milk. The Zeus finally grabbed by Borch and not going to Shinto.
And you gotta love the amount of sustain that Scrumptious has been leaning on. Raw has been such a versatile pick. you can play him in multiple different roles because of that change to his second ability. So it's going to be an exciting matchup to try and watch. Not only do they have incredible amounts of dive with the Chalk and the Thanatos and even, the Baron to some extent, but you got to look at the amount of protection around this backline here for Scrumptious. You got the Jingwei, you got the Ra, you got the Kate, but they're going to have that extra level of sustain and survivability that can be very annoying for something like a Thanatos.
Well, I think we've all waited long enough. Let's see how this concludes. Let's get into the battleground for game number 3 between Scrumptious and Borch. Scrumptious on that order side. Your chaos side will be Borch. I am so pumped up for this one. Game 1 was the story of Ra and Zeus going crazy. In game 2, it was just Thanatos doing Thanatos things and Rat Milk doing Rat Milk things at that. But this look for game 3 could be different. We've seen some crazy starts, Charlie. There's been a couple of times where, including after a reset in game 2, with both the first and second versions of game 2, we saw proxies come out from the Borch duo lane.
Yeah, it's always a possibility depending on the composition you have. If you have the extra damage, can give you a big lead. But I think it's usually around things like, your Moja, when you have an extra level of just insta-clear. But hey, we could see something like that, no problem. But where, if you're Scrumptious, would you try and scrap? It looks like Borch is not interested, right? They're staying real far away from this duo side, which is usually where you group up around in the grass towards mid. So I don't hate the call, but you do have to look at the relics. Only one Sunder available for Borch, whereas Scrumptious, they're holding on to 2 of them. One for Nog and one for Wrong You. So if you are looking to invade, it's going to have to be around those characters, whereas Borch went for something a little bit different. You can see Awesome Jake hovering on the right side of the map for now. I wonder if he's going to make his presence known over on left. He's going to teleport over. Seems like yes.
So poke on to Nog. They're still hitting at the teleporter. That 17 to 19 second mark has been the key. If you take it now, you should be able to get there in time, and that is the play from Borch. So being sneaky with it still, and this is the start that they seem to like, and they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of extra clear here, but are you able to go for an invade in the meantime? Do you try and scrap here? You've got Baron's Brew as well, so that's going to be a big help if you want to fight this purple buff. See if anyone rotates over, if they're just trying to get the buff and get out. Remember, you does still have that Sunder, so yeah, should be pretty easy to confirm. He didn't get it.
Wow.
He messed up the Sunder.
That's crazy that Jake can walk away with the purple. I mean, talk about it being just completely shouted among the rafters what play you were going to do as soon as you saw that proxy. But just doesn't work out for Scrumptious to keep it safe, and they go down purple. And we have all seen so far in this set with the 2 games earlier just how often these teams are using both the timers and jungle presence to really get their points across and rotate around the map. We saw that in the first set of the day as well.
Honestly, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, okay? Because I've seen a lot of Raw solo builds, but I've really become accustomed to the Bluestone one, where you get the extra enhanced auto attacks when you go for your blinding light, and it's ridiculous clear, as you can see. Like Final K is going to have a hard time trying to match that level of clear, but it also just enhances your autos, and it does so much extra damage. But I guess Addict's more so valuing that intelligence and that CDR. Will become very beneficial later on when you want that heal on, as low of a cooldown as possible to make sure your team is constantly sustained up. I'm just thinking about the sustain and the setup potential as well from Scrumptious. I mean, just the pluck alone is going to be all the initiation you really need. But with Nog on the Amaterasu, Dazzling Offensive can set up for a lot of these big burst ultimates like Open the Gates and Searing Pain. So could be now Scrumptious is trying to get involved later on, but for now, they're going to keep getting outplayed by Baskin. My goodness, do not group with the Chain Lightning.
It's so funny because watching Baskin do that on Zeus, it's kind of what Lermy and I were looking for in game number 2. And even in game 1, where we were still just wondering who grabbed the Zeus. And then it fell to the second to last pick. I think it was pick 8 overall, if not mistaken, in game 1. Just to see the Zeus fall that far and to see Baskin in game 2 choose to not go it and to go Anubis back-to-back, game 1 and game 2. I'm really hoping we see Baskin go crazy on the Zeus just to kind of, I don't want to say prove us right, but to prove us right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Zeus has always been able to do ridiculous amounts of damage, but he's also super easy to dive. So the usual tech is pick up Jade Scepter and Staff of Mirrodin. You've got the extra active items. If someone gets close to you, boop, you knock them up and away, and then you double detonate on them. Shinto behind you. There is a Rat Milk, but now that Nog's here, do they find any sort of aggression? No. That's, I thought, the mark, if anything. Level 5 should be coming here any second now. I wonder if this wave will do it or if they're one off. It would be close even if it did come through, but even with that, you don't have the beads. If you can look, Basket started blink, as we already mentioned, 4 blinks for Borch there. So open the gates would be pulling back if it lands, but I can't imagine Basket doesn't just blink out. It's a very, very telegraphed ability.
One thing to watch out for is we've seen how these teams tend to play, and Rat Milk will ult before the fights even commit usually, but now has it a bit late into the fight. Dousing offensive used, looking for the Baron, gets a stun across, and there's Rat Milk in the sky early, but does he have a target? Jake's already down low on the Baron. Yeah, the call is to retreat Rat Milk away, but Jake gonna have a tougher time doing so. Chased out, damage on, brought down, first blood to Zapman.
Man, I really did think that Rat Milk had an ability to go back in, but Jake was just so weak, and it was not a play they felt confident going for. Now the purple buff invade, you still do have your Thana over here, but no execute available. Pluck could be disastrous, so wrong you decides to back up here. Purple buff invade does not go well. Pagon's able to grab that one, no problem. I do love the aggression, though. I mean, you already have first blood now. You've given that one over to Zapman, who... honestly, if you had to give someone a big lead on this squad, I don't think that Jingwei is someone you'd complain about, right? Trying to get that fast track to level 20, get full build as quickly as possible. Definitely not a bad look. I am curious, though, because this build has been evolving so much, this raw solo build. Is it going to be the traditional, like, Genji's Glad Shield? Probably starting Glad Shield just because you're up against a lot of fizz damage.
Yeah, that was the game 1 build. That was so good, too.
Yeah, it's just so annoying to spam. And again, you have unlimited clear maxing that second ability. It feels so wrong considering how much Raw I played in Smite 1, but with the enhancements to Raw's kit, he just does really benefit from this tank build. Now he has so much damage and clear.
It's funny too, because on top of that, getting to see players who are good at Raw flourish in different roles, where usually you might see Haddox play Raw and stream, but not necessarily play it in a competitive set. But here it's been proving to be on it. And one thing that we didn't even get to talk too much about in game 1, because there was so much fighting when we saw Haddox on the Raw, was the amount of great ultimates we saw. Even if they didn't hit, there was a lot that just missed around walls, kind of peeking around corners, trying to aim it out. It was.
We're giving
consistent.
credit for almost hits. Well, I'm nuts at almost hitting Raul, man. I'm the goat at almost hitting Raul.
Yeah, well, if we're giving credit, then I gotta really put you up in the tier list.
Okay, I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna tell my chat. I'm like, listen, guys, Malum said we give people credit for almost hitting Raul, so start hyping me up way more.
Way more. Well, the reason I mentioned it overall is it was against a Bologna that we saw Haddox do so well. That's not an easy matchup.
Oh,
and
no,
this time
not
against
at all.
a Chalk, I guess kind of the same story.
Yeah, that's the thing. Raw, if you're given some space, it can make all the difference. But when you're tanky and you have that level of sustain, you could take a look at the build so far for Borch. I mean, the anti-heal is not a priority just yet. I'm sure it'll come through. Brawlers is a great item in the jungle, so I'm positive Rat Milk will look to pick it up. And everyone has been going for Ankh. But something that I have noticed, finally taking into account, well, I say finally, it's not as if we've seen these guys play for quite some time, but the EMEA support meta has been a lot of Xerxes Hexstone, and it looks like Awesome Jake has fed into that, right? First item on the Baron. You just get so much extra mobility when you aren't forced into a blink, and Baron with blink is fantastic because everyone likes to dash away from the life of the party, and the coffin just blinks after you, and it's still trying to chase you down. So where are you getting that mobility? In this case, Xerxes Hexstone, right? Turn into a boar, get really close, or use it to escape.
And this is the one time they've really both diverged. We've seen Wrong You go Talisman, and the answer be Xerxes from Jake in the first 2 games of this set earlier on. But this time going in that Glad Shield, being a bit different with it. Again, if you're just joining in, this is game number 3 between Scrumptious and Borch. Had a bit of a delay due to some tech issues. We're back and we're in game 3. The loser of this one will go down to the loser's bracket as the winner continues on in the upper part of the bracket as we continue on the road to Las Vegas.
So how come the loser's bracket has such a negative connotation, but then like the winner's bracket is more like the upper bracket,
So,
you know?
It's funny you bring this up because you know me, I'm like Mr. Try to fill sunshine, even in the most depressing moments we see from players. I always try so hard to call it lower bracket for that exact reason, but for some reason today, I'm really smacking the loser.
Yeah, I mean, imagine losing your Smite 2 playoff game and going down to the loser bracket instead of being in the upper bracket. No, literally couldn't be us because we couldn't even qualify. We're just casting.
That's right.
But I do think that, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. These guys are winners, at least for now. They had to win to get here into the quarterfinals, and they will continue to try and push onward as they go. But with that being said, remember, game number 3, everything on the line here. You don't want to drop down into the losers bracket. You want to stay and keep that record spotless. Not a lot of action though. Malum, you got to dive in with Lermy in game 1 and 2. You said it was a lot more hectic than this one.
Yeah.
Is it just because like so much is on the line? I mean, we can see. Oh, hold that thought. Never mind. We have Ama in the jungle, which means doing this quickly.
Working the waters out. Gold Fury low goes to Scrumptious. But what about the fight? This is where Borch has been so good at the chases. The Rat Milk ults have been on it. They continue to be, but still no picks. And matter of fact, the first one down in the fight was Rat Milk. Traded out. Baskin gets wrong you, and the rest of Scrumptious will get away. It's not quite the chase down we're used to seeing from Rat Milk. Thanatos and the Gold Fury goes to Scrumptious.
Yeah, I mean, 1 for 1 with gold. You take that every day of the week if you're Scrumptious. And that's what you have to see. If you're going to pick this Ama jungle, I mean, one of the benefits to having Ama in the jungle as opposed to like a solo lane is the fact that you can pull an objective so quickly, right? You get that extra passive. Your team is all doing increased damage. You give the extra strength and int, and then you just blow up objectives. And I love that call because if this was sitting over in solo lane, couldn't happen. Polymorph down. I can't imagine Zap's in any danger here. Probably just run away. But hey, I love the scrapping over the red buff. It's important, right? I mean, you got to stay on top of those jungle timers, and giving Zap a lead is already scary stuff.
Haddox looking at Baskin, standing and not afraid of any lightning storm, and Baskin will go down. I guess that Glad Shield, Phoenix on. Why not if you're Haddox, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can just roll up. That's the benefit, man. You have so much sustain already. Again, anti-heal, not a priority. Where's that ult? It's up in 2 seconds. Does he have those?
Does he? He hits
Oh,
those!
perfect.
Bang! Got him! As soon as Rat Milk hit that hovering death, I think we both knew it was over.
Yeah, you have to make sure you're like hot fingered on it, because if you even hesitate for a second, you're going to be ulting the air as they're gone. But you got to love it. Was ready for the play. The only thing that Rat Milk could do, because they can see the blink's not available. Fine, okay. I don't think you want to be this far up. Do you have the juke shoes? Let's find out. Dazzling Offensive is ready. Nog has to close gap, though.
Nog will be on it. Haddox will be right there. Storm call for the answer, but Haddox is doing a good bit of damage. Pushing the issue might be scary, and Rat Milk won't take the teleporter all the way to tier 1, stopped at tier 2. So no instant fight. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I keep going back to the previous game, but I feel like these two teams being as good as they are, you kind of got to leave each game in the past a little bit. You can't just assume it's going to be the same Rat Milk Thanatos game. You can't assume we're going to see 2017 Zapman dashing into 4 like we saw in game 2. You got to kind of adjust with each game.
I mean, Zap's got that muscle memory, though. I guarantee you, we see someone low, he may just decide to dive forward and get active there. It's one of those things that when you've been playing competitively at this level for such a long time, it's not something you consciously do. You just go in. And I think Zap is definitely going to have that for you. But with that, I mean, you're up against Sir, and Pagon doesn't quite have the itemization online just yet. You can see the Hasten Fatalis isn't finished, and also Dev Gloves has not been stacked up. So not really a fight you want to take. In that regard anyways. Like, Jingwei has so much movement. She has built-in attack speed now with her 1. You don't actually have to get knocked up by it. Plus, Airstrike just, like, chunks now. So I can understand just wanting to play passively over in that duo lane until Rat Milk gets involved, until we see Thanatos head over to the left side of the map. And considering Gold Fury was already done, it's not as if you're wanting to fight on the left side of the map anyways.
Yeah, I'm with that for sure. It's kind of this idea of how far can you push your comfort, I think, for Rat Milk on the Thanatos. That was something we talked about, and caught him again with the snipe, but a bit tanky on that shock. Fine, okay. Can't blink away, though. Gets followed out and brought down. Took 2 ults, but they definitely get Fine okay. And you're talking about comfort. Fine okay. Not allowed to get comfortable in lane. I mean, only 0-1 to the 3-0 of Haddox, but Fine okay's been unable to answer what Haddox is bringing around the map.
I mean, I'm not going to say that it's all... Oh my goodness, so much damage coming from Shinto. I'm not going to say that it's all on the build, but Soul Gem into the cloak, man, it's not a lot of magic D, right? You can see Haddox is absolutely chunking. Like, a Genji's into an Ankh would solve a lot of your problems. Of course, you wouldn't be doing that damage, that extra level of burst that Chalk is known for, but it would help you survive situations like that. Nog was there, so I think the dive was going to be coming regardless, but, you know, just a thought, maybe a different build path could have helped out. I don't really see the point of the hovering death here unless Baskin's going to blink. Yeah, and they could probably just try and blow this. Oh, there's why the teleport for Pagon. He's in the back.
But Rat Milk's already gone right as the fight started. Scrumptious are looking a bit too good right now. Nog does get picked up as a chain lightning carried through. Baskin with one pick to start it off, could have another. Haddix is standing and taking no damage from Borch, however. Now you have Zapman here too, the land down. The auto's on to Pagon, needs one more, finds one more, turns to Baskin, gets the crit, gets stunned, and down goes Baskin. Zapman still alive, but the pluck back to bring Final K to Zapman. So Zap will go down, but Final K is cleaned up. A double kill for Haddix, and life of the party will be forced off the back of the open the gates. But a great fight from Scrumptious.
I mean, I was still right. You know, I was like, I can't see why Rat Milk would go to the sky. And he did die on impact, but the teleport from Pagon was clean for a second until, guess what? Everyone else from Scrumptious followed. And yeah, it's not very often, and I will say, try and put yourself, if you can, in the shoes of Borch, where you take a fight at your own, behind your own tier 1, between the tier 2 teleporter, and the entirety of the enemy team makes it there as well. Like, that is just so ridiculous, the fact that they are so on point. If I'm Zapman, I'm saying, good luck, guys. That's the other side of the map. I want to get my farm, but Scrum just plays like a well-oiled machine. They know the objective is up, and they get it no problem. Borch, not even close. Be able to go for it. You know, pay attention to Baskin, though. I will say the only reason that fight went semi-okay for Borch is because of the chain lightning. Like, that is the only saving grace so far for the team fight of Borch. It's not as if it's looking great. Like, there is still a ton going right for Scrumptious, but if there was a saving grace, if there was something positive, okay, Rat Milk he's just throwing bricks at the wall, seeing what'll stick.
Crazy.
So far hasn't found any kills, but you know what? We can't fault him for trying.
Yeah, I love throwing bricks at foam walls in that circumstance. Haddix in trouble in mid, but maybe the ones in trouble are Borch. We've seen this turn around a couple of times already. Open the gates brings him back. The Spell Eater, big damage. Haddix, all the damage back with Nog for backup. That ult's not gonna hit, but you've got the Sob Execute online. Can you get close enough to Jake? No. Turn around, look for Fine. Okay, that might just do. Will Scrumptious continue to push? Seems like no, but damage is done. Rat Milk goes down towards the end to Shinto, and another great fight from Scrumptious.
Man, it's just going from bad to worst here for Borch. That didn't seem like a terrible call, but going for Haddix clearly was. Like I said earlier, anti-heal clearly has not been a priority for them. You gotta watch out for the healing that Rock can provide with that Shield of the Phoenix, and of course his regular healing that you would expect. And he's just tanky. Like, even without the sustain, he's just like 3 levels above just about everyone else on the map. Trying to put that much damage into Haddix right now is not going to be working out for you.
Scrumptious make the call. Time to walk over to Fire. Their map play has been on point so far in this set, and they're trying to use it with a lead to send Borch down to the losers bracket. Remember, an L. Fire Giant, 2,000. Scrumptious still on it. Final K looking for the contest. Jake already picked up by Shinto. Fire goes down to the way of Scrumptious. Final K made an effort, but did not get it. Sent through. Because I don't think he got it. That looks like Fire around Sobek.
I think you're right, yeah. It's sometimes hard to tell, but it does see. Oh, wait, stop his back.
Ronnie? Oh, later.
Yes, Pagon finally picks one up. He's on the board, baby. 1, 1, and 2 for the CERN. As you said, though, not a great situation to be in here if you're Borch. You've just been able to confirm all of the objectives on the map so far, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Rat Milk's still around, getting by for the time being. Is not going to step forward. It seems like you just want to stay back. Again, he's level 12, man. This Thanatos does not have the freedom to dive into the backline as much as he's been doing. And even if you solve the problem called Haddix, Shinto's just like top level higher than Haddix, 2-0 and 6, has plenty of damage on him. There's Sakate. I'm not seeing answers for either of the mages on the map at the moment.
On brand for this set too. I think it was game 1. Ruby and I start looking at levels in the game. And we see everyone kind of hidden at level 10, 11 mark as Shinto is 13 and Baskin was 12. And that was kind of our moment of like, oh, okay, so we're having one of those games so far. And I mentioned map play before the previous fight. Something that you've talked about a lot with both Scrumptious and Borch is you can tell how they're playing and the kind of level they're at by looking at their map play. And Scrumptious has just been all over it so far in this set. And Borch, even in game 2, they were a little bit reactive to some of that map play. In game 3, You get ahead as this and you play no games. That's exactly what Scrumptious is doing. Baskin might just be dead under that tower and might just be in deep.
Ratma, why are you so close, man? I feel like you're always in danger when you step up that far. Wrong you. Let's get pulled back in. And Ratma's dead. Look at the sun. No, it wasn't. I knew he was too close, man. He's playing like he's level 20. Bro's level 13. Why is anyone getting close to Haddix at this point? I think Final K might be an execute threshold.
I'm starting to wonder if Borch are playing a little bit on tilt. They've lost so much of the map. I feel like they're just kind of walking up to stuff like you called. That's the second time now we've seen that happen. Their fights are looking less clean. And Scrumptious, they know how to take advantage of it.
Watch his health bar. Like, Haddix is not going to get below half
this
ever.
Is crazy.
He just spams 2-3-1, repeat, 2-3-1, repeat. Send out an ult if you're feeling it. But don't get me wrong. It is crazy. But what's crazier is Brawlers is the only anti-heal I see picked up. Okay, no. We got tier 1 anti-heal from Baskin. Tier 1 anti-heal from Jake. So like they have a small bit, but like I would assume Onk, Brawlers, Divine by now, right? It's just the Brawlers from Ratmilk. You can tell. I mean, even Wrong View has Onk, and there's not that much sustain on the side of Borch in comparison to what you've got from Haddock, you've got from Nog, you even have from Wrong View. Here's another attempt, life for the party. Haddock is getting low for once, and he falls down.
Big pickup for Borch. That's how they've been turning around their fights, is finding picks like that, turning those picks into momentum. And the momentum they're looking for will be the tier 1 in the mid lane to start things off. Nog is split pushing over in solo, getting close to the Phoenix line. Nobody's back yet from Borch. Just now sending one back, and Nog will not push all the way through. But it got a bit scary for a moment.
I don't think you want to be this close to Zapman with the dash in. You got to go up to the sky or use that blink to get yourself out of trouble for now. There goes the polymorph. Not very beneficial in basket. See you later. Dished up, knocked down by the airstrike, and the chase continues. Can Wrong You find anything else? You got movement speed from Nog, but Pyromancer seems a little bit more enticing. They're going to grab that one. No problem. Put a runic bomb in the pocket of Wrong You. Now, Fire Giant could be the call in a second, but what do you do in the meantime? Because there is a Final K nearby. You don't want to get plucked back if you're this chalk.
That's the big thing, too, is where do you go next? I've been saying that a lot in this set because there's been a lot of reset moments of big fights or big objectives, and it's sort of like, okay, what do we look at next? And I feel like Borch has been pretty consistently lagging behind in that what's next, like I mentioned, a bit reactive. How do you fix that mid-game? It feels like it's something that has to be fixed sort of in the war room, you know? It's tough to do that while you're live and competing.
I mean, definitely so. And that's the other thing is like, a lot of these squads that are able to adapt on the fly are the ones that are going to be really threatening as the tournament concludes. But for now, only thing you can do is try and stay even or try and catch back up if you are Borch. Gold lead's grown to a little bit over 10k at this point. I'm more so concerned about experience more than anything. Again, Baskin is just one of those characters that still does a ton of damage even from behind, but Thana really does need itemization and the extra experience to put points into the execute, into the rest of your abilities, because it really helps out. And you're sitting at level 16, right? We've seen what happens when Ratmilk gets to the back line. It's not pretty. Fire Giant started up. The rest of Borch is on the way. Can they even get here in time? It's going to be, I don't think so.
The ult's out, the secure there. Fire Giant to Scrumptious. Borch can just walk away. It's the same problems they were having in game 1. Trelly behind in experience, starved to farm. Anti-heal coming online very late, and some build decisions that Lermy was talking about in game 1 also, where it's like, are you getting your tank too early? Are you getting your tank too late? Are you going hybrid in the right spots? Same mistakes from Borch, and they couldn't afford it. They're taking so much damage. They do find an opening. Final K into the back line, but they can't find any picks so far. They might have to walk away from it just to keep the rest alive. Ratmilk lands into the back line. Can they find one? Yes! It's Zapman, but who's up next? You got Haddix there. Jake gets plucked away. Haddix blinks away, turns around, tries to get the highlight play, but does not find the ult. But so Execute is there, gets one, and the rest will fall like dominoes. Final K with a double through it, but 3 and 3 dead for each side, and the 4 makes it Scrumptious on the better end.
Man, I mean, that was so clean up until Nog rotates into the back line. I told you, even if you can shut down Haddix, Shito's 4-0-11. The Hekate is just positioning perfectly. Pagon, the one who started up this engagement, You don't want to get hit by that shield, and that's exactly what he gets hit by. My goodness. The double shield tech, both coming from Shinto and Nog. Mid Phoenix is an afterthought. Can they get anything else in the meantime? No runic bomb available, but minions are all the way pushed up on left. Aegon, I don't think you want to get too close to this Ama, but yeah, I think the Phoenix may just be an afterthought here. Even if you have the DPS, you lose 2 birds in the process. Not a bad engagement, though, man. I mean, all things considered, I'm surprised Borch was able to pull that off. I mean, considering the lead they had?
You killed 3, but you've got to kill a lot more now. That's a tough thing. You make gains, you make positive yards, but then you look at the scoreboard and you're past the uh-oh territory of 13k gold. You're down by 11 kills, but most importantly, when you look at itemization, when you look at levels, you're not near your level 20s for the most part. You're not finishing up your builds, while Scrumptious are starting to have gold to play with. It's a really bad spot. And you've made good fights, so how do you continue to change it? How many good fights can you have where you get 3 but leave 2? I don't think they can afford that again.
Exactly, and that's the issue. If they were able to win that fight or at least go even and not lose a Phoenix, they're in such a better spot than they're in currently, because even if Scrumptious royally throw this next engagement, you still have to deal with fire minions in left and mid, and you're worried about getting anyone to level 20. Like, Final K is the only one who's been able to reach that point so far, and you're 23 minutes into the game. Like, it is not going to be easy, specifically for Rat Milk. Haddock's getting pulled back in, just using the snipe, but I don't think Haddock should be your target here. If anything, you got to find the carries.
And when you get Charm dropped, Sustain online, you see why the anti-heal is important. Into the back line, Nog looking for Baskin. The Storm is out to stop it, but Borch have been split up, and that's going to be a problem. You got to keep together. Rat Milk, the up down's good, but on the land down, Smell Eater ate him alive. No more Rat Milk for the fight, and Borch needed that. They don't have Pagon, needed that. Don't have Fine, okay. You need a miracle to happen. Only one left standing. It's Baskin, and this is a tall task to stay alive. 2 Phoenixes down, and it looks like Scrumptious want to run it in after some heals.
A lot of low health bars here. Yeah, running in with that little bit of HP. 1 Chain Lightning could be the end of your siege, but as long as you play it slow and get that sustain, Bastion is gonna have a tough time trying to keep this one alive. Lightning Storm is off cooldown here in 8 seconds. It's just like 1 pluck and he's gone, though. This is so difficult.
Can you live the 4 for ult? He's already setting up for it.
No,
the pluck is there, the ult will not go out, and the game goes to Scrumptious. Borch gets sent to the losers bracket, and Scrumptious stand tall on this day, and they looked fantastic in that game number 3. It was game 1 all over again. It makes game 2 feel like a distant memory.
And that is one of the issues here, is that the fact that they were able to put together some clean team fights. They were able to make their way to the back line, but you were already so far behind. You had to do about 10 minutes earlier, which just could not happen. Haddox was an absolute force, and then once Haddox started to be dealt with, I mean, Nog and Shinto were able to combine for so much damage to the back line. Akate is one of those characters that has been slept on for a little bit. She was very popular on like the week 1 of the Founder series, and then people sort of forgot about her. We still saw Shinto and Paul going to her a fair bit in NA, but she is still an absolute threat, especially late game. You can use that portal to get in and out of trouble, and you can just boost your teammates with the shield, which we saw plenty of times. Just a whole lot of burst damage, and Shinto, I mean, just goes undying that game. He was unchecked.
Unchecked for sure. And one thing too that I love to see, I talked about this in game 2. Zapman looked really clean in those fights and looked very reminiscent of Zapman we've seen in past, being not afraid to dash in, get aggressive on plays, and it feels like when you can have Haddox and Nog diving the back line, Shinto being the peak example of artillery, and still have Zapman being able to perform like that. I feel like that's Scrumptious at their best, especially Trelly, when you add in how they play the map.
Yeah, and the other thing is being able to just flex in the new meta picks so flawlessly, right? As you said, like I've seen Haddox play some goofy things on stream, but I think it's a little bit different when you see a pick like Raw just go into your arsenal so well. And I'm glad that these kind of picks are making their well known, because yeah, the Bluestone Warriors still do very well. I mean, there for a while, Hercules was dominating solo. Sobek gets introduced. He's doing fantastic, but the meta is shifting every single week. So being able to not only recognize, okay, there is some promise to this character, and think about what he can do for our team fight. Now we have, I don't have to be diving with Nog to the back line because I can just hit them from across the map, right? I've got this extra level of range that a traditional warrior just doesn't bring to the table. I think it just works out super well for him. Not as if it's going to be, available every single game, but hey, when you do have the opportunity to make a composition like this, you got to take it, and it worked out extremely well for Scrumptious in game number 3.
Well, that was a heck of a set between Scrumptious and Borch. But as we continue to talk the rest of the day and what else happened today, let's take a look at the bracket to make that a little bit easier. Cowabunga moved ahead of Mr. Play-by-Play, so they'll be sent down to lowers as well. So Food Drive for Globe versus Cowabunga is a matchup that we've seen quite a few times, and Food Drive for Globe, I'm sure, looking to make a statement. And certainly, same can be said as we have a heck of a matchup between Team Name, but with 5 M's, and Scrumptious. And, the semifinals, they look amazing, Trelly, but looking at some teams that are now in that lower bracket, Mr. Play-by-Play, Garth's Goblins, Borch in the lower bracket, the North American bracket is as stacked as it can get.
Yep, I mean, that's the thing. This Final Four would have been what I expected as far as matchup goes. Of course, Borch is a contender, no doubt, but you got to favor Scrumptious a bit just between them. Especially in a 3-game set, Borch has shown that they are absolutely going to be threats in the losers bracket for now. But hey, 2 of these teams out of the 4 are going to be knocked down into that same bracket, right? There's only room for 2 up at the top half of this bracket. So yeah, someone is going to have to go down there and face them as well. So can't wait to see exactly where that goes. But as far as I'm concerned, we're getting the highest level of competition you can ask for. And finally, some 3-game sets as well. I don't know about you, Malin, but I've been casting a lot of 2-0s recently.
I was saying the same exact thing to Lermy earlier. I was so excited when this went to a game number 3. And of course, in the bracket, I'm sure a lot also noticed first elimination. We've seen Yummers eliminated from the lower bracket of play. So we're getting closer. That road to Vegas continues to roll along, but we still have a lot more to roll along with today. That's all for me today. When we come back, you'll have Jorby with Trelly and a lot more Smite 2 to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. We are getting continued on here with the SMITE 2 Founders Series. My name is Jorby. Alongside me, Trelly, who was finishing up the action with Malum earlier. You watched Scrumptious take down Borch in 3 games, and through some of the tumultuous travels of today of the bracket, we go on to the next one. We got Name in Progress versus Secret Service here down in the bracket. And so let's take a look at that bracket and take a look at this NA side, which is pretty much shaping up, I would say, to expectations so far. But has anything really stood out to you, Trelly?
I mean, of course, you got to look at just the semifinals up top. You got to expect to see Cowabunga, Food Drive for Globe, and then Team Name of 5Ms and Scrumptious. But that did mean that one team, in this case, Borch, had to get knocked down. They did go to 3, as you just said, versus Scrumptious. But honestly, these are the 4 that I would have expected in the semifinals. But as far as the teams that have already been knocked out, that have already been removed, you know what? You can see Yummers versus Kitty Party. That one, a little bit unfortunate. I wanted to see a bit more of Yummers play. But, Kitty Party is an absolute threat, as we've already mentioned. And Mr. Play-by-Play versus Garf's Goblins. That is going to be an absolute banger. You can see that's already going on now. They're up 1-0 versus Garf's Goblins, but can't wait to see how that one shakes out as well.
Yeah, they took down Gote 5 in that lower bracket. All those LCQ teams trying to make the best bid that they can. But, Borch definitely won't sleep on them with how they looked against Scrumptious. I think they may have learned their lesson against a certain solo laner. But, we're done with that one. We'll keep an eye on what happens with Borch over time. That's a dangerous team in that lower bracket. But let's get right into the next match. We ain't wasting any more time with it. We got Secret Service versus Name in Progress here in the lower bracket. 2 losses will take you out of this tournament and means that your road to Vegas comes to an end. Band Gods, the favorites, have been it really depends. Your Anubis has been a popular ban, not as popular as others. You usually see maybe a Loki, maybe a Zeus, but Zeus has actually been hitting the arena more and more here, Trelly, so he won't be doing it this time, though. He does get banned out this time.
Yeah, it depends on how you want to play him, to be honest with you. He does plenty of damage, but I think you kind of have to build a composition around Zeus or just position flawlessly, which can be sometimes very difficult to do on such an immobile character. You can stack up movement speed, get yourself a blink, and that certainly helps, but more often than not, teams just look to ban because they're like, I don't want to deal with him. If we can't dive him, he's just going to run through our team. But Secret Service just going to go ahead and grab Yamoja for tempo, something that I am never going to be upset about. I mean, Tempo loves this pick out of that support role. You have so much pressure in the early game, and your sustain is ridiculous later on. So why not just lock that in right off the bat? Question is, what gets answered for it? See, Ama and Sobek. I mean, Amaterasu has been on the rise lately, Jorby. So much presence. No matter what role she plays, you have objective pressure. And then I'll add Sobek into the mix. And it just seems like you're going to be fine no matter what lane. These guys can play so many different roles.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw Chalk Jungle yesterday. He gets locked in on the other side. It seems like every single god we're taking a look at, some team is either trying it in a lane that we may have not seen it before, and that's been something we've talked about a lot with SMITE 2, with the flexibility you have, not just with your itemization, but also with the gods themselves, right? So, like, it kind of keeps you guessing and picks and bans as a team. When you see an Amaterasu Sobek get picked, you kind of think, okay, which way are they going to go? It makes counterpicking or picking your gods that much harder. Hecate getting locked in as well, seeing a lot of action today. We didn't see a lot of Hecate in EMEA, at least on stream. In NA, a couple of different teams with the Jingwei always going to be finding a way into these lobbies. Had his best win percentage by far.
You can't just say Jingwei's finding the way and not get an air high five from me, so that one goes to you. Plenty of CC on the side of Name in Progress. The Sobek pluck, Hecate open the gates, and of course you throw Dazzling Offensive into the mix from the Ama, and you're always going to have a good time there. Finally, the draft from Secret Service comes to a close, and it's Hercules and Thanatos. Jorby, I've been casting Chinfu for a while now, and there's a couple gods that he likes to go to a whole lot. One of them is Hercules. That was a lot of Smite 1 Hercules. I'm curious if that's where we're seeing this pick go. Chalk could also clear the lane a little bit, so we'll definitely have to wait and see. But I'm thinking that's Chinfu on the Hercules. On the other side, Odin is going to be the call, which tells me either the Ama or the Odin's going into the jungle, but that's a toss-up. Both can play it just fine.
I do love the Odin pick at the end here. You can kind of lock out multiple laners, or at least force an ult out of somebody to get out, right? Thanatos, you got to ult to get out of it. Cernanos, you're screwed. Chalk can get out of it. Yamoja is also screwed there. So a lot of zoning potential with the Odin on this side. I really like it. But you know, Trelly, you're the smart guy. And you got to tell me, like, which build do you like more here? On both sides. I'm kind of leaning name and progress, but your opinion will sway mine likely.
Well, I mean, I'm glad number one I was right about Chinfu taking the Hercules mid. That does make me. It's a blast from the past. Again, I've cast a lot of his like SOC SCC games where he's played the Herc in the jungle. He's played it a few different times. So looks like even in Smite 2, he's got a soft spot for the. I was gonna say the Achilles instead of just Herc. Why no one ever abbreviates Herc as Achilles?
Yeah. Where are you pulling that one out of?
I don't think anyone's ever said that before. But I mean, Hecate is just one of those picks that I think is so slept on. She's arguably the most fun character in Smite 2 in my eyes, but her early game is just so slow, right? If you're able to get a solid level 12 without falling behind, you are going to have so much fun. But until that point,
is that her like displacement, or like what specifically about her kit?
I mean, I just think there's no ability like her 2 in the game, right? You throw it up in the air and your whole team can stack it up for you. A lot of people don't do this, but if Kaidon said, hey, everyone sit in the fountain and use your abilities, your 2 can like double in power at level 1, which is a ridiculous amount of damage if you're able to get it done. But a lot of people just start the 1 because they don't like to deal with that hassle. Regardless, yeah, the displacement, the movement, using the shields on your teammate if you have dive, it's like akin to, oh, party person's diving the back line. I want to help, but I don't want to put myself out of position. I'm just going to shield you, use open the gates on you. You can teleport in, you can bring the enemies out. There's just a lot of fun to be had there, and I think it also just a great bit of damage. Again, not so much early, but it scales super well. Considering Secret Service is all early game, like that's what this composition is. You see Chalk, Thana, Herc, they are all trying to get ahead right now. It's all going to be about outlasting Secret Service if you're name in progress. I don't think they're going to get too aggressive here. I think they're probably just going to stay back under towers for as long as possible and try not to get blinked on, because there are 3 of them primed and ready for Secret Service.
And to your point, it was a standard start on both sides, not even a look at an invade. And at least the last time I saw mid laner, he was actually on the Yamoja, so you're not going to get it this time. We'll have to face the Yamoja, but definitely one of the better Yamoja plays I've seen. On the Sobek, I'm sure, has just as nasty of a potential. Thanatos, not someone we see, not a god we see picked a lot lately in Smite 2. Usually seems like a player priority pick, or a player comfort pick, right? The only one we really see go to it in North America is Ratmilk. And I mean, if you watched Ratmilk earlier today, you can understand why he goes to that Thanatos. But so heavily dependent on hitting your abilities, on being able to hit those skill shots. Some attention being drawn over here with the gank, though, as Name and Progress are in a little bit of trouble, able to fling out, but you get blinked on. And talking about it, just waiting for the scythe to get up, it's not there. I think he had used it on the engage, so no kill. They will get out within a sliver of their life.
Definitely a well-timed Aegis gets you out of trouble there, no problem. I was wondering, though, if we saw another attempt at a dive, but just didn't have the damage. And again, the blink was already used there from NMR. Would have been a very nice first blood to grab, especially on the hostile puppy on this Jingwei, a pick that we have seen be very explosive if given any bit of space over on the duo side. It did go for a little bit of an interesting start, though. Usually your mid lane rotation is pretty simple, right? You start a back camp to hit level 2, you go mid, and then you just kind of stick around mid unless you can fight for that middle buff. In this case, NMR just took speed and red from mid, and then you just said Chinfu over to speed himself. So Chinfu soloed their own speed buff, and then was able to, I expected, maybe get active with it, try and make a gank, but it's just been sitting in mid trying to bully out Kaidon. And just like this, one death side would do a beautifully timed Aegis, though, and the Mez Kaidon gets out. Well, you had to time that perfectly. If you let that death side damage hit, you're almost certainly falling down, but Kaidon able to live by the thinnest of margins there, and that's big. Again, shutting down NMR from getting this first blood, the longer that happens, the more beneficial it is for Name and Progress.
Yeah, I mean, usually that driving strike is the death knell for you, and the fact that you get out of it is impressive. They are, or excuse me, Secret Service in the duo lane over here have been pushed back a little bit after the initial attention NMR had given it. And yeah, I mean, you know, besides that invade from Party Person going and stealing those back camps, got forced out earlier, and you have another attempt from Party Person to take this red buff, but does look like NMR did get it. Now in a little bit of trouble, Party Person will be forced to blink out. Did have a little bit of support there, but we're outnumbered.
Yeah, that was a close margin. I think if the buff goes down, there's a chance Party Person hits level 5 there. And then NMR is in trouble, right? Dazzling Offensive comes through, so much damage from the shield, but did not get the buff. Did not get the ultimate, so just had to blink away and accept defeat there. Mid laner wants the pluck, finds it. This has to be a Sob execute, but he's level 4. He doesn't have the damage. Can anyone land something on the Chinfu?
Oh, mitigate wounds, holding them, just avoids the ult as well. Wow, Chinfu living within an inch of his life, and they might turn this one around on Name in Progress. Still, that Sob displacement to knock up NMR's forced out of the play, and in a little bit of trouble. Will survive. Tempo, again, within an inch of their life, so you got Tempo surviving, you got Chinfu surviving, just barely escaping some of these kills. And Name in Progress can't really compound, right? They have been able to get those jungle camps, even if you're not getting the kill. You force them back, you're able to take a little bit more of that farm, but the group on this side, Name in Progress, will slowly win that farm battle. It's just those kills will help you win it a little bit harder, still really tight, as Secret Service try to get reset.
I mean, about 3 different people that get out at 1 HP. Like I said, Name in Progress, if they can just withstand the storm, just weather it for now, it's going to look so much better for them. And that was just a mid laner hitting level 5 diff. If we see the Sob execute come out, you're at least picking up 1 or 2 kills. And, you know, I love bringing this up just because it's fun to me. If you do get one of those executes, you just get stacking HP every time you're able to confirm a kill. Hostile Puppy returning some good damage. Has Airstrike just in case the Rivers of Rebuke came through. But again, these supports taking a little bit of their time to hit XP thresholds. And Tempo's still sitting level 4. Meanwhile, mid laner's just roaming, taking farm away from Kaidon's level 6.
That's what I mean. That farm game has been really solid in these first 5 minutes. You talk about just surviving for Name in Progress. They are at least finding ways to, you know, trim the land to their liking. Even if they're not necessarily getting the hecklers out of their way, they are doing the damage. They are forcing them to think about it. There's been a couple of scary moments here in the mid lane, too, for Chinfu. He's gotten some plucks. He's been able to nail those driving strikes, but there's always been support. There's always been utility available to escape it. NMR just not finding that early game Thanatos success, and now everybody on Name in Progress shading towards this Gold Fury to start the fight. Will have to be challenged by Secret Service as that farm continues to be a problem for Secret Service to actually get, and it drops down the steal. Tempo comes through big time for Secret Service, taking away the Gold Fury.
Man, I was waiting for like a big burst ability, you know, like the Rivers Rebuke were set up a little bit too late, but it seemed like just a bounce or an auto attack was enough to confirm that one for Tempo. Not what you want to see if your Name in Progress. And now Hostile Puppy trying to get that damage back, definitely forced to dash away. Very thin margins. That is ridiculous, though. How did that Gold Fury get stolen away? There really was not that much damage coming through. You can see Tempo been building into too much of it, but you gotta make sure you got that burst. Even though you have Party Person on Ama and you can shred through an objective quickly, confirmation when you're trying to sneak one this quickly is much more important. A Ring Death coming through, Airstrike's available. You're not gonna be able to wait that long, and yeah, I was gonna say NMR just goes in for the invade. Unfortunately, Hostile Puppy was looking towards the skies there and knew that one was coming. No first blood yet, Jorby. 7 minutes in. I'm not sure for you, but this may be one of the longer games in Smite 2 that I've went without seeing any blood spill.
We're definitely getting to the point where it would be the longest, and it might happen right here. Chinfu in a little bit of trouble, throws the rock to try to protect himself, so execute isn't even needed, as Party Person will get the first blood. And I mean, Charlie, we even had a Gold Fury down before anybody died, which is something I haven't seen yet in at least my casting of Smite 2. But that's finally Name in Progress breaking through. They're farming. It pays off, even though they lose that Gold Fury. They get that first blood. They at least, you know, get about a fifth of what they lost back. But either way, you still like how they look on the farm game, because despite losing Gold Fury, they're up, what, 3K? They're just out farming them right now. And we've seen it, right? You lower the health bars, you force them to go back. How long was the support on this side? Not able to get that XP back up? For Tempo, sure, you got that steal, but now there needs to be an answer here for Secret Service. finding ways to contest the jungle a little more because they're just losing all of these camps and all of the farm for it.
I mean, if I'm any good at my job, this game's over, right? What I said was Name and Progress needs to just survive the early game, and they'll be good, right? As far as I'm concerned, they have not survived the early game. They've thrived in it, right? They have the lead in just about every single lane. They are, even though they did lose that objective, they're able to pull the Queen Naga, no problem. But that pluck does come through. Phantom Shell used. Dashing forward is Skunk. Airstrike definitely needs to be used here. But here comes the Hovering Death. Do you have the rage? No, you gotta go for the Sobek and you can't finish it.
Oh, and there's no way to dive either. Chinfu's still gonna try it. Throws the rock into, well, you're lurking in the waters and now you're dead in the water. Coming around the side for the ult. Party person picks up Skunk. And Mage is trying to take down Chinfu. Everyone pushed down between the tier 1 and tier 2. Chinfu doesn't care. Party person down for the count. And wow, what a fight there as 3 go down in the trade for 2. Name and Progress lose that one somehow.
That's the Kaidan dip. That's how they lost it. I mean, you've got Tarakaste just pushing mid while Chinfu's just throwing rocks over in left lane. Like that's when you spam enemy missing middle, enemy missing middle. That's what I'd be doing. You even build in a Gem of Focus, which in my mind, Gem of Focus, do more of these items you build on mid laners are specifically for quick farm and quick rotations, but Kaidan did not seem the value in it and just decided to continue pushing on. Don't get me wrong, there is always value in pushing waves under tower. If it's between late rotation and no rotation, I'll take the no rotation and just get some extra levels. But man, it did seem like Secret Service was diving for a while. That could have been beneficial. In goes Arc Atlas trying to find the cage. Doesn't really find it. If anything, has taken a lot of damage, but here comes Kaidan.
Kaidan finally here on the rotation, and that puts him in some trouble. There's no way Ferris is going to escape that. Mid laner getting credit for the kill. Be in for a long one if some of these trades are going to keep going the way they have. It's been an interesting first 10 minutes to say the least. NMR being prevented from taking the easy back will delay his return to the fight even a little further. Meanwhile, Skunk hoping he can catch Hostile Puppy out a little bit. They're doing a lot of damage. Has tempo to support. Oh yeah, you're dying there. Nice dive onto Hostile Puppy, trying to take control of that duo lane for Secret Service.
Yeah, Hostile Puppy wanted to save that a little bit longer, but once you get caught by a bit of CC, sometimes you just panic and drop it. Well played by Tempo to get those slows and those stuns out as well. Old Fury has spawned in though, and it seems like Name and Progress is worried. They don't have vision on it. They want to grab the oracles to make sure they know if Secret Service tries to pull. Guess what? Secret Service doesn't care if you know. They're pulling right now in front of your face. What does Name and Progress have to stop it? Jinfu just trying to zone out the burst damage.
Got in and then got back out. Yamoja ult comes up, and that's going to zone everybody out of it, but they didn't do any damage to it. They unleash the Gold Fury and completely retreat. Tempo a little low, but you got that Yamoja mobility. And NMR also scares off any kind of push.
Where you go?
Jinfu's also kind of looking. They go back on the Gold Fury, and Name and Progress say, fine. You didn't feel like you could go? We can, and we'll just take that one. Thank you very much.
I mean, they just didn't have the damage to go for it. You could see Tempo was trying to tank it up, but you don't have that much survivability. The Gold Fury does start swinging if you don't have the sustain. And even with River's Rebuke down, Tempo was like, dude, I have to leave. I'm going to rip Tidon out of here. The Name and Progress, great call to grab those oracles, because not only did it give them vision and know exactly how low the objective was, it also made sure that they could go for it and just pick it up after it was already dropped from Secret Service, right? Like, oh, you guys are just doing this? Okay, we'll get you very low, and we will make sure that we can pick this one up, no problem. Equalize the Gold Furies, but Gold has always been in favor of Name and Progress. You can see XP parity throughout the map, except big differences in mid and support. You can see that Kaidan's a level up, and of course, mid laner has 2 levels on Tempo for the time being, which does actually mean it's a big deal when you can see how annoying mid laner can be just on your run. That was just a Sobek pluck, man. There was no follow-up, but NMR was like, I gotta go. Hovering death immediately. He's
the fear of the unknown, man.
Exactly.
The fear of the unknown. Oh. That was like, yeah, I mean, look, I can't say I haven't been there. Press forward to escape, and then you look a little silly when you realize no one else is around. You know, you talked a little bit about Chinfu and watching him play this Hercules mid in times past. Starting his build, you know, he's got the Hydras online, had the serrated edge as well. Is this kind of typical of a build you see in mid from Hercules in general, or specific to Chinfu?
I mean, Shinfu did a lot of Herc jungle. I just know he likes Herc. Like, it doesn't matter what role he's playing. He's looking for Herc so he can do stuff like this. Big damage, but the pull in from Kaidan jukes. And then jukes back in. Can anyone help this Akante? I don't think so. A Phantom Shell is necessary, and he goes down. But Shinfu will surely die is what I was going to say, but he blinks out.
I don't know how in the world you're still surviving. Surely they get you. Driving strike to survive it for now. No mitigate wounds available. Pops it, got one, and finally mid laner cleans up Shinfu. And maybe Name and Progress are still in a little bit of trouble here. NMR kind of looking about it, but your teammate's getting harassed in the back. And Tempo had no support coming back. Party Person just eviscerates him. NMR just trying to hold them back. This one looking good for Name and Progress as Bird Bomb comes through as well. Skunk goes down in a heap. Hostile Puppy gets credit for that kill, and everyone's turned tail running on Secret Service. Another frag onto Ferris, and that is not how you wanted to draw that up. 4 eliminated there from Secret Service.
Yeah, they started to go left for a second. Like, guys, we trolling here. Pyromancer is right next to where we just won that fight. You can go ahead and let your squad take the farm on the left side. Now, this is definitely the correct play. Shinfu lived for way too long there, but I think because he was so low, it did bait Secret Service for a bit, where we're like, maybe we can save this guy, maybe we can group up, maybe we can fight. And Name and Progress is like, it was always our fight to win. Grab the Pyromancer, grab the Runic Bomb, give it on over to Party Person. Now you've got a 3-1-3 Amaterasu, who is just getting more and more scary. Like, this has usually been the tech here. You get yourself a Pharaoh's Curse, a Golden Blade, and then you go into like Braggy's Harp, Kinside. It's full attack speed, and you can get up close and personal, pop that Pharaoh's Curse, which if you guys haven't been using it at home, is an active item that slows attack speed and movement speed. And Alma's already faster than you, but once you're Pharaoh's Curse, there's no way you're running away.
You know, you talk about Chin's Blades. It hasn't been a popular pick, but it has seen a round of changes and adjustments, even a cost reduction. Is it something that you're finding you're getting more value out of in your games? We are seeing more people build it. It doesn't seem like it's an in-slot item for a lot of players yet, but you do see it pop up a little more often in recent weeks.
Yeah, I think that it's become a mainstay in a good bit of ADC builds, depending on what character you are. Like, Jingwei gets free crit, right? So you don't really need to go crit as early. You get like a Demon Blade maybe, but the Kins and the Titan's Bane, and especially the Hasten, have become mainstay in most ADC builds. I just think Alma can out-trade pretty hard if she is able to pick it up. Tempo definitely in some trouble here. Can anyone find the CC? Open the gates, pulls back 2 with the feeds as well timed.
NMR had to ult out. There's nowhere to go, though. You're just going to have to escape, and Shinfu completely zoned out, lurking in the waters, active. And there was really everybody else who was the real problem there, and Name and Progress will take that zone, and they'll go and take another Gold Fury. They absolutely melted the last one, and I don't know if they're really going to be able to do anything to contest it. No cheeky Tempo steal this time.
Are they trying to? No, okay, they're looking. I thought they were going fire. They're looking for Arc Atlas, which is a much better play. Doesn't seem like they're going to be getting him any closer to die than a Fire Giant would. And we just see Name and Progress pick up that Gold Fury for essentially free. Skunk is making the right call, hiding underneath the tier 2 tower because there's a Sobek that wants to pluck you if you come around that corner. You are not defending that tower, friend.
Skunk has not had a fun time against this Sobek. He has been nasty work right now.
I mean, that's just Sobek in general, though. Bro's such a bully. And look, he thought he could get some farm here. That's ridiculous. You're not allowed to get farm.
I can't believe you stayed. You're going to pay for that one. Tempo comes in, maybe a little too late. There's here, more assistance as they come across. And they are all retreating. Tempo going back as well, so they saved what was likely going to be another kill. But now they're going to get all of that farm again, and MR will stick around. One might not be over yet, but like you said, this Sobek is fearless. You know, you get the plucks, you have that poison, you got those prots, you have that knockup, and there's nothing to not love about Sobek just as a kit in general, but in the right hands, absolutely deadly, lurking in the waters again. And you just stay around and you find out. Tempo goes down. It looks like everyone else might be in some trouble. Shinfu came, but I mean, there's nothing he can really do. NMR gets stunned, popped, exploded. The bolts from Hostile Puppy, too powerful to handle, and Name and Progress continue to start snowballing as they're almost 10k up already here, Trelly.
Yeah, there's a beautiful pluck. Shinfu goes through, does have the blink, but can you get out of dashing offensive? Yes, Hostile Puppy does not have the damage to find that one just yet. There is a Hasten Fatalis effect, but not enough to chase you underneath the tier 2 tower. Even with that, man, there's no way the poison is going to be enough to find Shinfu. But mid laner did get an execute there. That's 25 permanent HP. Turns this crocodile. You got to love to see how aggressive this guy has been. I mean, mid laner plays like he does have the damage of a mid laner, but he's just a Sobek, you know? Like, it's not as
it's
if
crazy.
it's not as if he's bringing that level of burst, but he does not seem to care. And hey, I think it's better off for it. 3-level lead over tempo and 3 kills as well for the Croc. I'm not knocking it. I'm pretty excited to keep watching, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was you and I that were casting mid laner because I mentioned his Yamoja earlier. He played Yamoja as aggressively as he's playing Sobek, and he was running circles around people. Like, mid laner, we might just have to be talking about the mid laner's support difference, playing him like a mid laner, as you were saying, which is funny. And it does bother me on a fundamental level that you call yourself mid laner and you're not a mid laner.
Yep, I agree.
Like, you know, we got to get that one figured out. You know, messes with my brain.
Maybe
it's a me problem.
Well, all names are literal, as you may know. Hostile Puppy is actually just a dog, and he's running down NMR like it's nothing.
No
that
leash.
wasn't intentional. I was gonna make a joke that he is literally just a dog playing on a computer, but then he got a kill, so it kind of worked out.
Hey man, if Airbud can play football, surely a dog could play Smite. Maybe, I don't know. I've been told by people that it's very easy, so.
And as you know, Airbud was a documentary. It was not a movie, and that was
exactly
real. That was
based on
actually
real
happening.
events. Yeah.
And as you can see, mid laner is happening to Ferris. This Chalk needs to teleport out immediately, but Tempo, you stepped a little bit too far forward. Trying to steal Fire Giant is the call. Can a Boulder do it is the question.
Shinfu actually got blown apart for a second, but has the stuns on him with this Hekate.
I
Still
think they
doing a
stole
ton
it.
of damage and actually forces it out. Hang on a second.
They
Fire
stole fire.
Giant. They did, but Kaidon's gonna take Ferris down for it. Still, when you're talking about Name and Progress doing everything right, that is a massive take for Secret Service.
I think Skunk was able to steal it away. I thought, no, he's on the left side of the map. Okay. I thought I saw it say Skunk, but no, definitely not. They still have it. Regardless, though, Name and Progress are going to push up. They have plenty of time to do so in the meantime. I guess at this point, you just continue onward, right? You block Ferris if you're Secret Service. You have to try and defend to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
But this tier 2 tower is an afterthought.
I mean, you know, we've been talking a lot about mid laner and his aspect or his impact on the game, but Party Person early in this game too, so aggressive, getting into the order side of the jungle, really limiting NMR's ability to actually, you know, rotate around and actually get those kills. We think about the times he rotated over to duo lane, couldn't actually get any of those early kills to help get the Thanatos online quickly. And then the farm. I mean, the farm has just been unreal from Name and Progress, and outside of one cheeky Gold Fury steal, Secret Service just haven't been ready for anything. This time they're on the Gold Fury themselves. Shinfu rocks, hits one, and here's the ult, drops it down, but you get Hekate ult and ported to the other side and ported into the void. Kaidon picks up another kill for the bank. Shinfu just trying to run away, and you run into a Jingwei. There's lurking in the waters. Everywhere you turn, it's a swamp, it's murky, and you can't walk anywhere. Another one goes down. Secret Service still alive, but Kaidon has Skunk as well. This Hekate is going mad over here in the left side of the jungle. A pluck to make sure they can take Secret Service down. There ain't nothing secret about what's happening as the service is poor on the blue, and Name and Progress get another Fury for their efforts.
Man, I mean, Kaidon is just playing so clean on this Hekate. They only level 20 on the map, so much DPS. And unfortunately for NMR, every single time I see a hovering death, I don't see a free execute opportunity. I see NMR just diving into his own death, right? There is no sort of follow-up. He doesn't have the burst damage. And in this case, a beautifully timed pluck from mid laner makes sure that Hostile Puppy doesn't go down. If mid laner didn't find that CC, I'm pretty sure you would have at least lost your ADC, and it would have taken much longer to do exactly what Name and Progress has done. They grab mid Phoenix. There's the pluck into the ult, actually sending him away. You know, there's no way you wanted Ferris to go there. Beautiful ult, but a Phantom Shell comes through. Name and Progress, they should be able to just run, but maybe they want to fight.
Shinfu certainly wants to fight.
Yeah.
Blinks in, and well, I mean, geez, he just got deleted. Party Person gets that kill. Ring of Spears goes down as well. NMR actually does get mid laner and gets a little bit of damage off, but a little bit is all you're gonna see as he gets eliminated there. And I mean, look, Name and Progress just straight up diffed on Secret Service this game. 23 minutes and not a single second of Secret Service in control of this game. That Titan's fallen an easy 1-0 start to this series in the lower bracket on the road to Vegas.
I mean, hey, it was a composition from Secret Service that needed to win the early game, needed to get ahead, And how many 1 HP targets did we see just barely slip out of the fingers of Secret Service? I mean, NMR almost found a kill. Chinfu almost found a kill. A lot of that early action would have helped. But at the end of the day, if you let a team that is based on late game get ahead early, it's kind of just curtains for you. I mean, we saw Chinfu blink in and try and fight, and that's what happens to a Hercules that's 3 levels down. You just get deleted, you get collapsed on, you don't have the burst damage to confirm those kills. Whereas Kaidon, Hostile Puppy, you could see Party Person just W keying freely. None of that was going to change.
Well, a lot needs to change here heading into game 2 for Secret Service. We'll see how they adjust in the picks and bans, but we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with game 2. We'll be back soon. Continuing with Name in Progress versus Secret Service, Jorby and Trelly are bringing you through the action. And if you just caught that last game, or if you were trying to get there, it ended pretty quickly. 23 minutes, Name in Progress. Never really let the ball stop rolling, Trelly. And Secret Service got a lot of work to do. Something tells me Hercules mid is going to be put off the table here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Again, it seemed like they went for a composition where the Herc mid, the Thana jungle, they could get off to a good start and sort of try to snowball the early game away. But the early game was not snowballed away, unfortunately. There was no kills, Jorby. I mean, we saw a Gold Fury before kills even came through until about, 8 minutes in was First Blood, and it was in favor of Name in Progress. So because of that, they were able to just farm better. They were able to stall out this early game composition and then just make it to the point where Kaidon and Hostile Puppy were really never in any sort of danger because Party Person, mid laner, Arc Atlas could die freely. The tanks were too tanky and the carries had so much protection in front of them. And that's really the story of a dive composition like this from Secret Service, where you've got Herc, you've got Thana, you've got Chuck that all just want to get ahead and stay ahead. And they were never ahead to make it work. It's a bit unfortunate because I can see where the wheels were turning. I could see the composition, but it just didn't end up working out. So do I want to see them run back and play more aggressive early? Not necessarily. I mean, that would help, but I think just, as you said, maybe hanging up some of those picks and just play more traditional, and then try and pick a composition that can still fight early game, but also scales well into late, just in case you don't get ahead in the first 10 minutes. So then your comp doesn't just fall on its face.
Well, as we get into picks and bans, I am curious what they will do because, I mean, we saw what mid laner was doing on the front line. So do you try to, pick against him or try to go for the Sobek yourself so he doesn't have it? Something tells me that mid laner has got more than a couple of gods in his pocket to work with. Hekate will actually get banned, and I think Kaidon was the sleeper hit in that game for sure. We had a lot of attention on that front line, but obviously the front line's only as good as your back line, and Kaidon was absolutely running with him, but it is an Anubis getting banned on the other side, so Shinfu won't have access to that.
Certainly won't. Secret Service, they could try and grab that emoji again. That is something that they put some stock into last time, but this time try something different and just going to go for the Zeus. Still a very strong pick, has plenty of AoE damage, has been a threat in a lot of these games, but notably just dies quickly. So you got to have a strong front line. We'll see if they try and draft that later on, but this is scary, man. Zeus into mid laner Sobek, presumably, assuming he goes for the Sobek once again. We've already mentioned Sobek can play a few different roles, but yeah, Name in Progress can run 4 out of 5 picks back so far, and that I wouldn't have any problems if they did that. Give Party Person the Ama, give mid laner the Sobek, and let Secret Service try and deal with it. Like, what else are you going to do to stop mid laner from just W-keying you down and Party Person getting that farm? I'll have to find out, because so far Secret Service is running back the Yamoja and the Sur, and this is we've seen all this before.
Yeah, the same exact dual lane as before. Zeus is the only difference maker here. But like you said, we could just run back all the same picks, so may just see the Jingwei get locked in counter, as usually is done whenever that Cernunnos is picked. Jingwei, I think, coming into yesterday, had a 57% win percentage in the LCQ specifically, but we see why Jingwei is such a problem. And Nuwa shows her face again. We saw Nuwa yesterday, but an interesting pick here. Obviously no Hekate, but Kaidon going with the Nuwa instead. How are we feeling about this one, Trelly?
Dude, I'm a big Nuwa believer. I think that Nuwa is a great pickup. Has a pretty decent matchup into Zeus as well, because you can root him. You can use your minions to block Chain Lightning if you're ever in a rough spot. But it can also work both ways, because your minions can bounce Chain Lightning onto your teammates. And of course, you're also quite immobile like the Zeus. So I'm glad we're seeing it. We'll have to see exactly how it's piloted this game, probably by Kaidon, who has been, pretty lights out on just about every mid laner that they go to. So I've definitely got faith, but it's also about itemization. Nuwa does not do a lot of damage early. This has been a known fact. You need some proc items like your Soul Gem. You might pick up a Divine this game because you're into Yamoja and Chalk, and you can apply it to just about everyone with that ultimate. So there's definitely application here, and I'm a big fan of the Nuwa, but it has to be played pretty sparingly until late game.
And the Athena getting locked in, likely being the jungler there, with Chalk running it back on that solo lane for Ferris. Didn't find a lot of success there, but you're also not up against an Odin this time. Likely the Amaterasu, I'm guessing, since Loki gets locked in by Name in Progress, and it does seem like that is the case. Yeah, Athena and Loki will be facing off as junglers across each other. And Amaterasu moves over to the solo lane, so we switch the god hands. And Arc Atlas will be running the controls for Amaterasu this time for Name in Progress. Start of the last game, Trelly, you know, you talked about it right before we got into it. We went 8 minutes without a first blood, and we actually had a Gold Fury down in the first 5 minutes. So it was very close, and there was a lot of close calls from Secret Service early in the game where they were forced out of lane early, barely avoided getting killed. And so they need something different. And it looks like Secret Service are going to be doing something different here with an invade. It was a standard start last time. Now they're hoping for an early pick. Try to shake the mental a little bit here of Name in Progress. They won't find anything, though, and will have to retreat.
Yeah, they don't really have too many options either. Again, you gotta look towards those relics. Double Sunder available for Secret Service, one from Ferris and one from NMR, which means if they do show up to a buff, as long as you're on point, and we've seen some Sunders messed up for sure, but as long as you're on point, usually you're just able to confirm those buffs, especially in the early game. That's what Ferris and NMR are planning to do. They're looking to invade at least blue buff and possibly the red as well. If you're Arc Atlas, you have two options. You try and counter the Sunder, which Arc Atlas does have, or you just go somewhere else. In fact, you could try and invade blue buff yourself if you had the time, but now with 13 seconds left, it seems like they're just going to try and contest this with their own Sunder. Party person's nearby, and this is going to be a lot of your early game presence right here, depending on how these buffs go.
And they're still sitting there over on the right side. See if that invade happens. Actually, Shinfu getting a lot of that early damage off. You know, Zeus, he's seen some adjustments with the Chain Lightning and the Detonate. It was first the Chain Lightning that got nerfed, then they nerfed the Detonate. You know, slight adjustments on both. You got to toe the line with Zeus, because, you know, his damage output is really his only real benefit outside of the zoning capabilities of his ult, and he's still just so powerful enough that, you know, teams are willing to ban him more times than not, and you kind of saw it in that exchange at the start of the game. But everything else in the lanes kind of going as it is as teams are trying to get settled in, and the junglers as well. I'm looking namely at NMR here. You're not on the Thanatos anymore, you're on the Athena. A much different approach.
Your middle tower.
You have that Defender of Olympus. You can be anywhere on the map at any point in time. You're not as reliant to, you know, get fed up, and you're not reliant to hit those skill shots like the Death Scythe and your timing on your ult, all that kind of stuff. Athena, much more roundabout in terms of her utility and the ability to help your team get kills. So that will be the focus of that jungle for sure, and we'll see if NMR has any more success, because he had none of it last game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of an Athena pick, is that you don't really have to get ahead, because your global presence can make up for it, right? Even if your team is behind, you can always teleport over, give them that shield and give them that extra damage, and then set up for them. But I do like an aggressive Athena, which is what NMR has been trying to play, just charging up that dash. You've got Sunder still online, and I'd be looking to play through solo lane again, considering how game one went. Trying to stun Arc Atlas early on is probably a smart call. Death's Toll was the pickup for this Ama, so it doesn't clear the way very well, and has not been able to confirm a buff, considering that blue buff was invaded. A lot of damage coming out of Kaidon, does use the blink, and now NMR's in some trouble. 2 kills at the same time. Can you get Shinfu as well? You might be able to.
He might, as he's in some trouble. Aegis, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Wow. The tower shot saves the day, and Shinfu wants to make sure he gets these minions before he has to back. He's close to that level 4. You definitely don't want to lose that whole wave, so you'll at least get that. You get forced out, but hey, you survive. And I think the buff, or not the buff, excuse me, but, you know, Shinfu, that was kind of the same story even when he was on Hercules last game. Dude was getting bullied in lane, but what a play to come in late, help assist your mid lane, you get the kill, and that's not how you wanted it to start for Secret Service at all when it was starting to look promising.
It definitely was, and that's the thing. You give Hostile Puppy a lead as well, which into the lane, you already know the mid laner has been a menace on this Sobek, but now you're giving mid laner the assist, so he's going to continue. Just hold that thought, because already NMR trying to get active once again. Level 5 comes through, taunt into CCD at the dash. Yes, Arc Atlas. Oh my goodness, the blue stone! Oh, damn it, that was thin margins, man. That was a beautifully attempted gank, but just not enough damage. Arc Atlas barely lives to see another day. Very thin margins, but hey, it ended up working out for him. Jeez, that was close.
That was really close for sure. This is a lot of close fights again. albeit there was a kill or 2 kills early on. Still, you got a pluck to try to protect the retreat. And mid laner doing his job on this Sobek, saving the day there, and Hostile Puppy will live to fight again. Still, you like the invade as well. Party Person does get the buff. The same things continue to plague Secret Service. You lose those battles, you're forced out of lane. Even if you don't die, you lose your buffs. You do get chased down here. NMR, as soon as that taunts up, might be able to make a play on Party Person, but the longer it goes, the less likely it's going to be. And even here, you're getting invaded. It looks like that blue buff was Arc Atlas's. I don't see it on Ferris, so they get that stolen. They lose their red and their blue on the right side.
And that was such thin margins even over on left. Like, Hostile Puppy should have died there, but a perfectly timed Phantom Shell that came through from mid laner made sure that Jingwei gets out, and continue to see that aggression on the left side of the map. I was wondering where NMR was going to put a lot of that presence in. Once Defender of Olympus comes up, I wouldn't be surprised if we see continuous rotations over towards duo lane. Jingwei, not the easiest kill, but if mid laner goes for a pluck, overextends, and then you ult over, some chase down potential could be just what the doctor ordered. Aim in Progress, obviously getting the better end of the early trades for now, but I always have an attempt to try and climb back in. Oh my goodness, that's a Sov execute for sure, right? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Skunk, you ain't surviving that one. The Gator gets his meal, and mid laner continues to wreak havoc on this Secret Service team. Wherever his presence is on the map, it's felt by Secret Service. Name in Progress, happy to have them as their support. And I mean, you know, you talk about the Sov execute, which hasn't, you know, it's perfectly fine, right? And it's just it's really a win more con for a Sobek. You've usually already won the fight in that scenario, and man, it just feels like it's kind of going the same way, Trelly, albeit a little quicker this time. You're slowly starting to see that gold lead ink towards Name in Progress. There's a look or two. This is the second look they've at least given the Gold Fury in the last minute. I mean, Skunk can't do anything. He has just been completely boxed out in both of these games. Every time he tries to get something going, it's saying something when early game Jingwei is scaring you off with those explosive bolts.
I rolled down, but Shards dropped just to get the assist on the Skunk, just as you said it, man. Yep. Essentially triple dove there underneath the tier 1 tower. Now Tempo could be in some trouble with the pluck hits. No, Riptide away for now. Tempo's going to be just fine. I'm surprised. I kind of thought a Gold Fury might be attempted, but maybe considering that mid laner was still around and wanted to go in for the pluck for Tempo, they decided against it. Take the buffs instead. Why not? Speed buff, purple buff, whatever you can in the meantime. Because there's no Ceranos here to get you. Arc Atlas. Oh, he's getting dove here. There's no way. Yeah, everyone's on the way. Alma cannot make it out this time. There's no way the Lightning Storm is, bro. There's no way.
You were saying?
I wasn't saying it was impossible. I'm saying with
you
how
said
much...
there was no way.
Right. I'm saying, like, we can't let it happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying you're putting this much pressure over to Solo. You gotta make sure you get the job done. And they did not get the job done.
That's crazy. I mean, like, isn't that just the cherry on top for Secret Service? If nothing else was going right, of course, that's not going right either. They were able to get a little invade, though. They were able to push up these lanes a little bit more and actually contest the jungle in the last, like, minute or so. But, you know, that Gold Fury going down, the Name in Progress, there's just so much work that has to be done, and you kind of start looking at Shinfu. And you're hoping that you can get him to a place where he can start having a bigger impact on the game. Bigger impact in rotating, because they're just not doing enough. Skunk needs help against this Jingwei, and if they continue to let Hostile Puppy fester and grow like mold, I mean, they're never going to get it off of them. And no amount of rubbing alcohol will get it done. And you've got to find a way to stop this. Because Queen Naga goes down to Name in Progress. We'll give a little bit of assistance on those objectives a little later on. Look at Hostile Puppy, confident here in front. Had already dove once. No support's coming for him, but there is support for Secret Service available. Kaidan probably going to back here, but a fight between NMR and the enemy jungler Party Person, who just rips off a bunch of daggers, and you can't escape because you leave the Loki and you find the Gator. Good luck.
My goodness, man. You called them mold, they're dying. Nothing seems to be going well for Secret Service. I guess they weren't the mold. Name in Progress is the mold, and Secret Service is trying to clean it. Is rubbing alcohol actually the recommended way to remove mold? I'm taking you for.
I imagine rubbing alcohol is a cleanse for most things. It's a safe. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's a safe bet. I don't actually know.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I didn't mean to call you out on air. I'm just
like, if you dump rubbing alcohol on something, it's probably going to die. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, someone try it. Let us know. But if there's bad results, then we didn't tell you to do it. With that being said, I think Secret Service would take any remedy to get rid of name and progress at this point. Ferris finally connects onto Arc Atlas. My goodness, this chalk has had Ama 1 HP. Permanently throughout the entirety of this game. Mid laner just bullying Chinfu. This Zeus does not have Blink, only Aegis. Can you extend your life a little bit longer? 25 HP going to mid laner. Just munched up, no problem, lurking in the waters. And now a fast rotation over to left. Can you catch Skunk? Can you catch NMR? Mid laner will take anyone.
Talk about keeping your teeth fresh and sharp. I mean, mid laner just continues to dominate wherever he goes. And now here they come together. You got Hostile Puppy and a Gator. What happens when they link up together? You force a bunch of utility out. Aegis goes up. Party Person also coming around. He wants to get involved. But everyone moving up, and that might actually make life a little easier. You do have NMR. Defender of Olympus came out. They avoid the taunt. The Jingwei utility with the dash away. And the gust. You come back. Party Person comes in. Skunk. Good luck. It don't smell good. And all I know is that mid laner Gator, he don't need no nose. He's in a little bit of trouble though. And you ain't gonna escape this one as you're going the wrong way to survive, or you're just going to kill them! No! Never mind, mid laner. I was not familiar with your game, and I should have been.
Oh my goodness. Call mid laner's mom, tell them they raised an absolute psychopath. This man is 4-0-2 on the croc, and he doesn't want to stop anytime soon. This is ridiculous, man. He does what he wants. Who's gonna stop him? No one.
Yeah, you think, oh, he's running towards the enemy tower. He's got like what, 100 health? Yeah, he's just, you know, prolonging his death. He's like, how about this tail whip?
And he hasn't left either, by the way. He's still just chilling. Still just chilling. We have I think we do have the flat Sobek Friday, the flat Croc Friday emotes in chat. Definitely start spamming those for my man Midlaner, because this is deserved praise. My goodness. Here, Gold Fury second of the game started up. Skunk is close by, could go for an attempted steal, but could also be body block, and Skunk get there in time. No, he just wanted to watch. He was more interested, like, are they on Gold Fury? Not so much as like trying to steal it.
I mean, how's Ferris got to feel right now? The only member of your team that's even up in XP, up 2 levels on Arc Atlas. And you kind of are starting to hold your hopes that when he starts rotating, he can have a bigger effect on the game, but you're just getting plucked by mid laner no matter where else you are. It's just a defensive ult. And mid laner jumps away with glee as he forces another fight victory and forces another back there in the mid lane. They're taking another look, but, you know, Arc Atlas versus Ferris, like I said, the lone bright spot the Secret Service have, but I mean, how bright is it? It feels like, you know, Season 1 Pokemon Charmander with the flame barely alive on the tail. And that's what this feels like, looking at Ferris. I'm just saying, man.
I mean, I was having a good day. I haven't cried in minutes, and then
you want me to go back to mold?
Yeah, then you ruined it for me talking about Charmander's flame almost going out. If you bring up Pikachu and Ash turn to stone, I'm gonna cry.
Oh no, I can't. I might cry.
Also cry as well. He's got a Loki chasing him. Party Person is surrounded though. NMR with some good heal. Can Chinfu get away? Absolutely not. I lied. He is so dead. And mid laner just 25 more HP.
Well, mid laner stats continue to look like a mid laner. 5-0-2.
He's getting another kill.
He just may. That pluck may be coming up shortly. Hostile Puppy, meanwhile, just casually dominating the duo lane, as one does on the Jingwei. 12 minutes in, I suppose. Cernanos has not done anything for Skunk. Not in this game, not in game 1. Like, it's 10-1 on the kills. 39k gold or 32k gold, which isn't the biggest lead, all things considered, but 13 minutes in. And look, sometimes it's just the eye test. That's all you need. And the eye test tells me that the Gator is lurking. The Gator is chopping. The Gator's eating. And Kaidon gets the feast for it, too. They continue to dominate. Arc Atlas is still getting harassed here. 2 levels behind on the Ferris.
Arc Atlas is playing a completely different game than the rest of the team. Arc Atlas is 0-1, down 2 levels, can't even secure a blue buff. And the rest of the team is like, who you want to just murder today? Like, we can kill anyone we want, wherever they are on the map. Arc Atlas, unfortunately, is just not reaping the benefits of the team's lead so far. Eventually, the Alma will get online, but maybe Ferris can help bail them out of the hole they are in. Level 14, second highest in the game, behind only hi-rez for the time being. But it's like a soul gem prophetic cloak chalk, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I would love, listen, I'm a storyteller at best here. And I could draw a movie script where Secret Service have a comeback, but I need one more character. You know, we've got Ferris, I need one more. And I don't think it's the level 9 Athena, so it's probably Chinfu. I need the Zeus, I need the Chalk, I need them to group up, and I need them to go crazy. And for that to happen, I mean, I'm just the author. I need the characters to sort of mold their own gameplay here. If we see Ferris rotate out to the next Gold Fury and Chinfu's there, the Staff of Mirrodin double detonate, maybe we can talk about a comeback potential.
Hey, every Frodo needs a Sam. Somebody's got to step up and be the gardener here on Secret Service. Shinfu's just been getting harassed. You can have that chain lightning all you want. You can have a shell, but it doesn't matter. The damage output, well, doesn't matter. Turns around. Shinfu, a little 360 on a party person. Surviving. I don't need you, NMR. Thank you for the assist, though. And hey, maybe there's the Sam they've been looking for. As that is the best Shinfu has had in, like, what, 30, 40 minutes of gameplay in this match so far. They're still going to lose this tier 1 as mid laner is rotating across, but, you know, you're hoping for a bright spot or two, Shelly. That's the bright spot you get.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It was just a little bit of a risky call by party person. You get plenty of damage out, but the ult was much more of an overextension. That was all on NMR for giving the fat shield over towards Chinfu. And now, guess what? Here's Ferris. Here's the rest of Secret Service. And that Gold Fury looks mighty appetizing. They're still very far behind. Don't get me wrong. Mid laner is plenty tanky enough without party person here for a little bit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But it seems like Secret Service are actually trying to get aggressive here. They want to pull this Gold Fury. This was the comeback I was talking about. Zeus ult still available, and now the Gold Fury started up by Secret Service.
Ferris going to be that frontliner as well to zone them. Secret Service know they have to play this smart. They're already down. They can't force the fight entirely. They have to kill them before they go for the Gold Fury, and they start to get across. The Zeus ult to help zone them across, and it actually isolates one player, and that's Kaidon. Kaidon just trying to get out of the way, actually picks up the kill on tempo, but will fall for it. As Ferris picks up that kill, old Shinfu can't survive. Hostile Puppy is in the area, and that's one story we've been keeping tabs on, but one that comes into effect on the rotation. Look at him survive with an inch of his life, pumping out the damage, finally goes down. Ferris picks up the kills, but party person is there. Full team wipe, baby. Ferris holding on, somehow surviving, and just trying to get out of it. Oh my God, you're gonna live as Arc Atlas gets absolutely run around on. That's insane work, Ferris.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Chalk is a menace, sitting at 3-0-1. Gold Fury started up. Tempo does not have the Riptides just yet. It's gonna take a while to get there, but Gold Fury is an afterthought. There's no way you're pulling that one, and Ferris just here to make sure it doesn't go down. I mean, anti-heal, definitely a topic of conversation. I mean, party person has a bit with the Brawler's beat stick. Divine would have helped from Kaidon, but of course was not there. And then mid laner was dead with the Onk. So maybe something that Arc Atlas can help out on in the future. However, I think that's a push in the right direction here from Secret Service, right? Shinfu lived for way too long. Hostile Puppy had to dash in and got shut down because of that kill attempt. At the very least, you were able to get party person some much needed farm, but now Gold Fury is still available. Do you have the potential to go in for a pull again is the question. As long as Ferris is on the right side of the map, Secret Service should be terrified. But the second the Chalk makes his way over to the fight, that's when things start to change a bit.
Yeah, that's a completed Genji's for Ferris, right? So you got a lot more of that online. You got that Gladiator shield as well. You are still matching the top level over on the side of Name and Progress. This could be the big difference maker. We've watched solo laners bring their teams back from the grave before. Many times in Smite's history it's happened. And it could happen right here. This is tournament life for Secret Service. They can't lose, or their road to Vegas comes to a close. So they need this chalk to be that difference maker, to be that solo laner that rips them out of the ground and puts them on the victory podium here in Force game number 3, still dancing around this Gold Fury. Eventually, you might be thinking, what does mid laner have to offer as this aggressive Sobek support hasn't had to deal with this Ferris just yet in the game, and the last time, well, it was at least an even bout. You at least prevented a team wipe, and you were able to take everybody else out on Name and Progress. And you have everybody coming back over. I think they might be willing to concede it, because look, they're just going forward on it. Ferris says, hang on, I'm big old levels. I can just come right in. NMR will go down. Ferris still zones them all out. I mean, NMR going down may make this a little more difficult as everyone's kind of chopped up, split up. Shinfu kind of gets caught by Party Person. That 1v1 didn't go well for Party Person. Last time gets walled off by the water. Blink, and back into him. Running away, got stunned, got deleted. Tempo, saved Shinfu's life. And Secret Service somehow come out away.
Man, I did not love that call. Ferris, though, could be in a little bit of trouble here. Finally, Arc Atlas on the way. That should be the damage. Someone covered the axe. And Arc Atlas finally shuts down the menace that is Ferris. I mean, that was all going well for Name and Progress, right? They had Party Person split pushing, all the while Secret Service was too afraid to pull the objective in a 4v5 situation. But you stuck around a little bit too long. Now here comes the Athena ult, rip-tiding into the backline. I don't think you want to be in the backline. Tempo, you're gone. NMR, you're dead too. What was that dive?
Oh, the hostile puppy is off the leash. I don't even think there ever was a leash. And like, you hear the dog barking, and you still go into the backyard? Are you crazy? They put beware dog on the fence for a reason. You know, some people, they just don't listen to the signs. Secret Service, kind of the same deal here, Trelly, where there was a chance we saw it, that whole dance around the Gold Fury before the fight. You said it didn't want to get too aggressive, but then got split. The dive happened, and then you dive on hostile puppy when you're still down in or on the man advantage. You don't have it, and I mean, those kind of decisions are so costly when the things that are going right for you are keeping you on this game on a razor thin edge, and those decisions just may cut you too deep.
And they absolutely can. That was the other thing. Like, just because the fight went decently well for you, for some reason you feel confident ulting in. Now, once again, you got Party Person having to ult out. Haven't loved the positioning of Party Person these last couple of fights. Now finds himself in the rivers, not where the Loki wants to be. Might as well just get aggressive. Tempo in a bit of trouble, but can anyone kill Shinfu?
Shinfu got a lot of damage off with that ult, but he gets plucked back into the back line, and on your health bar. Ferris will take Arc Atlas down. Mid laner trades out a Shinfu. I think they'll take that one every time. And look at Hostile Puppy melting Ferris down. Pops a little bit of shield, doesn't even matter. What shield? Hostile Puppy doesn't care. And gets melted out. Hostile Puppy. Oh my goodness. Absolute destruction from Name and Progress. It's a free fire giant. Skunk, the only one alive, and hasn't gotten anything done. This is looking like the same. We may have a similar end in our timing as 23 minutes last time, Trelly. Another huge fight for Name and Progress.
They better wait, right? That's so messed up, man. That you have eyes on the only person that can steal fire. You could have waited 3 seconds for Party Person and 5 more for Arc Atlas. I guess Hostile Puppy needs it. Yeah, they just didn't care. Like, you know what? Kaidan, Hostile Puppy, and mid laner. Everyone, hey, if you have more than one death, you don't deserve Fire Giant. They had a team meeting. They all decided it. And you know what? Kaidan, mid laner, and Hostile Puppy were the only ones who made the cut. And now they've got FG on 3, and are able to grab that Pyromancer, no problem. Level 20 should be close here for Hostile Puppy as well. Kaidan already made the mark. Is Party Person gonna get baited by an Athena ult once again? That is the question. Hunting in the jungle by himself. Looks like Arc Atlas is on the way, so probably won't come to fruition, but still trying to find an isolated 1v1. And if anything, there's gonna be a rotation here to Kaidan. Yes, tempo's down, but here comes the dive attempt. A lot of damage coming from Chispa. That should be a kill, yep.
Yeah, Ferris got that silence off as well with the ult. And Shinfu not even really scratched for it at all. So here goes Secret Service. You'll take any kind of pick-me-up you need as things start to fade if you're naming Progress's position right now, this is lower round 2. There's a long, long way to go in this bracket. So you got to take every breath that you can on this journey. It's so hard to make that kind of run. And naming Progress coming up from the last chance qualifiers need some of that feel good energy, but you also got to close. We've seen winners tilt turn a team. It's what put Giovanni Giorgio in the lower bracket yesterday into lower round 2. You know, you get that winner's tilt, you can't actually go through, you make a mistake or two, and all of a sudden, like, you're at minute 30 and you're like, wait, when did they catch up? And the longer this goes, the more likely it is that Secret Service can just claw their way back into this game. But this is, you know, you got to win not just like 2 fights here. You really got to hold on defense for so long. Hostile Puppy still has that Fire Giant buff as well. We'll be pushing up onto this tier 2 and will likely be forcing another fight towards the Phoenix.
Your left tower is
Beautiful high play, but now your back has been stopped. No way Party Person's in any real danger here as long as he positions well. And you stop the back of Chinfu. You definitely can. Now the Zeus is stuck. How about the ult though? That may have been a bit risky. Overzealous. Party Person can not keep getting baited this way. If the Phoenix goes down, it may be worth it, but here comes the rest of the squad. They got to get this and get out because Secret Service is on the way. Or just go in, find a fuck, and try and kill Skunk in the process. I don't think it's the best call. You got your free Phoenix. Definitely just try and escape if you can. Aim in progress. Get what they came for. He plugs in!
Yeah, mid laner, he's just different, Trelly. He's gonna get out of there, though.
Does he have doesn't have the snap? Oh, it was close. Oh, there's the snap I was waiting for. It did not quite have the damage. NMR probably doesn't want to be here either. Who's that in the back line? You can see Arc Atlas. You don't want to be this close to Chinfu either. You got the Phoenix. You got the win. Just get out.
Yeah, they just keep turning forward. They keep turning forward. Just leave. Arc Atlas also trying to block it. Ferris, you gotta be careful though. You get too deep and all of a sudden you're in trouble. Everyone in Secret Service wants to follow through. And I mean, you get stunned out there. I don't really think there's anything you can do with tempo too far down in health. And so Name of Progress will get the Phoenix. That was probably the ugliest retreat I've seen in the 4 weeks I've been casting Smite 2.
Yeah, they just couldn't decide if they wanted to fight or not. I think it was more so they couldn't decide if the Riptides were enough for them to catch up and they had to fight. Regardless, Ancient Fury is here. Name and Progress and go ahead and grab that, no problem. It's only going to go on the tier 2s though, because no Phoenixes are exposed. The left one already down. 2 more tier 2s to try and burn through here, all because of the overextension over and right. Again, Party Person did a great job of stopping backs, but really did not have to stay. Now Party Person, will you get baited trying to kill Skunk? Because NMR is most certainly going to help out and get over here in time. Or he's just dead. Yeah, you don't even let him have time. Ends up working out finally. An isolated 1v1 from Party Person ends up working out. NMR did not want to ult into their own death. Just focus on defending. And honestly, I think it's the smart call. Once I saw how much damage came through from that Loki, I'm like, you know what? I think it was right to not ult over there.
I mean, that's part of what's really made this game hard for Secret Service, right? The ADC on the other side, Name and Progress, is running riot on this team. Meanwhile, your Cernanos is sitting 0-6-1 and just can't find a way to catch up. Tries to go out by himself. Like you said, Party Person going through, deleting him before an ult can even come out to assist. And everyone on Secret Service sitting under Phoenix now as the tier 2s slowly start falling down. They got that other one earlier. They're going to back off, take those wins. I do love how Name and Progress are playing this late game, though. You know, as much as we were memeing on that retreat of the Phoenix on the left side, you still like them taking their wins, getting back, resetting, knowing, look, we have the win team. We just got to play our game and play it smartly, don't overextend, and we win. So I love the way that Name and Progress are playing this lead right now. They continue to extend it. It continues to get harder to find those fights. I like the way they're targeting as well. You still have Shinfu on this side that's been a heavy damage dealer. He can still be a tide turner.
Still he can. Fire Giant is up. Where's Secret Service? They're pretty much all here. Fire minions will eventually push down left, and looks like the entirety of Secret Service is grouped over on the totem for now. Someone has to go back and clear out left lane. It looks like it's all going to be on mid lane or finding a pluck or a taunt coming in from NMR to kick off this engagement. No real reason to pull FG though until the fire minions start attacking over on left. Again, someone has to go back. Send NMR He's got global presence. He can ult back in if he needs it. But there's that pluck I was talking about. Do you want to pluck f0rez, though? I'm not sure you want him closer to your backline.
That is not the dance I would want. Defender of Olympus coming out as well. NMR's come back to the party. But all of the f0rez is finding over here is mid laner. The rest of the team over on that left side of the red buff. Arc Atlas looking for a way in. No one wanting to completely overextend. Mid laner always takes another peek. See Party Person lurking around wisely. Chooses to move off that play, but they actually find another isolation. f0rez is the only guy you want to get isolated. Drops the ult as well. The Emoji ult to help support it, but I don't think they're really finding the play that they want as the Amaterasu ult comes through. Finds the stuns 2 out. Party Person drops a little bit of action, and slowly but surely, Shifu's health goes down. He goes down in a heap. Party Person got the kill. Number 4, NMR got him as well, and well, all the trades come out. It's a 4-for-1. Party Person will be happy for it every time. And that just may come close to the end here with Tempo only alive. You're just going to go right through the Phoenix. You're going right to the Titan. Name in progress, looking to end Secret Service's run right here.
Yeah, just trying to rip time the fire minions out. Unfortunately, there's no way. Tempo is keeping this Titan alive. Xerxes Hexstone your way on out of there. Don't need one more death on the column because this Titan is most certainly dropping down in a decisive 2-0 for Name in Progress. 20,000 gold lead by the end of that one. My one regret, my one issue is that mid laner did not get level 20 before the game ended. And I think that Sobek deserved to be level 20 with the rest of the squad with the gameplay that he put out. My God, the aggression, the initiation, just the absolute threat that this Sobek was through the entirety of the game can't be stated just by looking at the stats, but we can try.
Look, all I'm saying is I've casted mid laner twice now in my time casting Smite 2, and I've watched mid laner dominate as the support in both of those lobbies. He ain't convincing me that he's any kind of slouch no matter who he plays, because it was Yamoja last time, it's Sobek this time, and Sobek continues to just wreak havoc in these lobbies. So Name in Progress get to move on in the tournament. And I mean, I'm excited to see how like those picks go next week too, because then Khepri becomes available, right? You got another ADC becoming available, so a lot more that we get to see out of those supports and what we may see out of them. But man, Name in Progress. You want to put fear into your next opponent? I mean, that's the way you do it. You make it decisive. You make it look like you have zero weaknesses, because that you might start banning against mid laner just with the way that he played, right? I mean, 6, 1, and 13 on the Sobek. I think those first 5 kills were in the first 15 minutes. That dude was doing everything. Kaidan, while a quieter footprint in terms of singular impact, was certainly great on the support impact on the game. No pun intended, obviously, with mid laner and Kaidan with the support.
I mean, just think about it this way, though. Kaidan has an ability that hits everyone on the map.
Free
it
ward.
Was a part of 16 kills. Mid laner is a Sobek and was a part of 19. Like he had to just be there, getting into the thick of it for every single kill. Whereas Party Person would go and split push a bit. Kaidan, didn't always have that ultimate available. I saw Puppy was only part of 14, 10, 1, and 4. Like it's a ridiculous amount of kill participation, on top of just confirming 6 kills for yourself, usually off the back of Sickening Strike or just the Sobek executes, which inherently made him tankier throughout the game, which is even more difficult to deal with. So was very impressed here with Name in Progress. Of course, Secret Service put up a heck of a fight, but this is where their journey ends, unfortunately. This is the losers bracket, so you're going to see some people go home when they take their L's. And in this case, as Jorby said, make it look decisive, make it look easy, and that's what Name in Progress did.
They absolutely did. Let's take a look at that bracket and see how things have been shaping up here in North America. And you can see Borch, they got sent down after a very close series overall against Scrumptious. They will be playing against Name in Progress. Luckily for Borch, I don't think anybody likes Raw Solo on Name in Progress, so maybe they'll get away with one there. I think Borch are going to be a very tough team to beat there in lowers. You got Kitty Party and Mr. Play-by-Play. That's another banger in loser round 3. How in the world is lower round 3 producing those kind of matchups here in North America? That's pretty awesome. But then you have obviously Cowabunga and Food Drive for Globe at the top. Those semis look great, Trelly. But yeah, I mean that's it there. Which one are you looking the most forward to? That's what I'll ask.
I mean, we got 8 teams left. That's what you got to think about. All of these guys are absolute units, but Kitty Party already beat Mr. Play-by-Play just recently, I believe last weekend. So it would be nice to see Mr. Play-by-Play try and find a comeback. we just watched Borch, as you mentioned, have a little bit of a rough game number 3 up against Scrumptious. They've got a lot to prove, and Name and Progress just looked real clean, so that should be good. But come on, man, you got to be hyped about the semifinals. Haven't seen, the likes of Cowabunga and Team Name with 5M since months ago. I haven't gotten to cast their sets, so cannot wait to see the semifinals break out. But we will not be doing that tonight, so got to look forward to that one.
Got to look forward to it for sure. If you guys missed any of the action today, you make sure you are subscribed on YouTube to Smite VOD on YouTube, youtube.com/Smite VOD. If you missed any of that, the playoffs have produced some crazy gameplay, and you're definitely going to want to be here next weekend as we continue the run to Vegas. Who will end up qualifying and making it over to LAN? You'll have to wait till next week, but for now, we're signing off. We'll see you later.